So we're going to begin the meeting. May I ask staff if we can turn the bell off, if that's possible? So with that, I'm going to ask if our clerk can do the roll call.
Good morning, Supervisor Ellenberg. You're muted, Supervisor.
Trying. I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Simidian?
Simidian here.
Supervisor Cortese?
Here.
Vice President Wasserman?
Here.
And President Chavez?
Here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You have a quorum.
Thanks. And we're going to begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. If you're able, please rise. Supervisor Wasserman?
Thank you, Madam President. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Mike.
Yep. Thank you.
Our invocation today is our County Poet Laureate, and her name is Janice Lobo Sapigao. Janice is the daughter of immigrants from the Philippines, and she's the author of 2 books of poetry, Microchips for Millions, which is about immigrant women workers in Silicon Valley, and Like a Solid to a Shadow, which is about her father, family lineage, and learning. And I apologize, I'm going to say this incorrectly, but learning Ikolano. She is the author of 2 public chapbooks, Toxic City and You Don't Know What You Don't Know, along with other self-published chapbooks. She is the 2020-2021 Santa Clara County Poet Laureate and hopes to start a Young Poet Laureate program. Janice, we're just delighted to start with you today. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for everyone for having me this morning. It's an honor to serve as Poet Laureate, and I wanted to say thank you for all you do for our county as essential workers and essential leaders yourselves. This poem was originally published in the Poem of the Week series by the Split This Rock Poetry Festival in Washington, D.C., and it is called Waiting for a Greyhound Bus at the Los Angeles Station, and it's written by a poet and teacher named Cynthia Guardado. A Black woman stands with 2 toddlers hanging off her hips. Her balance is perfect as she pushes her luggage with one leg. The boys curl into her shoulder, unaware of how they all slide forward. I offer her my help. Her face is serious when she says yes. On the bus, her boys nestle into their shared seat. The driver, a white man, begins his head count. Duck, duck, goose. He asks for her ticket, says only one child is free, tells her to pay for the other or get off, and it is past 2 a.m., and he threatens her with the mention of his superior. What goes through his mind as he argues with a mother juggling her children? Empty seats surround us like silent witnesses. This time rules can't be broken. I stand up to say, one child is with me, but this young mother doesn't trust me or the difference between us. Another woman stands and says, the child is with her. And then another woman stands and says, the child is with her. Something beautiful is happening here, and the driver can no longer fight our unity or the energy within us. Thank you.
Janice, what a beautiful way to start the day. Although I'm misty already, but thank you for that. It was beautiful and beautifully read. And we appreciate all your leadership and look forward to learning about the Young Laureates program from you as well. Now I would like to move to adjournments, and if I may, I'll turn to Supervisor Ellenberg for her adjournment.
Good morning, and thank you very much for the opportunity today to share a little bit about Stanford, called Stan Berliner, his life and his legacy to Santa Clara County. Stan died on April 22nd, leaving behind his beloved wife, Jan, his daughter, Terry, and partner, Eric, his daughter, Shelley, his son, Brian, and partner, Faith, his daughter, Allison, and fiance, Colin, and his deeply adored grandchildren, Spencer, Taylor, and Adeline. Stan touched many people's lives for the better, myself included. I was a summer associate at his firm after my second year of law school, and he was a patient and helpful mentor. He waxed enthusiastic about San Jose and why it was so great that I was going to move here. He invited me to attend client meetings and introduced me to many of his colleagues. Once we had to go to San Francisco for a meeting, and he drove me there in his very fancy Mercedes convertible. To my surprise and horror, he had planned to swing by a car repair shop on the peninsula to get his daughter Shelley's car and have me drive it home. He hadn't mentioned this to me prior to arriving at the garage, so I hadn't thought to mention him that I had never driven a stick shift. Ultimately, he had to drive his daughter's car, and I was left to drive the fancy sports car, white-knuckled and nervous, all the way back to San Jose. I was still basically a New Yorker and hardly ever drove. My knees continued to shake for the rest of the afternoon. Over the years, long after I stopped practicing law, Stan was always interested in what I was working on and what I might do next. One of Stan's partners, Andrew Faber, penned a tribute to Stan, and Andy has given me permission to share some of that tribute today. Stan was a Bay Area native, growing up in San Francisco and attending the University of California, Berkeley for both college and law school. Go Bears. He spent several years in the Judge Advocate General Corps in Washington, D.C. after graduating from law school, and then returned to the area to begin his private practice. Joining Bob Morgan's personal injury firm, he tried enough cases to convince himself that there must be another way to earn a living in the law, though this training in dispute resolution stood him in good stead as he began his own practice by inheriting the firm's real estate cases. Inducing his law school friend Sam Cohen to return to the South Bay from Southern California, they formed the classic two-person firm with Stan as the business lawyer and Sam as the litigator. With the addition of John Flaherty, a stable partnership was formed. Stan was a dynamo, a force of nature as a lawyer and as an individual. He evolved into an excellent real estate lawyer and superb deal maker. Clients valued not only his legal, but also his business advice. Stan had a restless, creative intellect that radiated energy and joie de vivre and was highly charismatic. He was constantly spinning off new ideas and novel approaches to legal problems. His expertise attracted many talented lawyers to the firm, and a major contributor to its professional success was his mentorship and training. Over the years, lawyers brought on by Sam and Stan have gone on to become fixtures in the South Bay as lawyers, judges, and business leaders. Of course, many have stayed to continue the traditions at Berliner Cohen. Stan mixed work and life. His friends were his clients, and his clients became his friends. Although he led a high-profile, high-pressure professional existence, he still delighted in being a devoted husband and dedicated father. Stan loved San Jose and was proud to be part of its growth. He was an early general counsel for the city's redevelopment agency before there were palm trees downtown. He was instrumental in making the deals and doing the legal work that kickstarted the industrial growth of the North San Jose area, brought the Fairmont to downtown, and helped bring Santana Row to the community. Stan's passing marks the end of an era for the South Bay legal community. It has been my honor to share this tribute, and I ask my colleagues to join me in adjourning today's meeting in memory of Stan Berliner.
Thank you very much. He was an amazing man, and you did a beautiful job talking about him. Thank you for that. And our hearts go out to his family. Supervisor Simidian would also like to do an adjournment.
Thank you, Madam President and colleagues. It's hard to overstate the accomplishment and contributions of the person that I ask our board to memorialize today. If you had lived a life as a gifted scholar with a bachelor's, a master's, and a PhD from Harvard University, that would be a full career. If you had lived a life as someone who edited significant science publication and broadened the understanding of the field and shared knowledge, that would be a full career. If you had served in the highest levels of government as a public servant, that would be a full career. If you'd been a gifted teacher at the undergraduate level, that would be a full career. And certainly if you had been president of one of the world's preeminent institutions as a university president, that would be a full career. And all of those roles were roles that were played by the late president of Stanford University, Donald Kennedy, who served as president of that institution for more than a decade and who raised its position in the academic world and in the research world dramatically, significantly during his 12-year tenure. He was, as I say, a scholar. At one point in his career was the editor-in-chief of Science magazine, was called to public service in the Carter administration as the commissioner of the Food and Drug Administration. And of course, during these particularly challenging times, couldn't help but think of that role. Was a long tenured president of Stanford University, as I mentioned, but had a connection with students on the campus that was really the stuff of legend throughout the course of his association with the university. Among his many contributions, and they are too many to share this morning at the university, he really was a force behind what is today the Haas Center for Public Service. And that blending of public service with academic excellence is just one of the hallmarks of his tenure there. He passed away April 21st at the age of 88 of COVID-19. So as we ask ourselves, what is the impact of this challenge that we all face as a community right now? I think it is important to note that it takes people who are real, who have given, who are loved, and I appreciate the opportunity to adjourn our board meeting today in memory of Don Kennedy, aged 88. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisors Simidian and Ellenberg, for those in memoriams. And again, our hearts go out to the family members and their friends. If we move on to item 5, this is our commendations and proclamations. We have some of them that are on the agenda today. I just wanted to see if any of my colleagues wanted to speak to any one of them. Supervisor.
Yes, please.
Oh, I'll go to Supervisor Cortese and then to Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes, President Chavez and board colleagues, one of the commendations or proclamations rather that's on the agenda for approval as part of the consent calendar is acknowledging and recognizing that this is Cinco de Mayo, and I just wanted to seize the opportunity to say that publicly on the record, lest a large and significant part of our community, which is celebrating today or trying to, doesn't think that we've forgotten to acknowledge it as we traditionally do every year. Obviously, it harkens back to the independence of Mexico and is a very, very big and significant celebration. I know here in Santa Clara County, particularly your district, Supervisor Chavez, and much of my district as well. So we exhort people to distance, to follow the rules, but try to have fun today nevertheless. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Susan?
Thank you for allowing me to share a few words about this important issue. This is item 47C, a proclamation for Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women Awareness Month. And I want to start by saying that I'm appreciative to our Office of Women's Policy for raising this issue with my office and humbled to raise its visibility through these proclamations for the second year in a row. Today is National Day of Remembrance for Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women. According to the National Indigenous Women's Resource Center, during the period from 1979 through 1992, homicide was the third leading cause of death of Indian women aged 15 to 34, and 75% were killed by family members or acquaintances. In 2005, the movement for safety of Native women resulted in the inclusion of the Safety for Indian Women title within the Violence Against Women Act. A study released by the U.S. Department of Justice has found that in some tribal communities, American Indian women face murder rates that are more than 10 times the national average. In 2018, 5,712 missing and murdered Indigenous cases were reported in the Urban Indian Health Institute study. California has the largest population of Native American or American Indians than any other state in the country. May 7th, 2019 was the first time the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors recognized May as honoring missing and murdered Indigenous women, and the proclamation was presented at the Indigenous Women Are Sacred Red Dress exhibit organized by the Red Earth Women's Society, a local group of Indigenous women in the county building with the Office of Women's Policy. On May 20th, the Office of Women's Policy will be hosting a virtual panel presentation on missing and murdered Indigenous women at 4 p.m. to share information about the national conversation on missing and murdered Indigenous women, to raise awareness about the scope and scale of this problem, and to provide a platform for community engagement on this issue. Thank you for joining me in supporting this proclamation.
Thank you, Susan and Dave, for those commendations. And I appreciate that on days like this, sometimes you question whether or not you should read these things out loud, and they're so important to do. It makes you understand a little bit more about how proclamations came to be. On behalf of all of my colleagues, what I'd like to do is recognize that we've not been able to have a real celebration for all of our County Employee of the Month awardees. So I'm going to read them into the record so that we can just acknowledge them prior to us being able to gather to celebrate. So Gerald Domenden, who's a health services officer from the Santa Clara Valley Health and Hospital System. Haisel Galachino, Haisel Galchalian Alejandro, from the senior health, she's a senior health representative and also part of the Santa Clara Valley Health and Hospital System. Michelle Dillon, who's a senior paralegal from the Office of the Public Defender. Heather Mitchell, IT supervisor with the Social Services Agency. Trin Dow, who's an accountant 3 with the Registrar of Voters. Andrew Kim, fire captain of the Santa Clara County Fire Department. Victoria Tran, IT manager, Technology Services and Solutions Department. Chris Scott, deputy sheriff, Office of the Sheriff. Esteban Garduno, IT field support specialist, Department of Child Support Services. We wanted to just say a very big thank you to these members that are being lifted up by our county staff, and also the thousands of people that are serving the public right now during COVID-19 under the most challenging times and not missing a beat. Thank you to each and every one of you. We're now going to move to public comment. And this is an item where you can speak to an issue that is within the purview of the county, but not necessarily on the agenda today. We have 19 speakers. Now we have 20. I'm going to give just one more minute to allow people to sign up, and then I'm going to end the number of people that can join. And all right. So the last, for our clerk, the last speaker on this item will be, let me just see, will be Scott Largent, or okay, Patrick McMurray, and then we'll end public comment with Patrick McMurray. And that'll be about 20 speakers, just so my colleagues are aware of that. And each speaker gets 1 minute. If I could ask the clerk.
The next speaker is Connie. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Yes, hi. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. Good morning, Connie Chu. I'm a county worker, proud county worker, and SEIU member. I am working at home right now, but it's nice to see your faces, and thank you for these few minutes to stop work for a couple of minutes just to say hi. I am thankful to have a job where I can work from home, although I have confirmed that I basically don't care to work from home and I'd rather be somewhere at an office. The main concern for me right now is really to make sure that the county gets us back to work safely. Um, so I want to make sure that you do talk to our unions and talk to the people on the front lines. Talk to them and find out exactly what's the best way, because we know that they are the day-to-day pulse of this office. But thank you and be safe and well.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Marie Cardiopulm. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Good morning. Can you hear me, Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
My name is Marie Lemus, and I'm an ultrasonographer hired in July 2019. I work in the Santa Clara Health Systems in the city of Gilroy. My role is to determine the severity of heart failure and if abnormal heart rhythms are related to a COVID-19 infection. I am the eyes for the intensivists, cardiologists, and hospitalists. My coworkers and I are unequivocally committed to protecting the lives, health, and safety of county residents from this impact of COVID-19. The county must partner together with employees in this endeavor because we want to beat all the odds. I want to care for my family, patients, and colleagues who stand alongside us. I want to survive. I'm working 40+ hours during this pandemic as an extra help without health benefits. What happens to my family if I contract the virus without health benefits and the right classification? Many of my colleagues already are in the same position. It's not right.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Yemi Girma. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Good morning, my name is Ines Raj. I'm a social worker at DFCS. As a county worker, it's been my honor to serve my community for the past 20 years. As a compassionate social worker, I've had the opportunity to help ease the suffering of clients that I serve. With COVID-19, we recognize that frontline workers across industries are the ones that are suffering the most. Some of my former colleagues and devs have now been dispatched as disaster workers. SEIU members accept that it is our duty to step up in these chaotic times, but we do not accept that it is labor relations failure to do everything possible to protect us. It is unacceptable for labor relations to bypass the union in these dangerous assignments. Transparency is vital at this crucial time when over 100 SEIU members who have families are now frontline workers at the Vital Operation Hub fighting against COVID-19. They are putting their family and the lives of their family at risk. It is our right and intention to take every precaution to protect them while also doing our work.
The next speaker is M. Benny Payo. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, supervisors and everybody else. My name is Mike Benny Payo. I'm a VMC nurse and the vice president for RNPA, the nurses union. The members of RNPA and SEIU have answered every call to duty during this unprecedented event. While most citizens have been sheltered in safely at home, we have risked our lives to fight this pandemic from the front lines every day. We are disaster service workers. However, what has become the real disaster within the county has been the careless manner in which you have developed our members to the most high-risk area deployed. And assignments such as the skilled nursing facility. Labor relations have operated as if they have unilateral exemption from all MMDA requirements, violated our contracts and past practices. You tell us that you appreciate us, but execute without our full knowledge.
The next speaker is Maggie Cocaine. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Hi, my name is Maggie Cocaine. I've been a foster parent in Morgan Hill for almost 7 years. I have concerns about an essential county service of receiving assessment and intake of abused and neglected children being outsourced. The county has more resources and CBOs, experience, and the ultimate responsibility to ensure that the children are safe. I ask that the board to prohibit contracting out of vital and essential services in the area of foster care. Thank you.
The next speaker is Roland. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Roland?
Yeah, I didn't get the unmute until now. Thank you. Good morning, supervisors. I'd like to bring to your attention an item that went to the Children, Seniors, and Families Committee on April the 23rd, whereby Caltrain gave a presentation of 1/8 of the cent sales tax. What I'd like to bring to your attention is that that sales tax will generate more revenue in Central Clara County than it will do in San Mateo and San Francisco combined. Mr. Murphy also suggested that the VTA will no longer have to contribute to Caltrain if this tax pass. I put it to you, it's not only uninformed, it actually may be illegal. And in closing, oh, and by the way, Mr. Carl Gardino, after this presentation, got 5 minutes, not 1 minute. In closing, I'd like through the chair to request that this matter be referred to Hewlett, which is where it should have been in the first place before it goes back to the full board. Thank you.
Next speaker is David Page. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins. Where'd he go?
Yeah.
All right. Our next speaker is Katie Taylor. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Hi, I'm Katie Taylor. I've been a resource parent for 5 years and I have my master's in social work. This is regarding DFCS's plan to open or contract out for a welcoming center. As it hasn't been introduced to resource parents, I have some questions. How is this different from the rake? Will 5 days be the maximum allowed stay after doing the assessment and treatment plan? And what will the temporary facilities look like since children will be there for multiple days? It says that they will be staffed 24/7 by bachelor's level counselors. However, they're doing assessments and treatment plans for severe behaviors and trauma, which should be master's level counselors. Will the staff be ABA trained to work with children with autism? How will staff be trained to handle physical restraints? And why is Seneca better suited than DFCS to run this welcoming center? Thank you.
The next speaker is Jerome Shaw. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Hi, good morning. Jerome Shaw, a resident at the shelter in Sunnyvale. I was calling because I was wondering who determines the underlying conditions criteria for homeless individuals, whether they're in encampments or in hotels or out on the streets, to get into hotels. There's 3 underlying health conditions that are listed or given by Santa Clara County, but I don't know who determined like those 3 conditions, why they are 3 conditions. Santa Clara County said they're following FEMA guidelines, but FEMA provides like a list of 13 conditions, underlying conditions that can be fatal if they're, caught in conjunction with COVID-19. And I know that there are multiple people at the shelter that have more than, 1 underlying condition, maybe 2 conditions, but they're not able to get into hotels because they don't have all 3 of those conditions.
The next speaker is Marilyn Mara. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Hi, my name is Marilyn Mara, SCIU Public Health Nurse, RN. First of all, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, I want to acknowledge you during this COVID-19 pandemic. Aside from your own concerns and families, you're responsible for this entire county. This places tremendous weight on you. Thank you. Please take this one message to heart. Bottom-up approach, not top-down. Otherwise, there will be failures. In this pandemic, failures can cost lives. Public Health Department has already implemented plans without our input. One example, only a handful of public health nurses have been assigned to specimen collection unit, testing many congregate facilities, including nursing homes. This is not safe, not just for PHNs, but also for the public. Burnout workers tend to make more mistakes. Front lines must also have PPEs and medical supplies. The county EOC and must discuss the details with us, SEIU, and
The next speaker is Maria Lita Estrada. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Good morning. Hello there. My name is Maria Lita Estrada, and I have worked as a justice system clerk for the Adult Probation Department for 12 years. My concern is the lack of PPE for our department, as it is in turn one of the main reasons our building has yet to implement a safety protocol to protect employees against COVID-19. My hope is to work in a safe environment now and after restrictions have been relaxed. Thank you for your time, for all you do, and I hope you and your family stay well. Thank you.
The next speaker is Brad LWA. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Hello, this is Ren Bradley. I'm Vice President for SEIU 521. I'm going to say right from the beginning, the county, and I urge all of you to direct labor relations to meet with the union to talk about all the impact and effect of COVID-19. I work as an emergency response supervisor in South County. My workers are the frontline workers. They are going out to houses day after day without proper equipment. They are at very high risk now because our management, some of our managements are suggesting that my workers don't even have to wear gloves or personal equipment, and they can go from house to house in the same mask. This is unacceptable, and it's very dangerous to our community and to our workforce. So I urge you to direct labor relations to meet with us once again to work out all the details so that we keep our community safe and we keep our workforce safe. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Peter. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Peter Matapa. I'm a county employee. Have not been deployed yet as a disaster worker. As a county worker, it is my passion to serve the community, which I've been doing for 18 years. With COVID-19, we're all suffering. Frontline workers are the ones that suffer the most. As a member of SEIU, we have to step up during these difficult times. We cannot accept the labor relations favor to use every possible measure to protect us. It is unacceptable to bypass the union on those dangerous assignments because we are the union and we have to do those dangerous assignments. We're human beings with families and loved ones. It's our right and purpose to take every precaution to protect them while we do our work. Labor relations cannot use these chaotic times to abuse their authority. We must meet our modest demands for proper safety protocols.
The next speaker is Jan Schreiner. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
My name is Jan Schreiner. I have been working as a park interpreter for the county of Santa Clara since 2003. My last school field trip was March 12th. I am one of the park staff who are working from home. I live in North Monterey County, where we have very few positive cases of COVID-19 to report. But in late March on Facebook, I shared I had 2 N95 masks in my garage left over from a project, and within 30 minutes, a nurse from a different town had picked them up. At that point, I knew I needed to start making masks as the shortage of PPE had become very real to me. I am 62 years old with asthma controlled by inhalers that I use twice daily. Yet according to CDC, I am not an extreme risk. So please make sure to prioritize.
The next speaker is Blair B. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Hi, this is Blair Beekman. Thank you for the meeting today. It's nice that there are over 20 speakers today. That's nice to know. And thank you for how you use the timer. Use it fairly nicely. Thank you. There's going to be an item, agenda item 18, that's going to talk about surveillance. It's going to need the surveillance and technology ordinance for the introduction process of new technology for the Sheriff's Department. And I just wanted to take this time to offer how great I feel the technology ordinance can be and how helpful it can be, and that it's really meant as a friend, and it's meant to address peace and how to actually address shock doctrine, disaster capitalism practices. So good luck in your efforts today. Thank you.
Next speaker is Melinda Markovitz. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Good morning. My name is Melinda Markowitz. I'm a registered nurse and president of the California Nurses Association. I have worked for 39 years at HCA Good Samaritan Hospital. I know HCA system very well, and I certainly know they have ample resources to keep women's services at Regional Medical Center open. HCA made $25 billion in profit the past decade and is getting $835 million from COVID-19 stimulus. HCA has been financially supported by our community for a long time. It is outrageous for them to abruptly shut down such vital public services as caring for expectant mothers and their babies when they can certainly afford to keep it open. We appreciate the support from many of you in our efforts to protect women's services at Regional. It is our request that you take any and all steps to protect the health of these San Jose families and stop the unwarranted closure. Thank you.
The next speaker is David Page. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Thank you very much. My name is David Page. I'm from District 5. The groups I'm a part of have been fighting to reduce air pollution for many years. Air pollution is not a harmless byproduct of driving cars. 4 to 7 million people, depending on the different studies you look at, die from air pollution every year. And it turns out air pollution is one of the comorbidity factors with the COVID-19 virus. Benzene, sulfur dioxide, formaldehyde are just a few of the chemicals that come out of automobile tailpipes. And the accumulation of pollution in the atmosphere causing global warming is expected to cause hundreds of millions of deaths before the end of the century. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
The next speaker is Salvador Mora. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins. Oh, looks like I just lost Salvador. Our next speaker is Susan Bassey. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Good morning, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, my name is Susan Bassey, and I want to focus on the expenditures that the county is doing right now. And one of those issues comes in our Victim Services Department, because I am informed, and Jeff Rosen mentioned last week on a conference call with other district attorneys, that he is only having 20% of the people in victim services work with victims at this time. And at a time when victims need more help than ever, our courts are closed, Mr. Rosen is not providing adequate resources under the management and supervision of victim services to these people who are facing issues with domestic violence, child support, and other life-altering decisions for them and their children. And the county must stop throwing money at Mr. Rosen and top-level executives, and he must start focusing on the money and where it needs to go to help people in our county immediately. Thank you.
The next speaker is Salvador Mora. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Members of the board and Mr. Smith, I implore you guys to have the personnel board have their meetings. They've been canceled in March and April because of the COVID-19, but there's absolutely no reason why they cannot meet via teleconference. If the Supreme Court of the United States can hear cases via teleconferencing, so can our personnel board. I was reinstated by the personnel board over 9 months ago and yet to be reinstated. This is now infringing on my due process and rights as well. Also in juvenile hall, there was a report that there was a minor that tested positive and staff were not offered testing to see if they're positive as well. According to the probation manager, Sean Rooney, who also is a part-time doctor, I believe, he says that testing is not needed for staff since they.
The next speaker is Brad. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Good morning, President Chavez and Vice President Wasserman, and also the members of the board and county administration. My name is Brad, and I was employed as an election aide in South County this past election. And I began to open the vote center there at the end of February, and of course worked through the election. And of course, knowing what we know now, I was I was shocked and appalled that based upon the number of people we served, that we were exposing ourselves. So in quick summary, none of us should be required to work when conditions are unsafe for our coworkers and the public we serve. I'm sure you all know this. And I'm asking that the county listen to its workers so that we can better protect ourselves, our families, and the community we serve. And I'm asking for a safe working environment, personal well-being, and for our voices to be heard during the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you.
The next speaker is Janine Birkland. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Good morning. My name is Janine Birkland, and I have been a nurse at Regional Medical Center in Labor and Delivery for 27 years. I'm a proud member of the California Nurses Association. I'm here to talk to you about the concerns we have with the hospital's planned closure of women's services. The planned closure of women's services will shut out the women of Eastside San Jose to direct expert care of labor and delivery, neonatal intensive care unit, and postpartum. This is a gross injustice towards an already marginalized and underserved population in our Eastside community. Time is brain in an emergency, and we have minutes to deliver a baby in order to avoid unreversible damages. Having women shipped across town to Good Samaritan or Valley Medical can have dire consequences for mothers and babies. We are in contact with over 120 women per month, and we provide vital care that is needed in our community. We are calling on the supervisors to use your authority to stop closure of women.
The next speaker is David C. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Hi, my name is David Kalunga. I've been with the county and health and hospital systems for 20 years. We have had the state and county guidelines for 6 feet social distance for 2 months. Please, supervisors and Dr. Smith, write this question down. Why is it only 2 days ago did the county start sending nurses to Valley Specialty Center to start taking the initiative to tape off computers, tape off desks, and finally keep us at a safe social distance from 6 feet apart? If this would have happened 2 months ago, we probably would have had a lot less cases in our Valley Specialty Center. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nancy Hernandez. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Hello, my name is Nancy Hernandez, and I'm a pretrial services officer for the County of Santa Clara. And I've been in my position since 2017. I'm also an SEIU steward. Pretrial services 521 members are deeply committed to the work they perform for the county, providing timely, accurate investigative reports and electronic monitoring, and much more. As devoted frontline workers, we understand our crucial role during this pandemic. However, we are at risk. Since the pandemic, the jail population has been reduced by hundreds of inmates with the help of our department. While the county is invested in keeping the inmates safe, their commitment to ensuring that its employees are safe should be unwavering. We have urgent shared concerns that the current COVID-19 safety protocols in our workplace are just not enough. We're asking for immediate measures to address both safety and leave policies. The county has a responsibility to keep us safe and our community safe. The best way to do this is by working together.
Our next speaker is Lydia Doniz. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning. I would, first of all, I'd like to say hello to everyone and hope that everybody's families are well. My name is Lydia Doniz. I am a health educator for the Public Health Department and a union steward. I'd like to request that the board include union representation in the planning and decision-making process of developing a plan for staff as disaster service workers. It is critically important that we are notified well in advance if management intends to activate 521 staff, and we need an opportunity to discuss the details of this assignment. We need a bottom-up approach to employ the wisdom and the on-the-ground experience that our 521 membership has in engaging communities to develop solutions. It is important to have union representation at EOC and MHJOC to work collectively to ensure that interventions get to the root cause of the issues and staff's time is used efficiently.
Next speaker is Janet Diaz Perez. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Hi, good morning. My name is Janet Diaz, a patient business services clerk at VMC and president of SEIU Local 521. Over the last month and a half, we have offered and demanded labor relations and management to include us in the planning and decisions of the disaster service work assignments so that they are implemented in a safe, effective manner. Working together is the key to ensure predisposing factors are extenuated and resolved prior to any deployment of workers. It is our belief that labor relations has abused its authority under the Disaster Service Act, as it does not allow any disregard to our contract or labor laws. Furthermore, labor relations is governing this disaster as if under no obligation to the MMBA requirements. Despite our demonstrated persistence to assist, we think it's time we exercise the option, our final option. SEIU and RMPA will be filing an unfair labor practice charge against the county.
The next speaker is Scott Largent. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Kind of no coffee this morning, so you got to bear with me a little bit. Jerome Shaw, there's a lot of really good public comments today, but Jerome Shaw, I've heard him talk several different times. Now, the things about the criteria for putting a homeless person in hotel rooms that has pre-existing conditions, health issues, mental health problems, the system is not functioning properly. So he's just dead on the money right there. That man that's still out in the hallway there that does have diabetes, that does have health issues, it's been diagnosed, he's been in and out of your hospitals, you're not putting him in a hotel room. You're putting him over at that Parkside gas chamber over there. Several other elderly women that I've been talking about a lot, they have dementia, they have Alzheimer's. They should not be at the Easy 8 on First Street with all the crackheads, meth heads, prostitutes. It's just not a good environment for these gals that help build our county, right? So thank you, everybody. Need some coffee.
The final speaker is Patrick McMurray. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Good morning. My name is Patrick McMurray.
I've worked at Valley Medical Center as a general maintenance mechanic too for the county since 2018. Today, I would like to speak first about safety. Safety for my family, my community, my health, and for at least 15 coworkers who also contracted the virus in the boiler room. We have worked with Paul Lorenz and management to finally get access to the proper PPE, as well as a cleaning treatment for the boiler room. After contracting the virus, I was placed on administrative leave. Approximately the 15th of April, I was notified of the emergency paid sick leave. This would be made retroactive to April 6th and exhausted on April 18th, leaving me to use my own banks as I'm going to retest on May 7th to return to work. This is unfair for an illness contracted at work. I am asking to have mine and any others infected in this way have their leave banks replenished.
Thank you. I want to thank all of our public speakers, and I do want to apologize to the speakers who joined us late. And I'll try to do a better job of just announcing where we are in our process so that we're able to get as many speakers as possible. I do want to say for those speakers who spoke to an item that is later on the agenda, we'll ask you not to participate in that agenda item since you did that in this section of the agenda. What I'd like to do now is move to the consent calendar, and with my colleagues' indulgence, I'm going to keep using the process we've used. I'll start with Dave, go to Susan, and just so that everybody can be prepared, I'll try not to throw any curveballs. That's right, Mike Wasserman. Using my baseball analogy there, or not analogy. Anyway, so with that, if I could start with the clerk will read what's on the consent calendar, then I'll begin with Dave.
Thank you, Madam President. We have the consent calendar update and an oral summary that I need to read into the record as well. We have a request from President Chavez to consider item numbers 9 and 13 concurrently. Item number 9 is to receive a report from Public Health Officer relating to COVID-19. Item number 13 is to approve the referral to administration to report to the board with options for engaging county partners to support expansion of COVID-19 contact tracing teams or other emergency response activities. We have a request from Supervisor Ellenberg to remove item number 40 from the consent calendar. Item number 40 is to adopt a resolution establishing an ad hoc committee of the Board of Supervisors relating to COVID-19 response. We have a request from Supervisor Cortese to delete item number 47B. Item number 47B is to adopt a proclamation declaring the month of May 2020 as Older Americans Month in Santa Clara County. And we have a request from Supervisor Ellenberg to remove item number 53 from the consent calendar. Item number 53 is to consider recommendations relating to the Valley Medical Center DePaul COVID-19 Emergency Repair Project. That concludes the consent calendar update. Now I have the oral summary to read into the record. This is an oral summary of changes to compensation or benefits for certain local agency executives. NS-20.20 was approved on first reading April 21st, 2020, but it will not be finally approved until it is approved for a second reading, which is agendized to occur at today's meeting. NS-20.20 provides for a 3% general wage increase effective May 18th, 2020 to the salary ranges for the executive leadership group, excluding elected officials and board appointees, and for the assistant public health officer. Per Government Code Section 54953, the following is an oral summary of the positions for which the proposed salary adjustments are required to be disclosed. Director, Consumer and Environmental Protection. Director, Environmental Health Department. Chief Operating Officer. Director, Santa Clara Valley Health and Hospital System. Deputy County Executive. Director, Risk Management. Equal Opportunity Director. County Librarian. Director of Parks and Recreation. Director, Department of Planning and Development. Director of the Crime Laboratory. Director, Employee Services Agency. Labor Relations Director, Human Resources Director, Employee Benefits Director, Director of Facilities and Fleet, Director of Finance Agency, Controller Treasurer, the Director, Department of Tax and Collections, the County Clerk Recorder, Chief Medical Examiner Coroner, Director of Pretrial Services, Chief Probation Officer, Director of Procurement, Director of Roads and Airports Department, the Registrar of Voters, SCVMC Chief Executive Officer, Public Health Officer, Director of Ambulatory and Community Health Services, Valley Health Plan Chief Executive Officer, Director of Behavioral Health Services, Director of Custody Health and Custody Behavioral Health Services, the Director of Emergency Medical Services, the Director of the Social Services Agency, the Director of Adult and Aging Services, the Director of Family and Children's Services, the Director of Employment and Benefits Services, and the Chief Information Officer. In addition to the 3% general wage increase to the salary range, further range realignments for the following positions were included: 10.31% for the Director of Procurement, and 21.95% for the Public Health Officer. And lastly, NS-20.20 increases the flat rate salary of the Assessor, District Attorney, and Sheriff by 0.3592%, effective on and after June 15th, 2020, or 30 days after the date of final adoption of NS-20.20, whichever is later. That concludes my list. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll then begin with Supervisor Cortese. Anything for that?
Yeah, thank you, President Chavez. I'm fine with generally with the consent calendar as modified or read by the clerk. I do have a comment, or essentially a request for information on item 33, rather than pull it. This is the agreement with Top and Merrill LLC relating to providing county voter information guides and associated election materials and services in an amount not to exceed $12,500,000, which would run from today through 5 years from now. I actually have a COVID-related question about this, which is, this happens to be, by the way, a Minnesota-based vendor. But I've received some inquiries from printers in this area indicating that it's not clear to them whether or not they're deemed essential if they are providing government-related work like ballot materials, and if they are, they would like to have that clarified so that they can compete and bid on proposals like this. According to the packet, this was the only bidder on this particular item.
Wow.
And I'm not suggesting that's necessarily related to COVID, but certainly we would have a separate policy concern or consideration, I would think, in terms of having a little more competition for this kind of work, especially on a California-based election, that we would have California vendors, competing for this kind of work. This is taking this work off the table for another 5 years, basically, once we award this contract today, if we do. That said, the request is can we get an off-agenda report between now and the next board meeting as to how California-based printers are, particularly Santa Clara County-based printers, but also California-based printers outside of Santa Clara County are being viewed by the public health officer in terms of essential status and whether or not they are free to bid now on election work. And that's a request. I would just kind of state the obvious, particularly for my colleagues who can certainly think as fast or faster than I do about these kinds of things, but that we also don't want to do anything in terms of bottlenecking the election process, which is now just a few months away. And I know that these kind of materials have to be ordered up now. So that's a request. If we can get that information, I don't know if that's legal privileged information or public information or whatever, but in either case, an off-agenda report would be satisfactory to me. Thank you.
Supervisor, we can definitely answer that off agenda, but I can also just so everyone knows, answer now that contractors for essential governmental functions are excluded from the order, and that would include elections. But we'll provide a supplemental off agenda.
Yeah, if I can just say, I think the distinction I'm trying to determine and what's trying to be determined outside, among private sector vendors is if they aren't currently doing governmental work, can they bid in good faith on this kind of work, knowing that they will be exempted. It sounds like your answer is yes, but perhaps we just need to get some clarity out there so that people don't refrain from bidding. Anyway, thank you for the response.
Yes, and we'll provide something in writing.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, President Chavez. That's all I have.
Ms. Ellenberg?
Thank you. I would like, with item 10, a number of things have come in just in the last 24 hours or so, and I would like to hold the 3 sub items that relate to emergency childcare, because there's also been a lot of new information just in the last day or two, and I would like to hold O, P, and T just until the 12th. So we can assimilate some of this new information and have a more complete and fulsome report on the childcare issues.
So we're not taking action on any of those items, but you don't want them presented today?
I think that there are going to be a lot of questions that we will be able to better answer when staff has had more time, particularly to look at the issues around the 4Cs defunding and other options that we have coming up ahead of us. So I would rather wait to have a more robust presentation on those items next week than we would be able to have today.
I have a concern just if we were taking action on them today or giving direction. I mean, maybe what we can do is allow them to present what they know, and then Susan, if there's direction given, that we can hold off on giving direction. But I'm a little concerned that that's a long way away, and frankly, I know everybody was annoyed with me wanting extra meetings, but that's part of the reason I wanted them, is I feel like things are moving relatively quickly. So I would be more comfortable if they would at least give the Highline presentation. I know you've been doing a lot of work on this, so I'm more than happy to defer to the continued work that you're doing with staff in between meetings to help refine what actions the board should take. But I would like to have that surface today. I'm a little uncomfortable with waiting just because it's a long time, really. In some ways, I know it feels like a long time to me, because in COVID time, it's been 24 hours is what it feels like. I mean, 24 hours feels like a week to me.
So what I would like to recommend then is that we, because frankly, as is with the case of so many of the reports today, each one could be a meeting unto itself. So if we can then try to perhaps limit the conversation to the extent possible around OP and T, knowing that there's a lot more information that will come next week. I would just hate to see us spend a lot of time discussing things that may be entirely different next week.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Smidian?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Consistent with prior votes, I will abstain on item 64. Again, for the clerk, that's an abstention on item 64 by Supervisor Smidian. Thank you.
Supervisor Smidian, can you remind us the subject matter?
Compensation.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Supervisor Wasserman.
Nothing more. Thank you.
Thank you. On my front, I don't have anything else. I appreciate very much the point that Ms. Ellenberg raised, and we can limit conversation and on those items that she requested, I think is something the board can address in time. If we could get a motion to approve. Oh, I'm sorry. We have public speakers on the consent calendar. I'll just give a moment for public speakers to sign on. And for my colleagues, what I'll let you know is that I'm allowing a couple of minutes for the public speakers, and then I'm ending them in part because my concern is that it makes it more difficult to manage the meeting if I'm not sure exactly how many public speakers we have. So I'm going to give just another couple seconds. And we'll begin with public comment on the consent calendar. And I'm going to limit it to the number of speakers I can currently see on my screen, and that is 4 of them. If I could go to Colin.
Are we going with 1 minute for each speaker?
Yes, for the rest of the day.
Thank you. The next speaker is Scott Largent. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
All right, good morning, everyone. Starting to get the coffee in me, just fighting with this Mr. Coffee Pot over here still. It sounds like it's pay raise day. I know this is already in the pipeline for the executive and all the department heads, but with the amount of people that are going to be, you know, in the poorhouse, living in creeks and parks, and what's going to happen after the recovery from this COVID gig, I just think they should give the money back. I think they should do the right thing right now. You know, I'm not sure if you have the power right now to vote this thing off the island. Send the message to the people that are running the show that no, we're going to give it back. We're not going to take pay raises right now. Maybe those people need to take some hefty pay cuts. I believe Jeff Smith makes close to 500 grand a year. I mean, that's big dough, big compensation right there for somebody that doesn't even live in our county. They're out to lunch. All these people, about half of them have been the ones I would like to have heard were fired today. I mean, that would have been a great thing to hear. Okay, thanks for letting me chime in. Over and out.
Next speaker is Blair Beekman. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for your approval of the consent calendar items today. I wanted to quickly offer that with there'll be certain items people may want to discuss later today in public comment. I'm wondering if you can offer a bit of forgiveness and allow people to speak at that time if they spoke on these items at public comment. If I use just a few more words to how to frame my initial public comment a bit differently, I would be allowed to speak at public comment. And I mean, when the item comes up for item 18, and I'm wondering if you can offer forgiveness for that. And I know you want to practice efficiently, good practices with public comment, but if you can please allow, you know, I think that that's going to be an issue that's going to have to be talked about more later, that you have to allow public comment for actual items. And thank you, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. We have no more public speakers, so we're going to move to item 8. And let me just talk a little bit about the rest of the agenda, especially for those of you who are on the telephone. We're going to take item 8, and then items 9, 13, 10, 11, and 12 will all be heard at 1 o'clock. These are all the COVID-19 items. And then items, and so we will move from item 8 to 13, I'm sorry, 8 to 14. I just said that. 8 to 14, 15, 16, 17. We're going to move through as many items as we can up to 12:30. We'll then take a break and be back at 1. So if I could ask the staff who's presenting on item 8 to begin.
Madam President?
Yes.
Forgive the interruption. We didn't have a vote on item number 7.
Oh, thank you.
Motion for approval, Madam President.
Thank you so much. We have a motion from Supervisor Wasserman. Thank you. A second from Supervisor Ellenberg. May we take a roll call vote? Thank you for that.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Simidian, aye.
Supervisor Cortese.
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman.
Aye.
And President Chavez.
Yes, thank you.
Thank
you. We're now moving to item 8. Everybody moving with me. There we go. Bob, thank you for joining us.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to update folks on our continuum of care. We're going to have Dan Little speak a little bit to the report back, give a few highlights, and then we're available for questions. So Dan, if you could jump in.
Absolutely. Good morning, Supervisors. Dan Little, Acting Director, Department of Family and Children Services. Just going to start with a quick update on our provision of services under the COVID-19 response. DFCS has been working with the Public Health Department to develop protocols to ensure the safety and well-being of children in care, also caregivers and staff. We've been focusing on 3 main areas for our children: education, mental health, and placement, to ensure limited adverse impact to children resulting from the coronavirus shelter in place. We're also in line with the emergency visitation order, identifying children who can safely return to their families. We did recently acquire several short-term leased homes where children can be quarantined if needed, in response to either a positive COVID-19 diagnosis or suspected exposure to coronavirus. Then a quick update on our emergency placement pilot. We do have some children with high acuity needs, and they require placement with families who can support their well-being. To ensure that as many children receive care within the community as possible, we initiated an emergency placement pilot. To date, we have 6 families that have enrolled. Each family has 1 child in their home. Some of the children have stabilized in this placement, and 1 child may soon transfer to a relative's care. We're working with the families to identify successes and shortcomings of the pilot, and we'll consider how to best to expand this program. Regarding caregiver and community engagement, DFCS has been facilitating weekly virtual meetings with caregivers and community partners. During the time of COVID-19, the topics include changes for visitation, available resources, and information on how to care for children under quarantine. The meetings provide caregivers the opportunity to express to DFCS staff and management and to me directly the barriers they face when caring for children. These calls help DFCS identify areas in which we can expand and improve services. And to transition into then update regarding respite care. DFCS does realize that caregivers are facing multiple challenges during the shelter-in-place order, including schooling at home and limited activities for children and youth. We also acknowledge the importance of this resource to the caregivers with whom we entrust the care of our most vulnerable children. While all respite services are available to families are still open and available during the COVID-19 crisis, we do understand the current public health crisis may have impacted families in efforts to fully explore this resource. In an attempt to verify the amount of respite being utilized on a monthly basis, we did identify possible gaps in some of the data we were using. So we're in the process of working with our provider to better report monthly respite utilization. While the current program has a defined annual cap of 200 hours per family, families do have the ability to request an extension based on an individual case-by-case situation. And then to better understand the respite needs of the county's resource families, we're partnering with Social Services Administration's Office of Research and Evaluation to conduct a more formative study that will inform decisions regarding the overall structure of the county's respite care program. The initial timeframe proposed was 4 months, but we do anticipate results in closer to 2 months. A primary focus of the result will be a survey of our caregivers to ensure future recommendations incorporate the voices of those we're serving. We have heard the concerns raised by caregivers and want to produce recommendations that capture the needs of the caregivers. The secondary component of the study is to inventory any possible best practices from both across the state and the country that we may incorporate into our practice. This is going to be done in collaboration with Casey Family Programs. And then further, we have at the June 2nd meeting, another planned report to the board regarding full respite care services. And then regarding the actual continuum of care expansion, this is where the significant amount of work has gone into. DFCS is partnering with behavioral health services and juvenile probation to continue to work on establishing partnership agreements that will strengthen the county's continuum of care services and ensure all children receive individualized care. The anticipated commencement date for these programs is July 1, 2020. The Welcoming Center will have a rolling implementation process starting July 1 and is expected to be fully functional by September 1. This expansion of the continuum will mark a point in which we officially divert from prior practice, which led to the creation of the rake, and towards a system in which the child is at the center of care. And some of the capacity goals for the entire continuum that we're looking at as of today, the immediate stabilization services, we're looking at adding additional service to 6 children at any given time. The intensive treatment foster care, adding capacity for 6 additional youth in 6 separate homes. And those homes would have a 6-month length of stay with the opportunity to look at child-specific extensions. We have enhanced intensive treatment foster care. So looking at across the continuum, creating an additional 14 homes, and those will have 6-month length of stay. We're also working on a pilot with the state, which would allow 10 additional youth in a more of an STRTP level of care, but placed within a foster home setting. So that's something that we're still early on working on, but we're partnering with the state on that. The transitional foster homes component is listed in the ledge file is for 2 youth and 2 homes for 30 days length of stay. And then the Welcoming Center itself, looking at 8 youth at any given time, with bachelor's level staff providing kind of the direct care and with master's level clinicians on site to conduct the evaluations. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you for any questions, and thank you for the opportunity to present this information.
Great. Before I go to my colleagues for questions, we have a number of public speakers. Is it all right with my colleagues if we go to the public speakers and then go to the board discussion? Yes? Okay, great. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just give a couple more minutes, and then I'm going to end the public speakers. End the addition of new public speakers. Pardon me, I'm just going to do a quick count. All right, on this item, I'm going to end any new public speakers, and we're at about 22, and Blair Beekman will be our last speaker. Thank you. And everybody gets 1 minute.
The next speaker is Mary Drummond. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
I'm Mary Drummond, and I take care of medically fragile foster children for Santa Clara County. I have not been able to find respite providers for many years because no one will watch a special needs child at the present respite rate. I currently have one infant in my care since December 19th of last year, who came to me with a DNR, and I've had no respite. My second foster child qualified for medically fragile respite staffed by nurses in the Willow Glen area, and I live in Gilroy. But I have had no respite since shelter in place started and have not left my home due to their medical needs since March 13th. Respite is a true necessity for a foster parent like me, who is a recent widow living alone. I still want to share my home and abilities, but it's getting harder and harder with not enough support. Please instruct DFCS to provide an increase in respite.
The next speaker is Heidi Pham. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
You may need to go to the next speaker.
All right, the next speaker is KL Pemsukol. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins. Oh, that person has left. The next speaker is Matt Pemsukol. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Hello. Hi, good morning, everybody. I'm a proud foster parent, and I'm here to talk about how when last year I had a 6-year-old girl who stayed with our house. Nobody else would take her, and we had a bunch of planned vacations, and so we used up all our respite hours. And then when it came to time towards the end of the year, there was big rains that flooded our restaurants, and we had to try and find respite hours. Luckily, we were able to talk to our people, and they gave us extra hours. But without that, we would have given our 7-day notice, and that would have been a big shame because she's still a part of our lives to this day. And for us, we're hoping for more respite hours in case of emergencies and stuff like that.
The next speaker is Penny Blake. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Yes, I'm Penny Blake with the Juvenile Justice Commission, and as the state commission responsible for the oversight of youth under the juvenile court, we have many questions about the contracts with Seneca. One, who will have the ultimate responsibility for the child? Will Seneca be making placement decisions? Is this a conflict of interest? How will the services be coordinated with stakeholders such as the Spark Clinic? And will children be receiving mental health assessments? How will the outcomes of the Seneca services be measured? Will Keiki be closed when the Welcoming Center opens? And what will be the role of the child social worker in this envisioned continuum of care? Thank you.
The next speaker is Katie Taylor. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Katie Taylor, I'm a resource parent of 5 years. I've read the report that DFCS submitted regarding respite care, and I'm saddened at their disregard for resource parents. Not only has DFCS heard from many resource parents and social workers at these meetings for many months, they've received survey responses of 130 resource parents already regarding for improvements. Their response to plan on 4 months to gather research, not just amongst other counties, but amongst in the nation, is outrageous. As we've said, we can't even hire teenage babysitters for our bio kids for less than $15 an hour. Yet we need to find experienced trauma-informed providers to provide care for $6 an hour, a rate that hasn't been updated since 2001. DFCS already has the research they need from their hardworking and dedicated resource parents right here in Santa Clara County. They need to be held accountable for making these already delayed updates. Thank you.
The next speaker is Shannon Araujo. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Hi, my name is Shannon Araujo. I've been a foster parent for 8 years. The need for respite amidst COVID-19 has only increased. As soon as the SIP order is lifted, many of us will need more than their allotted hours. Many therapies appointments will have to be in person again. My foster child will have several appointments to make up, along with my adopted children's appointments. It will be imperative that I leave my children in respite while I take my foster child to her appointments and vice versa. I have seen some regression in behaviors of my children, and with the SIP order, it's crucial that we have a respite provider who is trauma-informed and trained. To expect someone to be able to do that for $6 an hour is not only unfair, but disrespectful. Please hold DFCS accountable for the requirements you asked of them. Thank you.
Next speaker is Gwen Odell. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
My name is Gwen Odell, and I have been a resource parent and a respite care provider for 8.5 years in Santa Clara County. Respite care is a much needed service for foster parents and caregivers. It allows them to take a break, to recharge or reset. I provided respite many times for a caregiver who had her sister's 3 young kids. With a baby of her own, plus a full-time job, and being a single mom, she was understandably overwhelmed and sometimes needed a weekend to herself to relax and restore her sanity. And sometimes she wanted to spend time with just her older niece, such as a Girl Scout overnight camping trip. She has now adopted the 3 kids, and she has been very grateful for all the respite I provided since I was someone that she could trust. I have also provided respite for
Our next speaker is Cheryl Ramones. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Hello, my name is Cheryl Ramones. I've been a foster parent for over 13 years in Santa Clara County. In order to be the best parents that we can be, resource parents need the opportunity to recharge simply by using respite or have the ability for one-on-one time if they have multiple children. Respite is also needed to preserve placements when circumstances get overwhelming, especially with the increased responsibilities from COVID-19. Respite, in turn, will effectively reduce trauma to children. Please hold the department accountable to the February 25th referral on respite. Thank you for listening.
The next speaker is Marchude. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Perhaps we should start over. They can try to reconnect. if we can go to
Our next speaker is Scott Largent. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Oh, sorry about that. Trying to do 10 things at once. Several people, Scott Largent, by the way, several people from social services continue to ask me why I never had a social worker. And when I hear Bob talking about visitation providers, childcare, I understand it's for foster children, but the small little bit that I keep talking about is for people that are in recovery, people that have been sober, people that can't afford the visitation to see their own kids through the courts. Now that's all been suspended as of the last 8 weeks. So let's not leave that little portion out, because a lot of those people are hurting like myself, and we can't leave them out of the loop right now. They're not going to see their kids for a long time, and ripping that bond away is not a good thing. So let's not forget about that.
The next speaker is Marchud. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Oh, they may not know how to get themselves off mute.
All right. Our next speaker is Chad Cocaine. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
My name is Chad Cocaine. I'm a foster parent. I know we've talked a lot about foster parents needing respite care, which is true, but I also wanted to point out that this affects the children as well. A lot of times the difference between a child being moved to different homes is because there's just not quite enough respite to prevent the move to another home. As an example, my wife has postponed her surgery twice now, and it looks like we're going to have to move the child so she can get her surgery because we can't put it off anymore. Whereas a little more respite would have made the difference, and we could keep the child in his home. And we found that moving a child is very negative for them, and we try and avoid it as much as possible. So at this point, we ask that you please move forward with the respite.
The next speaker is Jackie Chapman. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Jackie? I think we might have to, yeah, let's call on her again if we can get her.
The next speaker is Pam. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
My name is Pam Kenyon. I'm a registered nurse. I have 36 years of experience with babies and children in NICU and pediatric peri-anesthesia department. My husband and I have been foster parents for infants since 2003 in San Jose. A report on retaining foster parents by the Department of Health and Human Services agrees that respite is one of the challenges for us. They state that respite is, quote, paramount in the retention of families because they allow foster parents to work, complete other necessary activities, for example, taking other children to medical appointments and attending school conferences, and provide opportunities for parents to take a break from the physical and emotional stress that accompanies fostering, unquote. For the COVID SIP, respite includes children not having to go out to public places when their caregivers need to accomplish essential activities. We know that to be the best parents we can be, foster parents need respite services available to them. Please hold the department accountable to the 225 referral on respite. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jackie Chapman. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Jackie? It's not working.
The next speaker is Carol Rhodes. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Carol Rhodes, a Juvenile Justice Commissioner. The 5 single-source BHSD contracts to Seneca for receiving assessment, planning, and placement services for children taken into care by DFCS were approved on consent. They total almost $4 million per year for 4 years. In our oversight role, the JJC has many questions, including what is DFCS's role in relation to this vendor and how will oversight and accountability be achieved? It appears this vendor will be assuming the entire continuum of services for many children that are the responsibility of DFCS. Note that the JJC in November urged that certain functions, such as receiving and assessment, should be deemed non-delegable by the county. Also, will the concentration of these single source contracts adversely affect the availability of a diverse array of experienced in-county service providers?
Next speaker is Jean Pennypacker. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Hello. Hello, my name is Jean Pennypacker, a Juvenile Justice Commissioner. The JJC has reviewed the transmittal and the contract recently approved between Behavioral Health and Seneca for the Welcoming Center. We found it difficult to determine what DFCS role will be with these children who have been removed, which raises obvious questions, which some of us have already asked. Here's another couple of them. Will Seneca be managing the services for all children removed? If so, what will be the role of the DFCS social worker? If not, who will be? Will Kiki be closed once the Welcoming Center has opened in July? And finally, will DFCS still be responsible for placing these children? Thank you.
The next speaker is Heather Wilhelm. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Hi. Hi, my name is Heather Wilhelm and I'm a resource family parent, and I just wanted to talk about respite. As someone had mentioned earlier, when I got my placement, I had a planned vacation. I'm a single mom, and I blew through all my respite on one vacation, and now as a single mom for the past year have had no respite opportunities. I'm lucky that my mother has been cleared by the department, so I do have a little bit of respite through her, but I would be unable to find any high school student or anything like that for $6 an hour. So I hope you're still considering and moving faster than 4 months. That seems like way too much time to be wasting on this important topic. Thank you.
The next speaker is Vanessa Payne. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Hello, my name is Vanessa Payne, and I am a social worker with Santa Clara County Department of Family and Children's Services. I am here to speak on the issue of respite for resource family approved homes. The department's response is to take an additional 4 months to evaluate other counties' respite programs, one of which only pays $3 per hour. In a time like no other, where we desperately need stable and safe homes for our kids, why are we telling our foster parents that we need to take an additional 4 months to look at $3 per hour? I urge the board to remind the department that our foster children and foster parents are worth more than $3 per hour. Thank you.
Next speaker is Susan Steele. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Good morning. My name is Susan Steele and I work for the Foster Parent Association, CAFA, and I have been asked to read a couple of letters from our caregivers. One is, my name is Megan Pattinson. I have been a resource parent in San Jose for a little over a year and had 2 placements so far. As a single parent, respite care is a valuable resource that has allowed me to rest, host my best friend's baby shower, and travel. Just last summer, I had to cancel a trip because I was unable to nail down respite care after contacting more than 20 providers. I think there would be more people willing to do respite if the reimbursement rate was higher. Additionally, I often pay the respite provider out of my own pocket and wait for the reimbursement from the county. Unfortunately, in my experience, it was sometimes up to 4 to 5 months before I received the money.
Next speaker is Denise Marchud. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Good morning. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, thank goodness. I'm not very high tech. So anyway, my name is Denise Marchud and I'm the Executive Director for CAFA, and I'm here representing over 400 families. And I just want you to know that during this time, especially the shelter in place, they have asked for very little. They don't usually ask for too much. They didn't complain. They don't whine. They've gone above and beyond. And now we need the Department of Family and Children's Services to go above and beyond and help our families out with this most important program that they have, and that is the respite. I am also a resource family, and I have a little girl who's on a feeding tube and in a wheelchair, and it costs well over $25 an hour if I can find care for her. Most of our children have special needs, maybe not so much as Alyssa, but they have special needs. They have medical needs, they have emotional needs, and to find quality respite is a tremendous expense for our families, but they are worth it and our children are worth it, and DFCS needs to recognize that. Please hold them accountable.
The next speaker is Jackie Chapman. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins. All right, next speaker is Maggie Cocaine. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Hi, my name is Maggie Cocaine, and I've been a resource parent for close to 7 years in Morgan Hill. With respite, I'm able to spend one-on-one time with my 10-year-old foster daughter who has spent most of her young parentified life being the mom to her 5 siblings. This special time allows her to just be a kid while her sibling is in respite. We don't need a 4-month study to tell us that respite is needed. To suggest that the county resource families do not understand our own needs is insulting. Mr. Manacucci's report is completely out of touch with the needs of the community, and I ask that the board hold the department accountable to the referral passed on February 25th. Thank you.
Our final speaker is Blair B. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. To how this item can relate to issues of small business owners and tenants. The city of San Jose has been working on rent freeze issues for the past couple of weeks. It's my understanding that the state of California and federal government are working to create very large debt forgiveness packages within the next year. I'm hopeful that, you know, it's with that in Santa Clara County and San Jose, people don't have to jump through a lot of hoops in waiting for those large aid packages to come through in the next year. And I just thought I would point that out here, and how we can learn a language to make that more easy to talk about for all of us. Thank you.
So I want to thank all of the speakers who joined us, and what I'd like to do, if it's okay with my colleagues, I'll go down the line, but what I would like to do is see if staff can respond at least to the major issues that were raised around the contract with Seneca, the role of Seneca vis-a-vis the county, whether or not Kiki will be closed, you know, some of those basic questions that just got asked, and I'm not sure who the right person to respond to that is. And then I'll go to my colleagues to ask each one of them if they're interested in getting a question asked. Bob?
Sure. Sorry, I can jump in, and then Dan can help me out in some of the details. But I think, as we had said in previous, in previous sessions, what our vision here is to create a system of care for our youth. And what that means essentially is that the work that we are responsible for and that's the upfront work of the investigation, the assessment piece of it, will continue to be our responsibility. That's mandated. That cannot change and will not change. What changes in this model is part of the handoff of moving kids into the appropriate level of care. What we'll be doing is having our staff partner with, in this case, it's Seneca. And to answer one of the questions, we're starting with Seneca, but we plan to work with each of the community providers to develop a system of care that's suitable for their levels of expertise in accordance with work that they do and the services they provide. But initially it will be with Seneca, and our staff will work with them through the assessment process and then do the handoff. Our staff will continue to work with them in partnership with ourselves and behavioral health to monitor the care, the level of care that's appropriate. And from that, we will still be involved and in charge of the overall direction of the placement and the care. What we're hoping to ensure, again, by developing a system of care with each of the providers, is that as soon as possible, a child is moved into the care that they need. And we, again, do that in partnership. And from that, a provider will be equipped to handle the needs of the youth throughout their experience, as opposed to what has happened before in our systems of care, where you might have attachment with the provider, get to know your provider, and then need to move on to different providers based on moving through different levels of care. What we want in this case is to have a consistent care with each youth's experience. In terms of what happens in the near term for KK, that facility will still continue to exist because we will need to work with our continuing our other providers that we're going to be bringing online with the continuum of care. So what we would envision is potentially, having that access for ourselves as we build the rest of the system. And just seeing what the other services. Again, the services will be coordinated with ourselves and our providers. So Dan, I don't know if you wanted to add anything else.
No, I think that you covered the continuum piece. If you want me to answer any questions that came up regarding the respite piece, I can do that at this time.
Please.
I think first and foremost, I want to make it clear that we do recognize the importance of respite. And I think at no point is there a suggestion that we're going to be rolling things back or eliminating that very important resource. I think part of what I need to do is through this research that we want to do, which I think will actually be 2 months, not 4 months, is to get a good indication from our stakeholders across our county, all of our resource parents, about what are the barriers that we're seeing across the board. The issues related to barriers of rates and barriers to number of hours. What does it actually look like? Is it what is it, $1? Is it 50 cents? Is it a couple dollars? Is it, what's the hourly addition that we're talking about? I need to get some more handle on kind of what that is from the stakeholders. The component about looking at both statewide and national is really just to gather some of the best practices that we can see what's worked, so we can try to incorporate if there's anything else that other agencies have learned, we can incorporate that into some of our practices. I think that the survey that I think CAFPA did, I've reached out to see if we can get a copy of that, if that's something that we can help incorporate. Because if that is information that we can use right now, then I want to be able to use that right now. But absolutely, I think that this is something that's been in place for a number of years that we need to revisit now. And that's what I want to be able to do, is make an informed look and give some informed recommendations back to the board.
And I would just add too, from that perspective of just the best practices, I think, money and funding is certainly a piece of the equation. But I think we also know that it doesn't always create the supply. So we also want to go through and do that. What Dan said is just find the best practices, find the ways to create the best programs to help support really the pipeline of this too, not just by offering money, by really thinking about and partnering how we build the supply similar to how we're doing on the resource family and incorporate those efforts into the recruitment piece too.
So I'm going to go to Supervisor Cortese and see if he has any comments or questions.
Yeah, thank you, President Chavez. I'm concerned. You know, I understand a little bit better the thinking from social services on, you know, it's not just about money, it's about best practices. I appreciate that distinction. On the other hand, there's general board policy, broad board policy in terms of what compensation should look like in the county relative to outside contractors, inside contract, you know, employees, contracts, and so forth. I mean, basically, we have a living wage policy for the entire county that would far exceed what I'm hearing is happening out there in the community, and also evidently exceeds perhaps even what is being considered in the packet, you know, in this ledge file right now, in terms of just going with, you know, state mandated minimum wage. So it seems to me, and I want to pose this and you know, ask for comment, just as if it's a question, but it seems to me that we could modify the compensation as I think the board directed back in February, and concurrently look at best practices, you know, study things for a couple months. I was very troubled by the 4 months, because I think if I was out there, you know, we talk about COVID fatigue, and then we have people out there thinking, you know, now I have respite fatigue on top of COVID fatigue. And it's just, I think the anxiety levels are gonna be extraordinary if we can't somehow figure out how to keep putting air in the tires here while we're driving the car. So I think we need to, my comment is, I think we need to move quickly on the compensation adjustments, while at the same time allowing you the time, you, Bob, and social services, the time to do the more thorough best practices work that you want to do. I don't want to undercut that. I think the best practices are always a good idea. Can you respond to that? Is there something just fundamentally prohibitive about that, or is that yet another option, what I'm suggesting?
I don't personally see an issue, you know, with that. We would certainly want to hear from others on that too. And I think, you know, frankly, there's certainly some opportunity in the current environment to do some action around just COVID response, you know, to the extent that we know there are needs out there that it allows at least stopgap activities. One of the things I think, you know, just to shed light on what we were trying to get at in the time that it's taking, we also just wanted to consider, at the risk of opening a can of worms maybe I don't want to open, but it's the concept of what we've always said, just even on the resource family end of things, the reimbursement that folks receive is low. And there's I think longstanding rationale for how rates were developed way back when, and that's part of what we just wanted to be able to speak to in our research of understanding at least the foundations of the rationales behind how rates were established. And whether that's correct or not, it's just a piece of information we want to be able to supply.
Yeah, it's hard, of course, for me to, you know, move anything that looks like an exact appropriation, because I don't have the calculations here on what costs would be, although I'm tempted to ask for that to come back right away, because it seems like that must be a mathematical calculation, sort of an analyst calculation that you would have. What happens if we just move what we know or think is out there based on our, you know, current capacity or anticipated needs? What happens if we apply county living wage right now? And you know, secondarily, I know it's hard to unravel something once you put it out there. If you find for some reason that I can't imagine what, but the best practices wouldn't call for paid living wage. But I guess I'm trying to answer my question while I state it here. I can't imagine us coming back and wanting to have a certain, if you will, class of worker fundamentally below what we've established everybody else should be. So I'm just trying to get in line with what overall county policy is here in my suggestions. I know I caught it that you said you want to hear from the others, Mr. Medicachi, and that's extremely fair. There's 4 other supervisors here, and I want to hear from them too. But if there isn't a concise motion or modification of the recommendation, I would like to ask President Chavez to come back to me once we hear the other supervisors. I think I'd at least like to recommend moving forward on the financial piece and getting, even if we have to get the more detailed information on what that costs back here next Tuesday. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Ellenberg?
Thank you very much. I'll start by thanking administration and staff for your continued hard work on meeting the individualized needs of our county's most vulnerable children. I want to especially thank TSS for generating the daily dashboards that provide us with information about the children in the county's care and custody. And additionally, I want to acknowledge DFCS and the Public Health Department for being able to communicate quickly with all of the stakeholders in child welfare, changing as we move through with the protocols changing as we move through this global epidemic. Clearly, it's unprecedented, and having to navigate the child welfare system during this time cannot be easy. Can you, I'm going to ask some general questions first, and then some specific pieces in the reports. Can you distinguish, Bob, specifically the difference between the Welcome Center, the Placement Transition Center, and the rake?
Sure. So the rake is something that is defunct. So that's in our past. The language in the spirit of that, what we did is just, instead of just using KK as a name, we were talking about having that facility just be called that placement name for the sake of labeling. And then, like we said, the Welcome Center is really the initial step of the system of care after we do our piece of our work.
So according to the single source contract between Seneca and the county, what you've established, and a number of the questioners during public comment talked about this as well, it appears as if Seneca will be providing the Welcome Center services. For the record, I'm concerned that we have outsourced receiving assessment and intake services to a CBO. I heard you say that this is still fundamentally the county's responsibility. So I want to understand that a little bit better. What oversight will DFCS have for this contract, which seems to be taking over all of the former responsibilities of the rake?
Sure. So Dan, if you want to speak to just the practice piece of it in terms of what staff will be doing in conjunction with Seneca.
Absolutely. I think the county staff will still have the same responsibilities that we have today. So the same responsibilities to do assessments on child abuse and neglect, the same responsibilities to do an assessment to determine best placement matching, the same assessments responsibility we have right now to determine all of our case planning goals, our case planning outcomes. The provider in this sense, Seneca, would have responsibility for the day-to-day care of that child. There's opportunities, as Bob has mentioned, for in that building of that continuum, for that provider to start doing some other initial assessments that help with care planning and with some of the behavioral health and mental health planning. And have that start much like we do today with our behavioral health providers. So DFCS social workers will still have the same responsibility that we have today. It's the care and supervision of those children while we're waiting for placement that's really going to be changing.
And I think that was the issue that we had just always struggled with the receiving center, is that it was an under 24-hour facility. The goal of that was to do the clearance that we needed, to take the kids into custody, to be able to do the clearance that we needed to, and then be able to hand the kids off to the appropriate level of care as quickly as possible and as holistically as possible. What we're hoping to gain again out of the system of care with the concept of the welcoming center is that kids can land in a system of care that won't be interrupted as quickly as possible.
Well, that was the intended purpose of the rake as well. No kid was ever supposed to be there for more than 23 hours and 59 minutes. So we think that Seneca can do more efficiently or more effectively what the rake was designed to do.
Again, we will continue to do our piece of it and do the handoff. The challenge in the past was we didn't always have someone to do the handoff to, and the kids were staying. So that, again, that piece of it doesn't change. And then as soon as we can do the handoff and the assessments can happen, the care planning can begin. As soon as we finish doing our clearance, we are not in a position to do really any more meaningful work around the treatment planning for a child. So as soon as we can hand that off as quick as possible to a provider who has the skills to develop the meaningful treatment plan, that's the goal and the aim of the Welcoming Center, to be able to achieve that.
Okay, thanks. I may come back to that in my more specific points, but let me just stay with the general for another minute. According to the dashboards, it looks like there's been an increase in admits in April versus March, and I'm wondering if this means that there's been has there been an increase in placement disruptions since the shelter in place started? Are you seeing any connection there?
Yeah, I think that we're seeing an increase in the amount of time it's taking sometimes to locate appropriate placement based on some of the concerns regarding coronavirus, specifically some of our youth that may have been AWOL for any amount of time, that there's been some delays in doing any kind of testing that's needed to be done, or working through how to support providers and caregivers for some of those children. So I think there has been a little bit of a delay, which has caused some of that increase in census that you've seen.
Okay. My last general comment: in preparing for this meeting, and particularly this item, I think it was unnecessarily challenged by the fact that there were 6 different off-agenda reports that were submitted at different times. And what I'd like to ask for in the future was, when putting together a ledge file and board and report to the board, to please include a summary of all related items. That should certainly apply across all departments to Dr. Smith as a general request, but specifically in this situation, the things coming from SSA have been perhaps each useful in itself, but as a consolidated whole, it's been very hard to piece this all together. Having said that, I'm going to try to focus now on a couple of different specific areas of the reports, and I'll begin with respite. You noted in the ledge file that since March 28th, 2020, RISS has provided 1,237 hours of respite care. What are the hours of respite care to date for this fiscal year?
The hours to date are a little over 13,000. I think that the amount that we put in that ledge file, I think once it was submitted and we did some more checking, I think we determined that there may be some discrepancies with the data that we're having to go back and actually see. Historically, the data that's been presented to us hasn't been presented in kind of a monthly, it's been a cumulative. So we're going back to see if that's actually the correct monthly amount, or if that was a monthly plus a billable. I was able to confirm that there was respite provided during April. I just need to verify the actual amount of hours because of the way it's being tracked.
Thank you. And then please share that with the board. How many hours are available per year in total?
It's 200 hours per family. The difficulty in determining the overall annual amount by hours is it's based on kind of the budgeted amount. So, we have, I think it's around $212,000 annually budgeted And it's $6 per child and then $3 for each additional. So you can get kind of a rough estimate based on that, but it really is an annual cap on the money, not necessarily the hours.
You noted, I want to come back to the study that some of the public speakers had asked about and Supervisor Cortese referenced also. I appreciate that. You described in pretty significant detail that you'll be conducting a study to compare our county with surrounding counties that have a lower reimbursement rate than we do. And I find that to be a little bit frustrating because it almost seems to ask if respite care is indeed an urgent issue for our resource families. When this study will take, the ledge file says 4 months, you think that you can do it in 2 months, but I want to call out that there was no direction from the board to conduct a study. The direction was to report back with options for 4 things: to increase the reimbursement rate to minimum wage, to increase the minimum number of hours to 300, to include biological children in permitted childcare reimbursement, and to streamline the reimbursement process. So in addition to the concerning time delay, studying other counties won't necessarily help us understand the needs of this county's resource families. So in following up on that request that had already been made, I would like the next report back to directly share with us the options with regard to those 4 specific directions that were approved by our board a couple meetings ago. It's all blurring, but I'll find the date if you're not sure which meeting I'm talking about. I'll stay in the respite care lane for a moment, but shifting the lens through the shelter in place order. Have you been able to determine specifically if there's been an increase or decrease in respite requests since the shelter in place? The dashboards indicate that. Do you?
Based on just on the conversation with the provider, it does appear that there's been a decrease in requests since mid-end March.
Do you know if resource parents have been requesting respite specifically to replace closed childcare facilities as a result of the shelter in place?
Yeah, and that I'm only aware personally of one situation where that occurred, and we were able to connect the family with the Bridges program for childcare. We're looking to see if that was more widespread.
And so has that been approved?
We actually, one of the follow-up things is to see of all the families that have gone through, which one of our respite families have been approved for that, to be able to get that specific information.
Okay, I think caregivers and I think the board were told through one of the off-agenda reports that the respite was not for childcare. If it has been approved, has that policy changed?
No, this would be for actual childcare. So when the provider when the caregiver actually needed childcare versus respite, connect them up with the available caregiver childcare resources opposed to respite resources. What I'm looking to see is how many caregivers have been able to get childcare through the childcare resources.
Thank you. That would be helpful to get. Governor Newsom provided an additional almost 1.8 million for resource families impacted by COVID-19, which means that they can receive higher monthly reimbursement rates to cover the extra costs associated with supporting children with more complex needs, again, as we heard today. Flexibility for counties to use these reimbursement rates will ensure that foster children can stay in their homes and not be moved into shelters or other facilities. Is our county using these funds to supplement the respite programs for COVID-19 related respite in order to prevent disruption, which you noted appears to have increased during the shelter in place?
I would say the guidance on, we're still awaiting guidance on all of the initiatives that the governor had done specific to that. And what we would certainly plan to be using that. We would anticipate our piece of that to be around 35,000, but we just need to hear from CDSS on the implementation guidance on all of that.
And we've specifically put that question out there to ask for clarification?
No. not for that in particular, but we would anticipate being able to use that, and that would be the allocation that we would have for it.
Could we use the funds for a special rate for respite providers during the shelter in place to extend the grace period, to use expired hours? I think June 30th is the cutoff, since many couldn't use them during the shelter in place.
Again, what we'll need to see is what the guidance is, if there's flexibility to do that, or if it's prescriptive. And what I would say is, you know, in many instances, this type of funding has come down with specific end dates that end up getting extended just because the reality of getting the guidance out to counties isn't timely. So we're hoping that there's the potential for extending timeframes on those two.
Okay, so these questions, plus the one that I'll ask now is there an ability to use this funding for childcare if the resource family's regular childcare provider is closed during the shelter in place? I assume also comes with those guidelines. So I'd like to get an off-agenda report that answers all of these questions when you do receive that guideline from the state. I'm going to move away from the respite topic to placement, specifically during this pandemic. When a child is removed from her home or placement, what is the protocol under COVID-19?
So the current protocol is that we're assessing based on questions that we're asking caregivers on current functioning, on any health concerns. If there are indications from any providers or any parents or the reporter that there's been any possible exposure, we have brought children into medical facilities to get screened. Apart from that, it's really the set of questions that we're asking based on public health guidance to everybody involved, and then observing for any kind of physical symptoms.
So it was noted that we've secured additional homes that may be used to care for children under quarantine during this pandemic, but we secured those homes before this crisis began in response to the Enborg rake site closing. Is there a different procedure in place now? Are we using those just as quarantine spaces?
Yeah, actually, we had obtained a few more based solely on really short-term, based solely on what was going on with the coronavirus. So we have had some children come into care that their parents were had issues on possible exposure, so that the children themselves were tested. So we placed them separately. We've had some other situations where we've had children that were placed with providers that had gone AWOL, and the providers themselves weren't comfortable taking them back until they were tested. So we've used those separate sites for those children.
Did you just say that the kids went AWOL?
Like the children were in a placement facility and left for the day, and the provider didn't know where they were at. And then when they turned back to the facility wanted us to have them tested. I see.
At the last monthly report, as of the last monthly report, there were 912 children in out-of-home care. And I understand that there have been several orders locally by Judge Schwartz and at the state level by the Judicial Council that offers guidance, but with discretion to DFCS on how to administer visitation for children. And I know that there have been many shifting protocols to marry the best interest with the child, with the public health order, and the kids' parental rights. Of those 912 kids, how many of them have court-ordered visits with their parents and siblings?
So that's data that we don't have. I could pull a specific number, but I do know that the vast majority of our children in out-of-home care have some kind of visitation with parents ordered. I think out of the 900, there's maybe around 100 that are in some portion of the adoption component that wouldn't necessarily have visitation with parents. So the vast majority would.
So what practices then have been adopted by DFCS administration to apply the standing orders of visitation by the courts?
Yeah, so each child, the assigned social worker is doing an assessment to determine if having an in-person visit is necessary for that child's well-being, especially for the children that are 3 and younger. For the vast majority of our children, we have video visitation going on with parents. Our county council works with each individual social worker to make those determinations, because part of the recent court finding is we have to do a notice to court if we're going to be doing video versus in-person visitation.
Thanks, and apologize for the dogs. I've been told anecdotally that there were visitation issues prior to the public health order due to lack of social workers needed to transport kids and to supervise the visits. Do you know if those issues have been resolved?
You know, I think that because we've switched to almost primarily video, you're eliminating a lot of that transportation. I think the visitation piece today has been addressed. That's something that we're still looking at working on with our visitation managers to address that moving forward, because at some point we're going to have to start transitioning back to in person. So over the next 30 days, that's one of the priorities for DFCS is we're going to be looking at the plan for the transition back to in-person visitation and what's that going to look like.
Yeah, so in that vein, I asked last time how long the wait list is for social worker 1 supervised visits. What is the update on that wait list today?
So today, I think largely because we have that video, we don't have a wait list. So I think that going back to kind of whatever the quote unquote normal looks like, we're going to have to see how that impacts workload with more in-person visitation.
So I just want to understand a little bit better what the lack of visitation, particularly if there are technical issues for replacing transportation challenges with technical and internet services, excuse me. The county, through county council and case social workers, makes recommendations to the court regarding family reunification. And obviously we shouldn't be rushing to reunify a family that may not have had visitation in the past 8 weeks or more because of the wait list, because there's been no opportunity for the family to work through previous issues that brought them under the court's jurisdiction. But on the other hand, I'm certain that we don't want to recommend terminating parental rights without giving the family the opportunity to work through those previous issues that brought them under the court's jurisdiction. What are our plans for supporting family reunification now and immediately after this public health crisis passes?
Yeah, I think one of the things that we really wanted to do was to make sure that the situation that was presented to families based on this public health crisis did not negatively impact whatever their case process was. So I think that on a case-by-case basis, I know that's something that county council is working on with the individual social workers, is to assess what that impact was. You know, both looking at what was the trend and what was the case situation kind of pre-COVID, kind of what have we been now. But our focus really has been for as much as we can to ensure that we have service continuation, even if that means transitioning some of the stuff to virtual. We want to make sure the families are still receiving what they need.
Right, thank you. And this is my very last question, and it goes to the virtual piece that you just mentioned. How are we taking inventory of technological capabilities? What specific steps are we taking besides where we can, setting up a console where kids can Skype with their kids? How are we working to increase video, remote, telephonic visitation as outlined in Judge Schwartz's order? And I'll finish with that.
Yeah, I think in situations where that's been a barrier, then we have worked to try to obtain some kind of devices for families that we're able to do that. I think when we have people that can access or obtain resources through another means through relatives or family or friends that we can loop them in with, then we've been able to work through that. I think fortunately that's been, we haven't had to do that as much as I was originally fearing that we would have to do, that we've been able to connect the majority of people with have either had their own resources or we were able to connect pretty readily with resources to make sure that wasn't a barrier.
So have you heard either anecdotally or in a way that you're keeping track whether families have had, whether lack of internet access has been a barrier at all?
I have not heard that to my level for visitation. That's something I'll have to go back and dig into a little bit more to see if that's been an issue, but I have not heard that coming up to my level.
Okay, so thank you both, Bob and Dan. There's a lot in there that we still need more information to follow up on, but I appreciate the continued work and moving forward on behalf of kids and their families.
Supervisor Simidian, sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Manicaci, let me just see if on the issue of respite care, excuse me, excuse me, one more time. I understood you to say that that your department thought there was some value in going off to do a little more research and come back with a plan. Could you flesh that out a little bit more for us, please?
Sure. I think there's just two key items to that. One was a little bit of what we indicated in the report of just a quick survey of some of our county partners. So it really is just understanding the practice from the standpoint of what rates are paid, how things are done, how providers are recruited, things of that nature. And then the other piece I mentioned was just understanding a little bit of the history of this, just to be fair around understanding the baseline of how the reimbursement rates are calculated. And what I alluded to earlier was just in foster care in general, we know if you do the math on a 24/7, taking care of a kid, it's doesn't really calculate to a living wage. So we wanted to get back to what was the thinking when the rate structures were established for these programs, including respite, and why the rates, the rationales for why the rates were established at the levels they were.
Let me ask, the current dollar amount according to your report for respite care reimbursement, $6 an hour, yes?
That's correct.
And forgive me, I should know this, but if someone asks for respite care in the ordinary course of events, is there I know we've got a cap on a yearly basis, but is there a cap and how much they can, either a minimum or a maximum, forgive me, either a minimum or a maximum on an individual case-by-case basis?
Not necessarily in the sense that we can waive that if folks request extended hours.
So is it typical, for example, for somebody to say, on a given Saturday, I want to take 4 hours of respite care? Is that a perfectly plausible possibility?
Yeah, and I mean, Dan, feel free to chime in if you have any comments on that too.
No, I think that's accurate. That really should be used for at the caregiver's discretion.
And travel time is because if somebody has to get to a residence to provide respite care, that is or is not compensated.
That's a good question. I'll have to go back and check. The reimbursement forms are submitted in by the caregiver. So let me look and see one of the directions on those and see if they include travel time on that.
Yeah, Mr. Manicaci, I understand the point you were making earlier. Let me get to the point here finally. I understand the point you were making earlier about wanting to have a sort of a fuller understanding of the system, if you will, before we move forward. And I heard you very loud and clear when you said that the challenge in finding foster families and or finding folks to provide respite care may or may not be tied to compensation, if I understood you, that there might be other factors that were really driving all that. Did I get that right?
Yes.
Yeah. That being said, I'm sitting here asking myself, if we want to attract more foster families, and I think we do, yes?
That's correct.
And we want to retain the ones we have, yes? Forgive me for leading you, which I'm definitely doing. Then it seems to me, and I think Supervisor Cortese was circling this same issue, perhaps, if I understood him correctly. Is there any downside to just saying, look, let's send a clear signal and make a statement that we want to increase the respite care reimbursement rate by some modest amount now, understanding that it may be a different amount once you've completed your study. But it seems to me that given the challenges we're already facing and have been discussing now for many months, to Supervisor Ellenberg's earlier comments, some increase to the rate would be a way to send the message that people have been heard, and also to provide a little bit of immediate relief. Would there, other than the fact that it would cost us a few bucks, is there a downside to that?
No, it's truly the cost. And I think, you know, you can all understand too, to the extent that we have gold standards, it certainly makes our life easier in terms of administering things. It's just the balancing of resources.
Yeah, how many, 200 hours is our maximum for a family, yes?
Correct.
How many families again? I want to do the math here real quick.
Dan, do you?
It was around 480 families, I think.
All right, so if I said 500 families and they all used their 200 hours, and we kick the $6 up to $9, which is a totally arbitrary number, but that's an extra $3 per hour. That's $600 per family a year. $600 times 500 families. I got $30,000 if I did the math right in my head. Did I do the math right in my head?
I'm guessing 300,000.
Did I say? There you go. All right.
I knew that's why Mike took his mic off. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. No, 300,000. Thank you. I should have used my calculator. Thank you. And is it your expectation that that would be fully utilized?
You know, it's certainly possible.
Any thoughts about that as a possibility?
I mean, once again, I think we align with the thinking on this. It's just a question, you know, in these times, trying to balance out all the needs that we have across all pieces, and how we're going to balance our budget for the services. That's.
Let me just make one other point, and then ask Dr. Smith if he'd like to weigh in. And that is, and thank you, Mr. Wasserman, for making sure I wasn't off by a factor of 10. It's
our referral.
Long morning. You know, I'm just asking myself realistically, if somebody needed respite care, you know, who's anxious to hop in the car and come over for 4 hours to be reimbursed $24? I mean, I just think that sounds like a formula, literally and figuratively, that's not really designed to work. Dr. Smith, you got any thoughts on this?
Maybe we shouldn't wing it. Maybe we should come back with a report next week about what the cost would be and what we anticipate the implication should be. Because you know, 300,000 seems like a significant amount of money to me without a report suggesting it.
Okay, I'll let it go there, but I think I've done more than shown my inclination, hopefully. I think to the questions that folks have raised thus far, or the comments that have been made thus far by board member Supervisor Chavez and colleagues, waiting a week, you know, if we were literally going to come back next week, that's probably something I think we could do. I think, but waiting 2 to 4 months, again, to the comments made by my colleagues earlier, given the extended discussion we've already had, I think would be challenging. I'll let it go with that for now. Thanks.
Thank you. Supervisor Wasserman?
Thank you, Madam President. And thank you to our two speakers and answering all the questions that you did. Cutting that report back time in half sounds like a great idea. Dr. Smith, your offer to bring back the information so we can make a more educated decision sounds like a great idea. And the fact that the rake is closed as we asked it to be closed, and we're subcontracting out, seems like the right way to go. So Bob and Daniel, I'm going to stop it at that, and look forward to your next report back. This was a received report.
Yes.
And, thank you.
Thank you. So a couple things that I just want to point out. If you go back to the February 25th memorandum that we all voted on, this was a something that I brought forward to my colleagues with very specific recommendations based on 3 meetings with service providers, with our union members, and with some caregivers who actually provide the respite care. And they had very, very simple solutions or recommendations. And among them was increasing the hours to 300 annually, 300 annual hours, expanding the program to include biological children, because one of the problems is if you have a mixed family, your children are mixed, it's very difficult to get respite if you're respiting one child, but you still have 2 others with you. To increase the reimbursement amount with an additional $4 for each child with a maximum of 6 children. And to streamline the reimbursement process from 45 days. So not only do people get paid $6 an hour, they wait 45 days to get the reimbursement, to a 1-week payment streamline. So I mention that because I think there are some very specific direction or opportunities that we can bring back next week. And I'm happy to request that we continue this report. I do want to just raise a few other things. I really agree with everything that my colleagues have said. So I'm going to be brief and just give some points. So this came in February 25th. And again, it was done with lots of input from the community. That's why it was so specific. And I appreciate Supervisor Ellenberg's point that often we ask for research and studies, and as a matter of fact, in the next item, I'm requesting that to get more information. But in this instance, we actually didn't do that. It was really, let's look at the costs, let's look at how to do it. So thank you for reminding me about that, Susan. I had to read it again while we were here to remember that. So I appreciate that will come back next week. I'm going to ask the staff to review the original direction given by the board so that you have that and you're able to be responsive to it. In December of 2018, as part of one of the Joint Foster Youth Task Force recommendations, we requested a cost study so that we could look at our investment in foster care. To date, we have not signed a contract for the cost study. We've been in contact with your offices to request information. I understand that in February, it was in County Council's office from your staff's denoting this for a number of months. And now it's been in procurement since April. What I just want to know is who the provider is and when it's going to be signed. And you could just send us all an email. I don't need anything fancy. I just want to know that we have a provider. If we don't have a provider and we're stuck somewhere in the process, if that could be lifted up for the board so that we can consider what actions to take on this. The other thing I'll just say is in October of 19, I asked for a list of the recommendations and just to know which ones had been funded. We've not received that since October 19. The last thing I want to just ask for is the continuum that Supervisor Ellenberg was really asking for, something much more descriptive with the continuum of responsibilities for each party and the workflow that happens for children. And I just want to say that the response to her, while helpful, because I know you understand the language you speak, I've been listening to this and I had a hard time understanding this. I've heard it at Children's Family Seniors. So I just want to emphasize the point that she raised about being extremely descriptive. And the fact that our oversight partners don't understand this is of concern to me as well. It isn't to say you haven't been trying to communicate. I would just say that this has got to be, again, one sheet, very discreet. Here are the boxes, and here's what the partnership looks like. I think that's particularly important because when this contract came through, and by the way, Seneca is an excellent partner, so this isn't about Seneca, but when it came through as a number of behavioral health, mental health services contracts. And I think I would just say, while I appreciate the efficiency, and I really do, because you've been trying to move from the rake, the way we've asked you not to do it, to a new place. And I want to say thank you for that, that that probably we should be mindful not to put anything on consent that's dealing with this topic. And I should have caught that and I didn't. But when we have something that's just so important to the community and the board, for at least for the time as we're restructuring it, I would just ask you to let us put things on consent. That'll demonstrate we understand it versus you all doing that, if you wouldn't mind. So those are my comments. I'd like to get a motion asking for the respite care to come back next week with the responses to any of these other questions that I've raised today or my colleagues have raised today. May I motion?
So
we
moved.
Got a lot of motions here. I'm sorry. I thought Supervisor Cortese made the motion, and nope, it was you, Joe, made the motion, and then
Someone
Susan.
else made it. It's fine with me. It
And
doesn't.
then Susan, did you second it? No?
I made the motion, but put me wherever you need.
Okay. So we have a maker and Semidian, a seconder and Ellenberg, and we'll now do a roll call vote. And this roll call vote asks for follow-up on all the questions raised, but next week having a report out on the original respite referral. Okay.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Supervisor Semidian?
Semidian, aye.
Supervisor Cortese?
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman?
Yes.
And President Chavez?
Yes, and thank you, Steph. I know you're working against terrific hours, and that, Dan, you've really jumped in the middle of this, so thank you for that. And thanks for all our speakers. We're going to now move to item 14, and this takes us into our board referrals. We'll move through as many of these as we can during this next 30 minutes, but we will be taking a hard stop at 12:30. So on this item, I'm asking, this is to consider recommendations relating to a telecommuting benefits analysis and framework for employees of the region, both public and private, during and after COVID-19. This really, I should say, really has an emphasis on us as an employer. And what I'm asking for staff is to include an analysis relating to expanding telecommuting, which I've been told by young hip companies that they refer to this as either no commute work or any number of other catchy titles. So that's a referral to administration to report to the Board of Supervisors June 23rd relating to which county departments have been most already demonstrated significant success with telecommuting, and a work plan to analyze and expand telecommuting for our own employees, to develop revisions to guidelines to track and monitor the benefits, measures of success, and the costs of telecommuting. C, to approve a referral to administration to request the Office of Sustainability report back to the Board of Supervisors on the 23rd of June with a framework to look at the potential impacts of increased telecommuting on the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions and other harmful climate impacts. Approve a referral to the administration to collaborate with the Bay Area Air Quality Management District on a clean air telecommute challenge for large employers with 50 or more employees as defined by the BACMed Commuter Benefits Program that already exists. Approve referral to administration to collaborate with and support the efforts by MTC, the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, the Valley Transportation Authority, Caltrain, and other government entities, and the Silicon Valley Leadership Group to expand telecommuting options and to help transition public and private employees who are unable to telecommute to return to their respective workplaces with the support of public transportation. The
Supervisor?
Yes.
Supervisor?
Yes.
Can I respectfully ask that we not say June 23rd, because there's really no way in the world we could give you a thoughtful answer to this referral by June 23rd, given the fact that we're going through the budget and COVID and all the other issues. Could we do it in August?
Sure. I think what was requested on the 23rd was some, let me say, I spoke to some of the staff. These were areas that they'd already been working on. So the B and the C of it are to the 23rd, but I would be very, you can only do what you can do. So that's no problem at all. It was really
Okay.
just for 2 sub items, but I appreciate the challenges. I just wanted to say to my colleagues a couple things about this. One is that due to COVID-19, we've seen a 70% reduction in traffic. But what that has led to is an overall 26% reduction in CO2 emissions and a 38% reduction in oxides of nitrogen, and a 20% reduction in fine particulate matter. And the reason I raise these is that these are all really significant for public health. And I just want to give you one example. CO2 absorbs solar energy and keeps heat close to the Earth's surface rather than allowing it to escape. And it can linger in our atmosphere for thousands of years. And it's responsible for about 3/4 of all global GHG emissions. So, and although the Bay Area is only 1.3% of the US emissions, this type of program is important because it could be something that would allow other companies to, public and private, to follow suit. And, you know, honestly, my goal here is to set goals. It's not to make demands. It's really to create the opportunity for us to think innovatively about the opportunity, like what I think is a silver lining in terms of the COVID-19 crisis. And then the last thing I just want to say on this is that, you know, I had somebody ask me yesterday if I was worried that by doing this, that it would somehow lower the property values in our community. And it struck me, I was struck by that because I had seen a report that that was done by a joint venture Silicon Valley that demonstrated two things. One, that almost 6.6 of our we have 100,000 people in Silicon Valley, employees that commute over 3 hours a day, 100,000. And that has a loss of productivity of $3.4 billion to the businesses in our community. So from my perspective, this feels like a win-win-win for us to dive in and try to protect the environment, protect the quality of life for people who live, work, and play here. And also, as we start to rebuild the economy, to do it in a way that supports businesses capturing the value of every dollar. So I would like to make that as a motion. Then I will go to public comment, and then I will come back to my board colleagues.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. I'm now going to go to our public speakers, and I have, if the staff could go ahead and call them.
The next speaker is David Page. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Yes, thank you very much. David Page. I'm a member of the Climate Justice Work Group of Local 10 to 1, SEIU, and I'm also a member of 350.org, Silicon Valley. This is fantastic news. I read about the article in the Mercury this morning. I've been discussing this with my fellow environmentalists for the last several weeks. We've been in discussions with the Palo Alto City Council about this same topic. I didn't realize you guys were working on this at the county level. I'll be sending you an email so we can get in touch. I'd like to support your efforts, and also Mr. Guardino. And I just want to say thank you very much. It's really fantastic news, and I hope this passes unanimously. Thank you.
Our next speaker is a representative from the comms team account. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
This is Carl Guardino with the Silicon Valley Leadership Group. And through obstacles come opportunities. As CEO of the Silicon Valley Leadership Group, I support the concept strongly of Board President Chavez's proposal, as it's a triple win for our communities in our region. One, it reduces pollution and greenhouse gas emissions. Two, it continues to tackle our traffic congestion issues, which are the bane of the Bay Area's existence. And three, this will absolutely help to keep our employees working in ways that protects public health through the COVID-19 challenge. Now, all of us want to make sure we don't add to the costs of our county, our companies, or individual families. And that's why we're so glad that Supervisor Chavez is proposing this so that we can work together and make this work for our region.
Our next speaker is Blair B. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Can you start the timer over? No, you're not going to start the timer over. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry for the trouble. Yeah, for this item, this sounds like a nice idea. With it is going to be the need for more broadband and Wi-Fi. There's a big push from the federal government in San Jose to place more 4G and 5G within San Jose. It's uncomfortable, but yet at the same time, it's part of the digital inclusion ideas and all of that. And it's my hope to try to begin to describe to you that these digital inclusion ideas are coming through at this time. There doesn't have to be a big push by government and advocacy for this broadband. And I think from that, I hope we can learn to ask for more responsible minimal use practices that won't have to saturate neighborhoods with more and more broadband, and we can keep our acts very minimal and responsible for the future. Thank you.
The next speaker is El Capitan. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
You need to unmute El Capitan. We might need to go to our next, oh, there you go.
Our next speaker is Janet Diaz-Perez. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Hey there again. I was not prepared to speak on this. However, I so wholeheartedly support this agenda item, not only to help the pollution, the traffic congestion, but it will benefit families, the super commuters especially, because it lowers their expenses with childcare, with car maintenance, with just dealing with the stress of not getting to work on time. And as a steward, trust me, I represent many employees regarding their issues of absences, tardies, and all of that encompasses traffic, dropping off your child, you have a sick child, taking time off. All of that will be so beneficial and for both ends, whatever productivity they provide and for the families.
Our last speaker is Green Foothills. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Good afternoon, President Chavez and supervisors. My name is Alice Kaufman with Green Foothills. And I just wanted to say you have received a letter from us and including 6 other organizations supporting this policy. Our coalition includes environmental organizations as well as transportation related organizations. And we really believe that this is an important policy to put forward right now. We have really seen differences during the shutdown in terms of our ability to have clear skies, to hear birds singing, to enjoy cleaner air, and we really don't want to sort of go back to the old normal. We would like to move forward to a new and better normal where we don't lose the benefits that we've seen during this time. So thank you very much for putting this policy forward, and we support it strongly. Thank you.
Thank you. You want to try El Capitan one more time? And this will be our last speaker on this item.
The next speaker is El Capitan. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
I'm having trouble.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, good. Maybe I can start over. This is Shani Kleinhaus with Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society, and together with the Committee for Green Foothill and Alice that spoke before, we submitted that letter about the benefits of reducing the amount of commute and traffic. I think for our organization, the number of people that suddenly notice that there are birds around and are enjoying them, either in parks or in their backyards, has really raised the profile of our organization among a lot of people. And birdsong has been a lot of comfort for a lot of people, seeing them and hearing them. And to us, the level of traffic and all of that was abnormal. Talking about going back to normal, that was not really what we aspired to. And so thank you, Supervisor Chavez, and we hope that all of you move forward with this policy. It's timely. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your feedback. So on this item, if I could, I'll just switch it up so that we have a little opportunity to take a break. Dave, did you want to weigh in on this? I saw you came up first.
Yes, thank you, President Chavez. First of all, I just want to say great referral. Thank you for jumping on this and moving ahead. I think it's been on a lot of our minds, especially those of us who have been so engaged in the climate issue and environmental issues in general, to try to take advantage, while business is opening back up and before it's too late, to sort of seize the day and make sure that we don't completely, to paraphrase our public health director, squander all the progress that we've made in this area as well, not just in terms of the health of saving lives today because of the pandemic. A couple of friendly amendments that are really housekeeping. It's great that you included MTC and the Air District, obviously the Air District in this, to include ABAG, Association of Area Governments as well.
Fine, thank you.
As you know, that will be received well by them. And they're joint staff with MTC now, but they separately govern, as you know, serving their and put together Plan Bay Area, which you're really driving straight into the middle of, so to speak, no pun intended, on this referral, and BCDC as well.
Oh, good idea.
They were early on leading the whole climate effort because of issues involving the Bay and sea level rise, and they're all in one building, which leads me to my final comment here. As somebody who has to travel that building a half dozen times a month in non-COVID times, I couldn't help but notice when we started doing Zoom meetings that we cut down on literally thousands and thousands of miles of travel just in that one headquarters building in San Francisco, with not just elected officials coming from all over the Bay Area who had been driving, some of them using fossil fuel vehicles or, Caltrain or whatever, which is still fossil fuel based. Some of us, using BART and EVs, but also a whole bunch of employees, and that we could still do the work of regional government, which is so focused on reducing greenhouse gas emissions that we actually have this plan under SB 375's mandate to make sure we're reducing them year over year based on very, very strict requirements that the state has given us. I couldn't help but notice or realize the sort of irony in the fact that all this time, we've all been commuting to our meetings and not really modeling very good behavior until COVID made us do so. The good behavior of telling the rest of the region, look, we're early adopters. Private sector enterprise can do this too. We can cut down on the 157,000 in commutes from the Central Valley that we get every day in this community, and all the things that you indicated, Supervisor Chavez. So kudos for bringing this forward. And I hope it's just one more case where Santa Clara County ends up leading the region. Not that we're looking for credit, but in the sense that this could really prompt some, this could really be a game changer in terms of prompting some action. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Simitian, I see your, oh, nope, you went away. Oh, there you are. Sorry, my squares moved. Thank you.
Thank you. a couple of observations, Supervisor Chavez, and perhaps a minor amendment. I see the motion as really being two sets of directives, one more focused on our own organization and one more broadly focused to the larger community, the business community, the Bay Area business community. As to that portion that's focused on Santa Clara County, I want to highlight a couple of issues that I think will need to be addressed. And I've raised these before, and I want to keep raising them to make sure that they do get addressed. One is if we go down this path in a more robust way, that raises obvious questions of what does that mean in terms of supervision of employees, presumably a different kind of supervision if folks are working remotely. Second, does that place a burden then that is new, different, greater than it has been on supervisory employees? And third, sort of what are the equity issues and how do you address them of folks who say, well, wait a minute, my work doesn't lend itself to telecommuting, and I'm not the beneficiary of these policies as compared or contrasted with somebody whose work might very well or very easily accommodate. So I think, you know, there are a couple of issues around supervision that I'd like staff to look at if you're willing to incorporate that direction into your motion, as well as the sort of equity issues between and among colleagues. I'm not sure. I don't have a conclusion about what the answer will be. I think these are issues that we might as well anticipate and try and be in front of if we're going to go forward.
Excellent.
The second thing is, particularly with the addition of BCDC and ABAG, and I think they're both appropriate additions. In 14E, in 14D, there's simply referral to administration to collaborate, but in 14E, approve referral to administration to collaborate with and support efforts by, and then the list of these 3 or 4 different groups, now 4, 5, 6 different groups with the additions. I wonder if we could say, and support as appropriate efforts, just insert the words as appropriate. I want to give the administration a little more flexibility. We don't know what's been proposed. We don't know what may be proposed. If the administration confronts something and says that's just contrary to board policy, I don't want them to feel like they have to support some effort which is yet to be defined. And then the last thing I'll say is I do think, and I want to smile when I say this, Supervisor, I do think that going to August rather than June is the reasonable approach. We all want a sense of urgency behind the work we do. I certainly have never been shy about saying, you know, now, sooner, urgent. But I'm just sitting here thinking of the many referrals where we agreed to the administration's request to do a report back rather than come back to the board, or to delay the referral by 90 days. So I do think we have to be careful about putting even more work in front of items that have already been deferred. I appreciate your willingness to take those amendments and look forward to supporting this. I have been frustrated over the last decade and a half since California took action in 2006 with the Global Warming Solutions Act of 2006. We've made tremendous progress in only one of the 3 areas where progress could have and should have been made, and that's on renewable energy. We still are struggling both with industry and with transportation, and to the extent that your motion is an effort to find improvements that are real and tangible and significant in those 2 other areas, I think it's a laudable one. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Mike?
Madam President, thank you. I'm going to be uncharacteristically brief and say I agree 100% with the comments that Supervisor Simitian made, each and every one of those. And I'm looking forward to the information we get back in August.
Great. So with that, Susan, are you?
Can I just say I thought that was exceptionally well said, by the way, Madam President?
Just take yes for an answer.
I'm ready to put a motion forward. I want to let Ms. Ellenberg weigh in.
Thank you. I appreciate hearing from everybody. Certainly you'll get no argument from me on the environmental benefits of continuing reduced commuting, particularly in single occupancy vehicles. A, B, and C were easy for me because they're internal and they are what we control. I just want to ask a couple of questions, mostly so I understand what level of involvement and degree of work we are looking for from our staff with regard to items D and E. If we are bringing together MTC, VTA, Caltrain, Supervisor Cortese mentioned one or two others, who do you envision, Supervisor Chavez, as being responsible for coordinating this effort?
Excellent question. On D and E, most of the organizations have their own programs already. So what I'm hopeful of is that this is an opportunity to do two things: share best practices, but also these organizations have capacity to help support and incent this kind of activity, in particular MTC and the Air Quality District. And so I think when the staff comes back to us, they'll tell us the answer to that question. I don't have a desire that we be the king or queens county of the 9 Bay Area counties, but I do want to make sure that we get the work launched.
Okay, that is reassuring. Thank you. And with regard to bringing in private partners as well, I see that we've named SVLG. I'm certain that labor, other business groups might be interested in having a voice here on telecommuting as well. How again are we thinking about integrating both private businesses and public transportation and environmental agencies? Is the integration for the purpose of conversation and shared best practices, or something more directive than that?
So part of the reason I named the leadership group, and I should also say the other group that was really supportive has been the joint venture. Yeah, they've been great. But I think really that was an oversight on my part. My expectation is we've got to talk to all sides to make it work. And so what I would just include in here is SVLG, labor and the business community, and the labor community. There may be other stakeholders I haven't thought of too. And so I'm really open to that. And I appreciate you raising it. It wasn't intended to be exclusive, but I appreciate it.
Okay, great. I appreciate Supervisor Simidian's agreement that we wait until later in the summer to pursue this, and to echo Supervisor Wasserman's regular exhortations that we don't overburden our staff or give them much more to do right now. For the purposes of approving this report today and waiting for our staff to come back in August with some recommendations about what's doable and feasible, I'm very glad to support this.
Thank you. And I'll also just add one piece of information. We're gonna, I serve on the Air Quality District. Supervisor Cortese serves on MTC. I am the chair of the Bay Area Regional Collaborative. So we're going to be bringing something similar to all of the entities so that they're all playing a meaningful role. So thank you for that.
Great to hear.
I have everybody's feedback, and if you're comfortable, what I would do is just make a motion with all the feedback we received from our colleagues. And if I could get a second to that motion.
I'll second it, Supervisor Chavez. Can I just ask one clarification?
Oh, I already had a motion. Never mind. We had a motion in a second. I'm accepting all of the friendly amendments that we received. Yes, Supervisor Cortese.
I appreciate that. And I just want to make sure that you said in the original motion you did not want to hold up D and E, which would require a simple letter from our government relations office to those organizations that are listed here to indicate that this is moved forward today. I understand holding up B and C, which is the work that would come back to us in August. But I just want to make sure that Danielle and the people in government relations understand that it's important to communicate this motion, the adoption of this motion today, to these regional agencies ASAP. I think that's just a simple letter that typically goes to the board president and is signed off, to go to the agencies as a government advocacy type of a thing. So, I mean, if nobody has any objection to that, I don't think that's going to overly tax anybody to get a simple notification letter out. Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you. If seeing no other comments, may I get a roll call vote?
Supervisor Ellenberg,
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian,
Committee and I.
Supervisor Cortese,
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman,
Aye.
and President Chavez.
Yes. Thank you, everyone. With that, we're gonna when we come back, we're gonna take our items that are at 1 o'clock, and then we'll go back to the regular agenda. So we'll start with our COVID reporting, if that's all right with my colleagues, unless my colleagues would like to take 15 and 16 first, and then we would just let the staff know that. Are people comfortable with us beginning with COVID, or Susan?
I prefer if we can finish 15 and 16, because just
Right
seeing
now?
how the other meetings have gone after we have completed COVID, we are all somewhat exhausted.
You want to do it right now?
What is 15 and 16?
It's 12:31, and it's inventory cap and East Palo Alto
Right.
filter. We just spent a little over 30 minutes on the telecommuting item, and I'm saying that more just to give you a sense of how we're moving. On the item before, it was a little over an hour. So I'm happy to, I mean, like, I think item 16 we could take right now. I don't, if Supervisor Simidian would like us to do that, we may be able to do that one. Item 15, we can try it now. It's up to you all, or we can take them at 1.
If my colleagues are in agreement, I would rather do them either now or at 1 before the COVID, but in either case, before we launch into the COVID conversation.
Here's what I would request then. If we did that, then we would need to cap these items at no more for both of them than 30 minutes would be my request, so that staff can plan the rest of their day. And that's, so far we've not been quick. Mike, what were you going to say?
Thank you. The capping's a great idea. 15 minutes each. They're each referrals, and if we can do that, that would be great. I think what you're doing is very fair to staff members who had plans originally for 12:30, but what we've done so far has taken certainly longer than anticipated. So if we can
Supervisor
knock it out-
Chavez?
Yes.
I apologize. I did not mean to cut Mike off. Forgive me.
Go right ahead, Supervisor.
If there's no objection, and if there is, then there is. But if there's no objection, I'm happy to take up item 16, move approval. And if there's a second, I don't need.
Second motion.
We have a motion and a second. Any more discussion on that item? I have no public speakers on that item. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Ellenberg,
Oh, how do we go from 15 minutes to less than 3 seconds?
I'm doing my best.
16, are you okay? Susan?
16, I'm just looking at my questions to see if I need to ask them or if I can do this offline. Hold on 1 second.
Madam Chair, do you have any speakers?
None. That's why I went to the vote. I asked for a roll call vote.
Yeah, I will support this, but I will send, there are some questions that I do need to have answered with regard to transportation concerns. But it's just a report coming back, right?
Yes.
They're coming back. Then I'll send my questions for them to be included in the report back.
Supervisor Simidian, is that okay?
Of course.
Okay, so we have a motion. We had a second. We're now on roll call. Dave, did you vote already?
Aye.
Well, I'm sorry.
May I start at the beginning, Madam President?
Yes.
Thank you. Supervisor Ellenberg?
Aye.
Supervisor Simidian?
Committee and I.
Supervisor Cortese?
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman?
Aye.
And President Chavez?
Yes.
Thank you.
So when we come back, we're going to take, I'm fearful that the inventory cap won't be short. I don't know how many public speakers we'll have on that.
We can try it. I'm happy to make a motion.
We've got sorry.
Okay, so if we took item 15, let me just see if we have any public comments on this before we act on it. I know we've received a number of letters. We have no public comment on this. Okay, do you want to make a motion, Susan?
I do. I will move to approve the referral. If we would like a longer description, I'm certainly happy to make that right now.
I think we read the report. So we have a motion. Do we have a second on this item?
I'll second. I assume Supervisor Simidian wanted a second. It's his referral. So
I'll second.
He seconded it. Supervisor Simidian seconded it.
Here we go.
With Madam Chair, with one minor amendment, if the maker is amenable, I think there may be some confusion about the recommended action language, and I think it's just a semantic issue. As written, it says cap on budget inventory items of up to $500,000 per supervisorial district for fiscal year 2021. I think the intent, as I understood it in my conversations with Supervisor Ellenberg, is that it's a cap per supervisor, not that the cap would be specific to the expenditure of funds in any given supervisorial district. Supervisor Ellenberg, are you and I on the same page on that?
That's fine.
Yeah, and the reason, Madam Chair, as long as I'm speaking to my second, if I may, is as you will recall, many times inventory items are not within the boundaries of an individual supervisor's district. They're things that provide countywide benefit or even benefit to some area outside the district. I'm thinking of the Educare facility, for example, some years ago that I did as an inventory item. That was very clearly in your district, but I thought it was a worthy project and was happy to support it at the time. So I just think some of the concerns that have been communicated to me might be ameliorated if people understood that there wasn't a limitation on the expenditure funds within any district, but that it was an attempt to limit the 5 supervisors, all of us, to a more modest amount. And finally, I'll just close by saying historically, Supervisors Ellenberg and Wasserman have, at least in recent history, argued to simply eliminate inventory items this year. I thought that was a bridge too far, couldn't go quite that far. My willingness to agree to $500,000 cap, so that's common ground in the middle. And I'll let it go with that. Thanks so much. Look forward to being an aye vote in a moment.
All right, Supervisor, any other comments? Supervisor Cortese?
President Chavez, I'll be a no vote. I think the unintended consequences of this are going to become apparent rather quickly, just in terms of the need that's out there, particularly from community-based agencies right now. I don't know if I'm sought out more than other supervisors' offices. That historically that hasn't been the case. We've all been relatively equal, with the exception of Supervisor Wasserman, who tends to have some kind of internal cap, I think, in his office to minimize more than the rest of us our inventory items. The rest of us have been pretty even in our expenditures over the years. I think within about 10% or so, even before this particular composition of the board. And there's at least that much need out there with COVID and so forth. And my fear is that what's going to happen is history is going to repeat itself, and we're going to end up with so much outcry for help that we're going to end up creating a general fund contract bucket, much like boards just prior to my arrival here did, which ended up turning into another massive job for the COO's office and the CEO's office, trying to manage requests coming in through RFP processes instead of through this process, that and having to put them on cycles and so forth. And it's all general fund money. But anyway, this is going to come back, I suppose, with some sort of further discussion, because it has to as part of the budget process. So I'll hold any remaining comments for later, but I'm not trying to be overly negative or particularly prescient. I just feel like I've been doing this long enough to know that this is going to create a lot of grief. Not in my office, not for me personally. Money doesn't help me. It helps a lot of people out there that are really, really struggling right now. So, and this is about 25% just for the listening audience of this 500,000 of what I know at least Supervisor Ellenberg in my office produced last year in terms of inventory items. So that means 75% of somebody isn't going to get the help that they were hoping for this year. And you know, I'm just being explicit. That's what I'm referring to as just what will be the beginning of fallout on this. There's other reasons that other board members in the past have discussed as to why the board might want to keep some discretion in this area, but I won't even bother going into that right now because I don't think the votes are going to be there to do anything different than what this referral is asking for. But my vote will be a no vote.
So I'm also going to be a no vote. And in the past, when we've made divisions of resources where for historic purposes or parks or whatever else, I have reluctantly supported equal division, even though it's not equitable. And so I think what I'm concerned about is I don't want to vote for anything that looks like it would be precedent setting. And I don't want to give the impression that I don't recognize the severity of need based on the type of topic that we're discussing, based on the areas that we represent. So I will be a no vote. So with that, David, can you do the honors?
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Simidian, aye.
Supervisor Cortese.
No.
Vice President Wasserman.
Aye.
And President Chavez.
No, and I do want to just say to staff, it's now 12:41. I apologize. I made a commitment to get you that 30 minutes. We're going to start a little at 10 after 1. And then what I'm going to do for the afternoon is I'm going to ask folks to, if my colleagues with, I don't want to constrain anybody, but I do want to make sure that we can finish all of the items today. I don't believe anybody would have a hard stop today, but if you do, if you could text me, and that's with my colleagues, so it'll help me arrange the rest of the agenda a little bit. Thank you, everybody. We will come back at 10 after 1. All right, everyone. So we're going to bring our meeting back to order. I can get let's give our colleagues a minute to come back to us.
Hey, Sylvia.
So we're going to start with item 9. And I know that we'll do a roll call. So I just wanted to give my colleagues a minute to come back to us. And as my colleagues are available, if you could either take yourself off mute or start your video, pardon me, it will help us with the next piece. And I want to talk a little bit about process too.
You said we're starting with 9, Madam President?
Yes, I did. I'm sorry, I said 10, but I meant 9. That's exactly right. We're starting with 9. And that's to receive the report from the public health officer related to COVID-19.
And that's one you're combining with 13?
Yes, I'm adding 13 to the end of that discussion.
All right.
So what I'm going to do is, again, I'm waiting for our colleagues before I start. All right.
There we go.
Thank you. What I'd like to do is ask the clerk to take roll as we begin our next segment of the meeting.
Supervisor Ellenberg. Supervisor Simidian.
Supervisor Simidian present.
Supervisor Cortese.
Here.
Vice President Wasserman.
Here.
And President Chavez.
Here. What I'd like to do is move to item 9, and this is to receive a report from the public health officer related to COVID-19. And this is the process question I wanted to just alert my colleagues to. What I'd like to do, What I would like to do is to ask the staff when they present, after they're done presenting, this is just for item 9, then we're going to go to item 10. But at the end of item 9, I'm going to give each of my colleagues 15 minutes to ask the questions, ask their questions, and then if they want to come back for another round, they can. But the idea here is that these are, I know, are very meaty topics, but we want to make sure we can dive in and then make sure that everybody has a chance to weigh in before we go to the next item. So for item 9, if I could ask I'm going to turn to Dr. Smith to outline the approach that we're taking with item 9.
Okay, thank you, Madam President. We are going to have a presentation that it comes from a PowerPoint. So I think, Dave, maybe you can put that up now. And I'm going to start off with just an introduction and a little bit of a history of where we've been, and then focus on the operational components of where we need to go in the future. And then we'll turn it over to Jennifer Tong, Dr. Tong, who will talk about clinical components, which will mostly be about PPE. Then I'll turn it over to Dr. Cody, who will talk about tracing, isolation, and quarantine. And then we'll be able to answer questions. So, Dave, I think, there we go. So the major focus here of this introduction is that we're entering a new phase of the response to COVID, and we wanted to talk a little bit about what happens next. Next slide. So this has been a unique pandemic. It's the first ever coronavirus pandemic in history. It's a virus that's similar to the common cold, but as you know, there's never been a vaccine or a specific treatment developed for the common cold. So even though the scientists are working vigorously on trying to come up with one for coronavirus, there's a lot of concern whether they'll actually be able to do that. In modern history, there have only been really 4 major deadly pandemics. A pandemic's different than an epidemic or an endemic spread. Pandemic implies rapid exponential increase in number of cases around the world rapidly. So we're in COVID in 2019 so far. According to today, there's about 252,000 deaths worldwide. Hong Kong flu was in 68, that caused about 1 million deaths. Asian flu, 56. Nobody is alive here at that point except for me. Caused 2 million deaths. And the Spanish flu caused about 50 million deaths with 500 million people infected, which was about 1/4 of the entire population of the world at that time. Next slide. So speaking of the Spanish flu, to get an idea of what a typical pandemic looks like, this is the Spanish flu in 1918, 1919. You can see that there are 3 peaks during the Spanish flu. Some pandemics have 4, some have more. Has to do with the fact that more vulnerable populations are initially affected in certain high density areas, and then it spreads to a amount of virus in the community that infects everybody. Next slide. So this is total or daily deaths in California compared to Santa Clara County so far. And you can see the gray line is California deaths on a daily basis. And you can see that it's still gone up pretty significantly in recent times. And we'll go on to show you some other stuff later, but you can see we're the blue line, which means that our shelter in place was very effective in so-called flattening the curve. Next page. This is total accumulated deaths, which shows that California, being the red line, is still on the incline. We're the yellow line at the bottom. We're still going up at a much slower rate. And you can see where the two separate is right when we implemented, Dr. Cody and the public health officers implemented the shelter-in-place law. So, you know, there was clearly a big difference that occurred. And obviously there's a lot of talk in California about relaxing shelter in place. I just want to point out that we're still in California going up dramatically. So there's no clinical evidence that shelter in place should be relaxed at this point. Next slide. So this gives you an idea of what shelter in place and no shelter in place will do. This is projections from the Institute of Health Metrics and Evaluations, which is in the University of Washington. They just changed their model on Monday because of all the talk about relaxing SIP. They wanted to show what the difference was. So start with California on the left. Before the change in shelter in place was recommended, they were projecting 2,104 deaths. If you decrease the shelter in place significantly, which basically only means about a 10% increase in the number of contacts that individuals have, you increase the number of deaths to 4666 or 25,000 or 2,500 new deaths. That's very significant. Obviously, in the United States, it's a lot worse. They projected 72,000. These are projections as of August 4th. So right now we're at about 69,000. If you decrease shelter in place nationwide, it goes up to 134,000, and you have 62,000 new deaths caused by relaxing shelter in place. Now, I should point out what they did in order to measure this. They used data from Facebook and Google measuring activity as it was before COVID, during the beginning of COVID, during shelter in place, and projecting based on the changes that have occurred in certain regions in the rest of the nation, what it might look like in California and other areas. So that was the way that they changed their model, and that's the effect. So relaxing shelter in place will cause new people to die. Next slide. So here's a typical response pattern to a public health outbreak / pandemic. In phase one, the key is to identify the pandemic's coming, to prevent and protect the spread. Basically, this is protecting non-infected, non-sick individuals from the sick individuals. And then phase two, which means that you continue with also phase one, is to target the infected individuals and to do tracing and isolation and or quarantine as necessary. Now you're in the phase of protecting the population by isolating the infected individuals. And then hopefully if you develop a immunization or other treatment, you do the treatment and you repeat the whole phase over again, because as I pointed out before, it's a multi-spike problem. Next slide. So just to reveal what we did with phase one, when Sarah and the public health officers in March imposed their shelter in place, it was done based on the fact that Sarah had identified through a small study of sick individuals at BMC that there was a significant community spread, which indicated that it wasn't going to be endemic, meaning that it wasn't going to be a localized infection. And so recognizing that a pandemic was emerging, and that there were no treatment or immunizations. She moved rapidly to prevention and protection, which was social distancing and shelter in place, which was really the only option. And you know what that meant. And then at the same time, we focused on preparing for hospital surge, PPE needs, and protocols for treatment. Next slide. So what she learned, or what we learned in the intervening time period, was that COVID-19 exploded worldwide, and particularly in the United States and New York and Louisiana. When we instituted shelter in place, we were looking much worse than New York. Now we're looking obviously much better, which told us clearly that shelter in place was working and that the pandemic was not going to end anytime soon. We expect multiple spikes, and it's unlikely that we'll be able to avoid a spike at the end of the year, particularly with some states relaxing shelter in place dramatically. There's a high frequency of spread of from asymptomatic patients. We know that the virus was around a lot earlier than we initially thought. There's no herd immunity. We know that people over 60 represent 78% of the deaths, men almost 60%, Latino and Asian population 65%, and those with comorbidities 90%. Next slide. So based on what we learned, the public health officers decided it was time to go to the next phase, and that's the May order that went into effect on Monday. And again, the goal is to first identify every possible case using significant PCR testing in order to find those who are asymptomatic as well as those who are sick, and to evaluate the highest risk populations first. And then the estimate is that we'll probably need at a minimum of 200 test results, not tests done, but test results per 100,000 population. Last week, we reported 50 per 100,000. So in terms of tests reported, we have a ways to go. I'll show you later on in terms of the part components of testing, where we have the limitations and how we expect to fix them. Then there also needs to be tracing of these positives and the asymptomatic positives. And we figure that will take about 600 tracers to do that in this county alone. And then there's the need to isolate individuals or quarantine them as needed, and provide necessary support in terms of food, housing, income support, childcare, and all those things they need. Next slide. So the public health officers created 5 indicators. I won't read them all to you, but basically it boils down to decreasing number of cases and deaths, sufficient capacity in the hospitals, and the ability to do contract tracing and make sure that we have PPE. The more important things, I think, are at the left, which is that any relaxation of shelter in place is definitely risky. There's no unrisky mode here, and there's no unrisky decision. Relaxation that's more rapid and more widespread will be more risky. We have to measure the progress of the community objectively, and so that's where the indicators come from. And that just meeting the indicators doesn't mean the end of shelter in place, because of a number of factors, including the fact that the indicators lag significantly, meaning that there's a 2-week incubation phase. And so you don't know the effect of what you did until at least 2 to 3 weeks later. Next slide. So now going on to testing, I want to talk about this from an operational perspective, not specifically from a public health perspective, because no longer is testing the purview of public health. Public health labs are small labs designed for disease evaluation. Now we're moving into labs that do clinical evaluation. So there's two components basically of testing. One is the collection of samples. You can see there what is involved with collection, sites, PPE, staffing, supplies, questions about who's responsible for the sites. Once the specimen is collected with a swab that goes up the nose almost all the way to your brain, then the swab is put into transport media, and the transport media is taken to a clinical lab, and those are academic, private, and governmental clinical labs like the one we have in VMC, not the public health lab. And the selection of technology is an issue because there are a number of types of tests that are being done using different reagents and different PCR technology, and some are approved, some are recommended, some are experimental. The processing is relies upon supplies and equipment, and that determines the turnaround and the result reporting component, which we talked about is the goal. And obviously, all of this has individual components of capacity involved. Next slide. So the board asked for us to identify a testing team, and we had already been working on that in EOC, and we realized we needed to have a single point of contact. So we've asked Marty Finsterscheib, who's the former public health officer of the county, to come back, and we're currently working on finalizing a contract with him to be the team lead for the testing team, so it'll be easier to have one person to ask questions of and get answers from. But the entire team will involve a lot of people. There'll be healthcare provider liaisons from VMC and from surrounding hospitals and health systems. There'll also be medical supply team, which is basically going to be responsible for ordering supplies needed for testing and collection. There'll be a lab team working with the private and other clinical labs. There'll be community outreach, because you'll see later on one of the real needs we have is to notify people of testing being available, and also a public information team. Next slide. So here's the status of plans to expand, and we're planning to access testing rapidly through all of the county. Most healthcare providers already have access to testing, although some have different amounts of testing available. Some are using different criteria. Both the state and the county have provided substantial support for us to expand testing. And testing for VMC patients is without insurance, is for anybody with insurance and without insurance, and is done based on the public health order of who should be tested. We're also focusing testing on shelters, SNFs, and high-risk environments. And as I mentioned, the public health officers just updated the guidance for testing. So Sarah can talk to you about that when she gets on. So we also want to support the other sites, and you can find all of the sites on our webpage, which is listed there. But to rattle them off fairly quickly, we have testing and our collection and testing capacity at VMC, at O'Connor, at St. Louis. We have specimen collection capacity at Milpitas and East County and downtown clinics and the DePaul site. As the board knows, just yesterday, there was an announcement about state sites. There'll be 2 state sites in 2 schools in the county. There's also going to be an announcement today about a city site that will be run by Verily. And we also have the Verily site at the fairgrounds. Then we also have collection and testing capacity at Stanford with using their own testing capacity. And all of the other hospitals in the county have testing capacity. Kaiser has a different process where they do a quick test first and then the regular test. So roughly speaking, in terms of collection capacity, we're quite rapidly approaching the 4,000 model. In terms of reporting capacity, we have a ways to go. It's next slide, please. So the reason why we're having problems with reporting capacity is a lot of testing sites are underutilized. Part of that we think is because people don't know it's there. Part of it is that people are actually missing their appointments. Part of it is, I think, clinical referrals. We also know that a lot of healthcare providers are using more restrictive guidelines than have just recently been approved. And laboratories are not being sent as many specimens as they can meet in their capacity. So in terms of collections, roughly speaking, Stanford has about capacity for about 2,800 collections. We're told that Kaiser has capacity in the region for 1,500. We don't know exactly what HCA has that's regional and Good Sam. We at VMC currently have capacity to sample about 2,000, but in terms of reporting and getting them through, we're only able to do about 300 a day until we get a new reagent, which is supposed to be here at the end of the week. And we also have a new machine with reagent coming within 2 weeks. Once that happens, we will be able to do 2,000 tests in the laboratory per day. And then Verily is and the state are using Quest laboratories, and Quest are multinational labs who have large capacity. Next slide. So right here, whoops, nope, go back there. So the reason I talk so much in detail about testing is because I know the board's very interested in testing, and also the board is going to be a very important leader in developing testing in our community, because as you saw, we are quickly approaching the capacity to do 4,000 tests a day, but we have major problems with communication and community outreach. So we're going to need help with the board and cities and others to make sure we actually get people to the testing and make sure that they go through the process and get the labs completed. As you know, earlier on in this process, we had major problems with supplies related to not enough testing, transfer media, not enough sampling tools, not enough ability to get private labs to do capacity testing, and also problems with reagents. Those things, although not completely resolved, are quickly becoming less of a problem than actually getting people to the sampling stations. So now I'll turn it over to Dr. Tong, who will talk about PPEs.
Is Dr. Tong on the line?
Supervisor, I do not see her on the list.
Okay.
We do have an attendee with her hand raised, but that does not appear to be Dr.
No,
Tong.
that's not Dr. Tong. So if I could ask staff if there's someone else who can present.
This is Dr. Tong. Are you able to hear me now?
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. Technical difficulties here. So this is Dr. Jennifer Tong with the Healthcare Surge Branch in the Emergency Operations Center. Could you go ahead and return to the slideshow that Dr. Smith was showing? We're not seeing the slideshow. Here it comes. And if you go back one slide, please. Thank you so much. So currently our acute care hospitals, based on our assessment and interactions with them around their current PPE inventory, we do feel like they have a sufficient supply for their current patient volumes, but it's important to note here that their current patient volumes are extremely low, both their patient volumes related to COVID and their non-COVID related patient volumes. Most hospitals and health systems are starting to return to doing elective procedures and elective outpatient visits. So we do think that their volumes will be increasing among their non-COVID populations, which will cause a significant increase in their PPE usage, since several of the same items are used for such procedures. There is an ongoing supply chain disruption and shortage of PPE, not only here locally, but across the state, the nation, and internationally. Despite that shortage, we have been able to acquire approximately 16 million pieces of PPE through our Emergency Operations Center's medical supply unit. But we still continue to have shortages, predominantly in regular sized N95 respirators and gowns. We continue to track the inventory of the acute care hospitals on a daily basis, and we are starting to ask hospitals to certify whether or not they have a 30-day supply of PPE that would be sufficient to meet not only their current volume, but a surge in patient volume. In addition to supporting the hospitals, we're continuing to support the needs of skilled nursing facilities, first responders, and other entities that provide patient care. We still, despite extreme efforts on our side, we still have significantly less PPE than we believe we will need in the coming months. We continue to focus on at least a 30-day supply in the hospitals, plus an additional supply from the County Emergency Operations Center as a backup, knowing that the hospital's ability to quickly replenish their supply chain is challenged. So with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Cody to speak about case investigation and contact tracing.
Hi, this is Dr. Cody. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, yes, we can, Dr. Cody.
Wonderful. If you could go to the next slide. I'm going to talk about case and contact tracing, which, as everyone knows, is one of the really important priority areas of work for us. So we are in the process of a rapid and massive expansion of our capacity to perform case investigation and contact tracing. This is core to public health efforts to control the spread of a communicable disease. And we're going to need to do it at a scale that we've never before done here or in many, many other places. So in order to assist us in this massive scaled effort, we've brought on some new technology to pair with the good old boots on the ground, shoe leather epidemiology, as we call it. We're using a technology that we've been working very closely with San Francisco, and we're using this similar technology that they are. This is going to help us be more consistent, do things in a standardized way, and be more effective as we scale. And I think we lost the slides, but I'll just keep going. So right now where we are with our capacity is we can investigate about 25 new cases a day. And the reason that we're able to do this now is right now with everyone sheltering in place, most people have very few contacts. So we've been quite successful in our shelter in place and bringing down the new number of cases reported each day. And each case has on average fewer contacts because they've not been out and about. So the goal is to be able to investigate every new case and trace every new contact. Ultimately, we think that we're going to need the capacity to be able to investigate and contact, up to say 75 new cases a day, hopefully not beyond that. But we do know that in the weeks and months to come, that cases are going to report a higher number of contacts as we ease shelter in place. And so we're anticipating an average of 40 contacts per case and using that number in our planning. So what would an expanded team look like? And this is imagining, again, an infrastructure that's, twice the size of the current public health department, essentially. And there would need to be a combination of skill sets in order to make this happen, including project managers, as well as a variety of skill sets on the team, ranging from clinicians to contact investigators to support staff for data entry. We've already had we've had lots of offers of support and some positions that have already been funded externally, including 2 epidemiologists being funded by the CDC Foundation. Some of these positions require specific expertise. Some of these positions, someone could be trained up fairly quickly, but it's a rather large scope of work. And so we are in the process of working with Haluna Health. They're a group that traditionally has supported public health efforts, enabling them to scale. And so we will be looking to Haluna Health to help us with the operational support so that they can manage the hiring, training, onboarding, scheduling, and all of the operational details to enable us to accomplish the scale of this work. Next slide. So what we're imagining and working towards is that the actual work in this very large team would be, the positions would be filled in a number of ways. So the first would be county staff, including those that are already working on case and contact investigations, as well as staff from other public agencies, such as from cities or school districts or the state. And you may have heard the state recently announced that they are looking to support counties in contact investigations and contact tracing, given how vitally important it is. We're looking for staff who would be able to work for at least 6 to 12 months, and that's because there's a significant investment in training, and it takes a little bit of a while for people to get up to speed and get into a rhythm and do the work most efficiently. We also have had lots of interest in volunteering. Everyone really wants to make this work, which is wonderful. And again, would be looking to Haluna Health to help us onboard all the community volunteers and make sure that they're matched to a position that makes the most sense and that they get training to be able to do the work that needs to be done. So again, this is going to be a very, very, very large body of work, and it won't come cheap. We'll look for as much external support as we can to help support the effort. But this is going to be a very large and expensive scope of work. Next slide. So as I mentioned, we've had some early indications from the state of California that they are looking, actually, I think they're thinking of redeploying some of their state employees to help with case investigation and contact tracing in counties. We don't have any further details as to exactly what that would look like or what sort of staffing support we might be receiving from that effort. But again, we would pair it and combine it with the teams that we've outlined, along with volunteers, county staff, et cetera. But I think I've talked before, and I just want to highlight again that, we're going to be doing a lot of testing, identifying symptomatic people who have COVID, asymptomatic people who have COVID. But as important as identifying people who have the infection and are infectious is ensuring that those individuals are able to safely isolate and not spread their infection further. And similarly, we need to ensure that their contacts who are exposed and at risk of developing infection and becoming infectious, that they are also safely quarantined and not at risk of spreading the infection further. And in order to ensure that we do this, we are going to be looking to cities and other community partners to support this scope of work, which may include everything from housing, food, income support, income replacement, child and elder care, or just part of the above. We're not, we're living in the United States. This isn't a place where we can mandate that someone go and isolate in an isolation shelter or quarantine in a quarantine shelter. At the same time, we know that many people live in settings where they really can't isolate or quarantine without external support. And so, again, we'll be looking to cities and other partners to help us with this critical work. I'm going to stop there and turn it back for any questions.
Thank you. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the public first, and then I'm going to go to each of my board colleagues. I am going to give the public just a minute to weigh in, and to sign up. And what I want to just remind my colleagues is that I'm going to give each colleague up to 15 minutes to ask questions. And so what I'm going to ask is my colleagues to be concise in their questions and the staff to be concise in their responses. And that way we have an opportunity to go around if we need to more than once. So each board member would get up to 15 minutes. I'm going to just give a couple more seconds to take public input on this, and then I'm going to close the list for public participation. All right, so what I'm going to ask the clerk is to call the current names that are on the list. And for my colleagues, this is a total of 6 people. And then we'll go to the board.
The next speaker is Jerome Shaw. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
My question was about the slide that showed when Dr. Smith was talking about the comorbidity rate of 90% for people that contracted the COVID. And I was wondering why in the shelter or for people to get housed in hotels, why you have to have 3 underlying conditions to get into a hotel when the data shows that just having 2 underlying conditions can cause you to have a morbidity rate. I personally believe if you have 1 underlying chronic condition, that you should be placed in a hotel if you're, homeless or out on the streets or in a shelter or just sleeping in your car. So I'm still wondering why the county has a 3 underlying condition criteria when the data shows that even 2 underlying conditions can cause a morbidity.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Greg Tanaka. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Good afternoon, President Chavez and County Supervisors. My name is Greg Tanaka. I serve on the Palo Alto City Council, and I'm speaking as an individual. I'd like to talk about creating a structure between the county and the city to deal with this pandemic. I believe our organizations can partner on the necessary operations for the new normal so that we can confidently reopen the local economy. I believe testing and contact tracing are key requirements. And as you might have seen, our city manager has submitted a proposal to do a beta with the county to provide idle city employees that we are paying for until the end of June to they could potentially help with the contact tracing. So as Cody mentioned, there's a lot of labor that's needed, and I believe that our city can help participate. In fact, last night we voted on this topic, and we're going to be having a deeper discussion on it to talk about.
Next speaker is Liz Niss. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
So good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Greg, for speaking out and speaking up. I'm going to talk about two things. One is that we need more testing in the North County and in our North County cities, and would anticipate and hope for more support as we go forward with this. Delightful to hear that Marty Fenstersheim will be back. It'll be a pleasure to work with him. But I also want to talk about this huge undertaking of not only testing, upping the reporting on that, but in addition, having long-term contact tracing. I think in addition to Marty, you also need someone who is an administrator in a business sense. And I hope you'll look at that structure. This to me looks like taking on a huge bunch of whatevers and trying to.
Next speaker is Scott Largent. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Thank you, everybody. Scott Largent. I'm still kind of confused why we're not properly vetting people out into the areas that we're now sending them, from the shelters to those mystery hotel rooms to the trailers that don't really exist. I'm sorry, they exist, but they're not being used properly. You know, I'm always confused about this stuff. And what's really kind of funny, right? Well, it's not funny. Who decided to start using the Sleazy 8 down there on First Street? I thought the arrangement with the state and Governor Gavin Newsom was to use Motel 6. That Sleazy 8 right there, if somebody was sober or not on drugs, give them about a week in that place. And I'm telling you, they will be back on dope. They'll be working the pole again. I mean, it's just what's going to happen. We need to put people amongst other people that are in their same situations, clean and sober parents, people that have schizophrenia, people that have just, you know, vet them out. But we put them in one big melting pot and look what's happening now.
The next speaker is Mila Zelka. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins. Oh, Mila has a technical issue and is unable to speak. Our next speaker is Linda Lenoir, and she's the final speaker. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Thank you very much for all the work that everyone is putting into all of the projects that you have been proposing this morning. I have a question about who specifically will be working with schools. I remember during N1, during those days when Marty was in charge, we had many trainings for school nurses on how we would have to deal with our students. And so I'm wondering who will be leading that effort. I'm also thinking about in terms of numbers of people it will take for tracing. There was an idea this morning on a program I watched that talked about using college students who will need jobs, and that will give them an opportunity, an economic opportunity. So that might be, we might think about that as one kind of resource. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the public speakers. And I'm going to go to my colleagues. And what I thought I would do is start with Supervisor Ellenberg, as she has to give her some time to present on the contract, her item 13 that addresses contact tracing, then allow her to give questions, and then I'll go to Supervisor Cortese, Supervisor Simidian, Supervisor Wasserman, and if we need to go back again, we will. All right, Supervisor Ellenberg.
Okay, thank you so much, Supervisor Chavez, and thank you, Dr. Cody, Dr. Tong, Dr. Smith, all of you for your presentations here. Since contact tracing was part of what you presented on and talked about, I want to follow up specifically on that piece as it connects to my referral. And I appreciate all of the work that's been done there and the conversations that have been happening around the importance of contact tracing. Really what I want to emphasize is that in addition to considering all of the public partners that you mentioned, which I think is critical, that we also make sure that we are looking not only at the public sector partners, but also assessing the capacity and ability to engage our CBO partners and folks from the academic and private communities. One of the pieces that was mentioned earlier today is an emphasis on how critical the CBOs are in building relationships with their neighborhoods and being culturally and communicatively responsive. And I want us to be able to consider how we use their services in this effort for contact tracing as well. So that is essentially my referral. I'm happy to pause there for my colleagues to ask any questions about that, or case that in the...
I'm just going to ask you to complete time, and then we'll come back at the end. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, great. Okay. Then moving back up to 30,000 feet, I want to, sorry, dogs. They're not respectful. I want to continue to try to get as much clarity as possible on our response team needs relative to being ready to reopen, where we stand today, and what actions we're taking to close any remaining gaps. I appreciate the progress that's been made in recent days. To share more detail on the 5 indicators, the report posted yesterday that I had requested at the last meeting, thank you very much. And I acknowledge that we did go through some information on these elements at HHC last week. So Dr. Cody, so that we can all be clear on where we stand with today's data, can you just very concisely state for each of the 5 indicators which have been met and which have not?
Thank you. I think I'm unmuted now. So regarding our indicators, the indicator around cases being flat or decreasing, when we look at our data now, we are meeting that indicator. When we look at the hospitalizations being flat or decreasing, we are meeting that indicator. When we look at our bed capacity for COVID patients, we are also meeting that indicator. So that's all the good news. The areas where we still have more work to do are 1, ensuring a 30-day supply of PPE for our hospitals. And then around testing capacity, the number of tests performed on people living in our county, as Jeff was showing, I think he showed those data. We are looking for a level of at least 200 per 100,000. And we're about, 20% of the way there. So we have more progress to be made. And then around case investigation and contact tracing, we also have a lot more progress to be made there.
So thank you. I appreciate that. And I think that that's very helpful from a public perspective as well, that we can now be so specific and concise. With the tracking of inventory that's being conducted on the PPEs, how many hospitals have a 30-day supply of PPE currently? And how many of the nursing homes have that?
Thank you for the question. I'm actually here with my colleague, Dr. Tong, and I'm going to pass the phone over to her.
Great.
Thank you. This is Dr. Jennifer Tong. At this point in time, half of our hospitals have communicated that they have a 30-day supply for a projected surge situation.
Right.
We will continue working with each hospital over the next several days as we move toward a certification process to ensure that we're all using the same definitions of surge situation and that we're clearly understanding how hospitals are coming to that conclusion.
So
in terms of our skilled nursing, go ahead.
So we will consider that indicator to be met when every individual hospital has that 30-day supply according to whatever standards you put in place?
Correct.
Okay. And the skilled nursing?
In terms of our,
Mhm.
yes, in terms of our skilled nursing facilities, the indicator is slightly different. It's harder for a skilled nursing facility to project that they have a 30-day supply because we have such differences from one facility to another in terms of their COVID volume. So what we are tracking is whether or not a request has been made to the EOC for materials. In addition, we will continue to support those facilities that have outbreaks as needed. At this point in time, based on the inventory information that we have from the skilled nursing facilities, we would estimate that fewer than half would have enough supplies on hand for an outbreak within their facility.
Okay, thank you. That definitely makes it very clear where we need work. I'll move on to my testing question. Now with the expanded protocol for testing of high-risk asymptomatic individuals, can you be more specific on which groups will be prioritized and reached for testing? And are there specific plans for expanding, specific outreach plans for expanding through the SNFs, Valley Homeless Health Program, jails, or shelters that are now being activated?
Thank you. This is Dr. Cody again. As Dr. Smith was detailing, the effort right now are around ensuring that the lab capacity is matched to where the needs are. And as part of this, we laid out in a recent health alert to providers the groups that we really need to be that need to be tested, and they include persons who are symptomatic and asymptomatic. As far as our specific work in the public health department, we are supporting testing in key high-risk settings, such as in skilled nursing facilities, supporting the jail, and working with Valley Healthcare for the homeless program in supporting testing in shelters.
Oh, great, thank you. Are at the SNFs, the highly impacted ones, are we testing all patients and all staff on a regular basis?
So we have prioritized the highly impacted skilled nursing facilities, and this is part of the work of our special investigations unit. So when there is a highly impacted facility, they do go to the facility and facilitate testing of both staff and patients.
Thank you. I won't ask again about contact tracing. I'll just repeat that the focus of my referral is just to be sure that we are as broadly inclusive as possible, and that we look to our CBO partners as well as to the public sector. Let's see. Just making sure I'm not missing things in my 15-minute time window here. As the report notes the need to be able to expand contact tracing when the shelter in place is eased, is it fair to say that we will need to have identified and onboarded a significant number within the next 2 or 3 weeks?
Our goal is to onboard as fast as we can without face planting. Honestly, we cannot do this fast enough. And so I think that even in a week or two, our team will be significantly expanded. And then with the help of a contractor, it's really critical, as you mentioned, that we engage all of the different community partners, all of the different skill sets, and all of the different volunteers to come help in the effort. What we need is an outside contractor to help us to organize the effort and make sure that it's standardized and that everyone's trained and that their skills are matched to the need.
Good. And specifically when it comes to plans to support housing, food, childcare, and other supports for residents to be able to isolate or quarantine, have any external partners outside of the EOC been engaged in that planning to date?
Yes, that's happening with community partners, and cities will also be really critical to that work as well.
Supervisor Chavez, how am I on my timing?
You have 6 minutes.
All right. I think I can do it. The report, thank you, Dr. Cody, is very helpful in laying out detail. But I want to see continued specificity on how we will scale the testing, how we will staff up the contact tracing, the details on the technology to be utilized in the tracing effort, and of course the cost of these resources. I think that it's important for us to be as detailed and transparent with the public as possible on how we are meeting the targets or indicators that you have set forth as we continue to ask our residents to shelter in place. So with that in mind, I'd like the next board report to expand on and provide updates to this report. And I would also like to see details on what we have spent on this response to date and what we project we will need to spend to get the PPE testing and tracing needed in place. I'm going to just shift a little bit for these final questions to a broader lens. Given the governor's announcement yesterday on moving to phase 2, do you anticipate making any changes to the regional public health order that was released last week?
Thank you for the question. We learned about the governor's announcement, as you all learned about the governor's announcement, and we're still looking to understand with a little bit more specificity what's in the proposal, what's proposed to open and to be relaxed. And we are evaluating, of course, in our own community, what we can and can't do to ensure that we protect our residents. And we're also, of course, looking to learn more about the proposal and the changes in the state order.
Sure. At this point, are there any particular discrepancies that you think need to be addressed for public clarity or alignment?
I think mostly it's just a challenge to understand the details of the state order, because as you know, whichever order, local or state, is more strict is the order that controls. So what we need to understand is what the state order is proposing.
Right. And along those lines, in the last several days, my office has received dozens and dozens of questions from constituents on the public health orders, which I think may be even more challenging now with discrepancies between the state and local guidance. And let me preface these next comments by saying that I have no interest in second guessing your orders. I want to reiterate to the public that we need to continue together to follow the orders of the public health officer for our continued health and safety. But I have some concerns about how we work through the gray areas, how we provide thoughtful, responsive guidance, particularly to business owners and community members who have really very fair questions, and how we support innovation and adoption of modifications going forward, rather than just providing generic responses directing residents to the legal verbiage of the orders. I'm supposing that we can all agree that public health and safety are paramount. The individual situations and operating procedures of businesses and community groups are really varied. And what I would like to see is a better, more coherent system for real-time individualized responses and coordination of follow-up and messaging to occur across the EOC on given shifts. One of the challenges that I see is that if the person answering the phone at the EOC is not a specialist in this particular area, but is the one just doing the shift at that time, the quality of the answers may not be as detailed or specific as the caller might need. And as I've voiced previously, I would still really like to see some forum where stakeholders, business owners, community members with questions and concerns can engage in a dialogue to understand the orders and the rationale for the restrictions and have their concerns or proposed modifications considered and incorporated if and as appropriate. So as we anticipate future phases of the reopening, we need to ensure that the public trusts that these decisions are being made in a collaborative fashion. I don't mean the orders made collaboratively, but the way we are implementing and making decisions about business guidelines out in the open and with opportunities for concerns to be considered. I did it in my 15 minutes. I appreciate all of your work, and I look forward to hearing from my colleagues.
Thank you. Supervisor Cortese?
Thank you, President Chavez. See if I can do this in 15 minutes or less. I know you'll let me know if I don't. First question is around, I think most of these questions are for Dr. Smith, by the way, so I'll just kind of alert him ahead of time. Homeless encampments, I've asked about those at 2 prior consecutive board meetings in terms of what our level of concern is there from an EOC standpoint. I know what my level of concern is, and I've been pretty verbal about that, but I was out at an encampment on Tully Road next to the city's Tully Road Library, which is walking distance from the fairgrounds, just a few days ago. Anyway, we have a testing, obviously we have some county personnel and a fairly testing facility, at least I think we did last week at the fairgrounds. None of the people in the encampment that were being fed by a community organization knew what distancing meant. None of them knew where to get tested, and few of them understood what the symptoms of COVID. Lest anybody think I'm exaggerating, you can pretty much tell by the photographs somebody put up on Facebook a few days ago of that particular group being fed and provided necessities that, the basic protocols that we are, pursuing with the rest of the population just are either aren't understood or haven't been enforced there. I know my office asked for the testing numbers last week as a result of inquiries that we were getting from advocates, media, and so forth. And as of the middle of last week, there was 137 of the unhoused tested. And as we all know, there's a point in time count of 9,700 unhoused. So 137 and 9,700 had been tested at that point. I'd asked the last time Paul Lawrence presented on Valley Homeless Healthcare Plan for a dashboard on that work that he's doing, which involves a mobile unit, visitations, education, information, screening, and so forth. I'm not clear if that dashboard has been distributed yet. I might be lagging by a couple days in terms of my review of documents, given how slammed everybody is, as Supervisor Oldenburg just said, with constituent inquiries and so on. But can you get us up to speed real quick on what's going on? And again, I'm interested in the level of concern. At this point, there's no EMTs out there. There's no mobile stations other than Paul's single unit. I think I'd rather have the administration just tell me, or the public health official, we don't have concern. That's why you're not seeing rapid response out there in terms of COVID, rather than say we have concern and then, have these kind of essentially, fairly anemic testing numbers and, educational informational efforts out there. I would punctuate that by saying that it was extraordinary to me that the advocates themselves who are out from community-based agencies providing necessities for the homeless also asked such rudimentary questions about what the protocols were for doing that kind of work, that it was apparent to me that they haven't been trained. Nobody's brought them into a training room and said, if you're going to go interact with homeless encampments, here's what you need to do. Unlike what we've required of construction workers and other essential workers. So that's first question.
Let me try to answer that. The answer is we're very concerned, but this is clearly something that we're having a hard time putting the pieces of the puzzle together. We've had supportive housing and mental health and BMC's housing or homeless program all working together to try to identify and figure out a way to, in a mass production kind of way, educate and test individuals. But, we thought we had an option with Falk Ambulance closing to bring in some paramedics or EMTs. Turned out that didn't work out. So we still have that as a high priority, but we have a lot of work to do to get it to actually happen.
Okay. And the dashboards, has anybody seen those from Paul's shop? I don't know if that's been accomplished yet.
I haven't seen them yet, but I understand he's working on them to have them out this week.
All right, thank you. On the contact tracing, I have a data question. Much of what Supervisor Ellenberg said, I think an explanation to her referral in terms of what additional depth she's looking for. And by the way, I'll support the referral if that's what it's about. It seems like a lot of the contact tracing information already came out today in the report. But if we're looking for a deeper dive, I'm always, willing to support something like that. But again, part of the reference was in terms of being as transparent as possible with the public in terms of contact tracing. What will contact tracing information actually be public information? We've had a little bit of tension going back and forth between some of us in this endeavor dealing with COVID regarding how much data should be public, whether it should be broken down by census tract, or city, or not at all, whether it's going to stigmatize people, whether HIPAA is in play or not. How does that work with contact tracing? If you got a bunch of college students, and I'm all for the college student thing. My son's interested in doing it. 20 years old, and he's a UC student. But then what? Are they all HIPAA trained? And as they track down people who were infected, who were in contact, they're sworn to secrecy, or is it just the opposite? Is that all public information that's going to help us create legacy documents so that we know, where this started and where we need to go to disrupt it?
Thank you, Supervisor Cortese. I'll start answering the question, and then I may just turn it over to James Williams as well. Part of the reason to engage a outside group to help us is that we do, of course, need to ensure that everyone who works on case investigation and contact tracing is trained to handle confidential information, because certainly the information about the cases and their contacts is not public. But as far as how we will be displaying kind of the overall volume of work and the progress that we're making, that we can do because it's aggregate data. And just as we report, I think the key thing to follow is the number of cases that we're identifying that are on the website. We've not actually talked through if and how we might report out on how many average number of contacts per case or something like that. I'm going to turn it over to James if you have, he may have some additional comments.
Yeah, we just to add to that, I think Dr. Cody hit it pretty well. The folks coming in will need to have a PHI training. The information specific to individuals is protected health information. But there are criteria around reporting aggregate information, and we are actually working to provide some legal framework regarding that to the board as a confidential memo.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a minute or two left, Supervisor Chavez? I can't hear you.
You have 7 minutes.
Wow. Okay, well, we're going to keep trying to move along here. Coroner's information while we're on the subject of transparency. Within about 24 hours or less of our last board meeting, around the same time I asked some questions and asked for some reports about overall death numbers or reported death numbers, not just COVID related. We got some of that information out. There were some reports in the press, and the governor came out again, I believe within 24 hours to 48 hours, and asked or ordered that all the coroner's offices attempt to reconstruct any information they have regarding coroner's information that may be related to COVID, is either or unreported as related to COVID. I think that's called, those are called morbidity reports. My question is our coroner, Dr. Smith, tracking deaths any differently now than prior to our last board meeting? I'm assuming there's been an opportunity there, given the resources to ensure that when there's deaths involving people who weren't tested, to maintain tissue samples and to do the kind of I guess is forensic work that would lead to some conclusions in terms of causation, which then brings us back to contact tracing again and an ability to go back and figure out what really caused that person to contract the virus in the first place. And I'm just wondering where we're at on that.
The coroner and the entire office are looking back at past cases that happened. I think she's going back as far as November that might have any indication that a viral infection was involved, like COVID. And they're trying to, decide whether they think that these are related to COVID by looking at specimens and, when appropriate, sending specimens to the CDC. I don't know the numbers right off the top of my head. The last time I saw them, there were 9 cases that she was actively investigating, but it was likely that none of them were going to actually be COVID, but they complete the investigation as you're suggesting. And then going forward, well, since March, there's been the availability, well, mid-February, there's been the availability of tests that were actually working. So that's been an active consideration for manner and cause of death ever since then. So the answer is that the current deaths are being looked at, carefully in real time. The past deaths are being reviewed.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So, Dr. Smith, especially asking this question with some, with a nod toward your medical training. To my knowledge, we haven't had any kind of a surge in violent crime. No evidence of serial killers around, no other pandemics or diseases other than COVID. And yet in March, our overall death numbers were up significantly, certainly more than 9. Is there a presumption from a medical standpoint or an examiner standpoint that the likelihood is that when you're in the middle of a pandemic and you have an overall death increase, that there's a connection there? Or is there a presumption that that's a leap of faith?
No, I think, the other thing that's a confounding factor here is we're also in the middle of flu season, and particularly having a difficult flu season here. And, the two can obviously mask each other. But I think there's a presumption that when the numbers go up, that there's something on a universal basis that's causing that to go up. And that's why she's carefully looking for signs of viral infection. And, you see them in the tissue samples and also in the gross anatomy. And as you're aware, the first case that she identified in February, and by going back and looking retrospective at cases, at the time that the autopsy was actually done, she thought reasonably clear that there was a viral infection involved, but that was a time period when COVID was not, the tests for COVID were malfunctioning, and it was really not thought of as a high priority in the United States. So when she went back and looked at prior cases that were viral related, that's when she decided to send the pathology to CDC, and she continues to do those things.
Okay, I'm tempted to say, what have we learned from that? But it sounds like the governor has ordered up the work, not just in this county, but at least throughout the state. And I understand from national media inquiries that this is certainly not something isolated here to this county, but a reconstruction of data that's going to be attempted across the country to try to get a better read on where not only where all this started, but how to prevent it in the future. Thank you.
Yeah, I do have one thing to add to it for you.
Thank you.
There have been suspicions that we've had that COVID might have been around for a much longer time in the United States and places other than China. And just yesterday, it was announced that a pathologist in France discovered a death was in December related to COVID. So we at least have a report from someplace in the Western world that the virus was around back in December. I wouldn't be at all surprised if we find more cases in California or in the nation. And of course, that raises the specter of how did this get started? Where did it get started? And how did it spread so fast?
Exactly. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I'll conclude there because I suspect my time is up, President Chavez.
Thank you. I'm going to move to Supervisor Simitian, and your 15 minutes of fame starts now.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cody and Dr. Smith. What we haven't talked about much today, if at all, is the relevance, importance, or not, in your judgment, of antibody testing. We've talked about this issue a little bit in the past. I know you shared with us previously that the utility of antibody testing is to some extent dependent on a better understanding than we have today about what the presence of antibodies does or does not tell us. But could you share with our board a little bit more about your thinking going forward, both in terms of the path back to normal as it is sometimes described, reentry as it is sometimes described, the utility, again, or not, of antibody testing, in addition to the testing for the presence of the virus, the so-called PCR test?
Thank you, Supervisor Simitian. So here's what I can tell you about antibody tests. One, there are a lot of them, and they all have different test characteristics. So sometimes it's challenging to know which one to use. And number two, nobody knows yet whether those antibodies are protective, in that even if you have a great test and it shows that you have the antibodies, does that mean that you're actually protected and won't become infected and sick if exposed to the virus again? So that question remains unanswered. So what we can say at this point is the following. Antibody tests are helpful for measuring population prevalence of disease. So if you do what's called a seroprevalence study and you test a sample of a population, you can say with some degree of confidence about what percentage of the population has been infected at some time in the past. However, the test characteristics are not such that they're helpful for an individual to say, to guide that individual's action, as in, yes, you know, you're safe to go out to work. It's quote, safe if you're exposed versus not. So in summary, very exciting tests at this point, great for population studies, not yet terribly useful for individuals.
And is there any way of knowing when or if we'll learn whether or not the antibodies are protective, to use the term of art that you used?
Yeah, I think that work is going in many different places to understand whether the antibodies are, quote, neutralizing. And I couldn't give you a timeline as to when that key question will be answered. I don't know.
I'm going to press just a little bit on this one. And again, if the answer is we don't know, then the answer is we don't know. And I'll take that. But I know, for example, in the discussion about vaccine, people have generally suggested that, you know, we could look at a time period of a year to a year and a half. Fair enough, no guarantees. When people talk about learning whether or not the presence of the antibody is protective, or I think the other term you just used is neutralizing, is that something that we have some good reason to think we'll know in 6 months, a year and a half, 2 years, or is that something we might know in 6 weeks, but we might not know in 6 years? I'm just trying to get a rough sense of what the path of understanding is.
So I'll tell you that I don't have a precise answer to the question, although there may be others that do know. If I was going to hazard a guess, and I'll tell you this is a guess, it's probably more in the realm of several months, you know, several months to a year.
Thanks.
But that's a guess.
Thanks. Dr. Smith, anything to supplement any of
that? I guess I wouldn't outguess the public health officer. I would just say that there's pretty much zero herd immunity in the population, and the only way that a study could be done to find out the answer to the question that you're talking about would be with a large study of of people who had been through the infection and then re-exposing them. I think that is going on in some research institutes, but usually it takes many months, probably a year, to get such a study done.
So it sounds to me like it would be fair to say that neither you nor Dr. Cody are optimistic that we'll have a lot of individual utility or understanding about antibody testing and whether it's protective or neutralizing during this calendar year. Is that a fair summary?
Yeah, I think she's probably more optimistic than I am. I would say probably a year to 2 years before it's useful.
Yeah, I thought if I could sort of accept, unhappily perhaps, but accept the fact that between now and the end of the year, we're probably not going to have a lot of utility from those tests. That helps us, I think, prioritize. So that allows me then to return to the issue of testing for the presence of the virus itself. And Dr. Smith, you talked about the difference between collection capacity as opposed to reporting capacity. And if I understood that right, what I understood is that we actually have the substantially greater ability to test right now in Santa Clara County than is being used, which is why we are reporting numbers that are in the 1,000 a day range rather than some greater number. Did I get that right?
That's correct. Now, I also have to, make sure that for all the people that are listening, understand that that capacity to collect is fairly recently increased because we were pushing so hard to increase the number of sites and increase the supplies. But you're right, the main issue right now is that there's a mismatch between the collection capacity and the number of people coming in or keeping their appointments.
And does that suggest to you that perhaps the criteria that are currently being used for access to the testing, the requirements, should perhaps be reduced, less rigorous, less demanding, that we ought to open up the testing possibilities to more folks?
Well, I think Sarah just opened them up. Basically, the criteria at this point you can find online in detail, but it boils down to all of the same things that we had before: sick people, exposed people, people in high risk locations, people with comorbidities that put them at risk, people that are first responders or the like, plus anybody who's over 60, plus if supplies are available, anybody who desires to have a test. And since we currently have capacity for selection, I think for the most part, that pretty much means anybody. But that just points out the fact that we're still having troubles communicating that message effectively, because private docs and institutions aren't necessarily doing it as on call or as needed. So that's a big part of what we need to do, is communicate that it's available, that it can be done here. Just give you an example, we have a Milpitas drive-by clinic. We schedule something like I think it's 30 people a day, 40 people a day. And recently we only had 3 show up. So that wasn't because we didn't have the staff or the equipment or the supplies or the ability to test. It was because people who had made the appointments just didn't show up. Now, of course, probably they got stuck on a bus someplace or some other kind of, unavoidable situation. So we certainly don't blame them for not showing up, but it does point out that we have capacity to collect that we're not being able to utilize.
Well, I just want to be clear, as I understood the necessary conditions for further loosening up of social distancing, shelter-in-place rules. I heard you and Dr. Cody say we're at 1,000 a day, and we need to get to 4,000 a day, and if we which means we got quite a bit of work to do between now and the end of the month if we're going to get to a better place at the end of this order. Did I get that right?
Yeah, I think that's true, but I take confidence in the fact that we have the capacity to collect, and we're pretty darn close to the capacity to test 4,000 a day, so that if we can just get the connection between the people who need it and the actual collection, we should be able to up our game pretty considerably, pretty quickly.
And that being said, 4,000 is not the ultimate goal. It's just the near-term goal. My recollection is that we really probably need something like 10 to 20,000 a day longer term. Is that a correct recollection?
Yeah, that's correct. 4,000 is a minimal amount. You probably need, like you said, 15 to 20,000. Of course, at the same time you do that, then you have to expand the tracing team dramatically too, because you're going to find more positives.
That being said, forgive me for just saying, you can't trace if you don't have tests in the first place, right?
Correct.
Okay, I am really delighted to see the focus on tracing in a timely fashion, so that we're ramping up in advance of rather than after the fact on testing. But I think we have a real challenge ahead to take testing from 25% of the minimum to a full 4,000 a day by month's end. That would be no small accomplishment, and I'm looking forward to making sure we can push on that front. I will follow up offline, Madam Chair, with staff about ways in which my office and I could perhaps be helpful in outreach to community members. I know we don't want to have competing messages, confusing messages, but Madam President, as you and I have said often in the past, district supervisors often are well positioned to be insightful about how to communicate with folks in their districts. That's what we do. So I think that there's an opportunity there. Last piece of this, I want to go back to something that Dr. Cody said.
Supervisor Simitian, if this could be your last question, would be helpful. It would fit.
Thank
right
you. My timer indicates I have 2 minutes and 30 seconds left, Madam Chair, and
That's exactly right.
Thank you so much. So Dr. Cody talked about testing at impacted congregate care settings. I just wanted to ask, was the term impacted limiting? Does that mean we're not actually testing or able to test at all long-term care facilities, both staff and residents?
Sarah's going to answer that one.
So right now, most of the testing is occurring at a skilled nursing facility where we know that there's already been transmission. We also know that in many of our skilled nursing facilities, the virus is introduced by a staff member, frequently a staff member who is asymptomatic. And this really highlights one of the real importance of discovering cases who are asymptomatic. And so the goal, and with expanded testing and capacity, I think that ultimately we can get there, as many communities are looking to do, is to screen staff at all skilled nursing facilities at some regular interval to try to prevent the introduction of virus into the skilled nursing facility and to prevent an outbreak in the first place.
Thank you. And I just want to say, 45 seconds left, that needs to be more than a goal, Dr. Smith. That needs to be, it has to happen right now. 40% of the deaths to date are in long-term care facilities. That's information anyone can find by virtue of the good work you've done on the dashboards. So if 40% of the deaths are in long-term care facilities, then that means we need to be, absolutely positively have to be, testing the staff who go in and out of those facilities, which we know are so high risk. And as Mr. Wasserman has rightly reminded us in weeks gone by, all we know from the test is the status of that individual on that day. So as Dr. Cody has rightfully reminded us, that means they need to be tested repeatedly. We got to get on that ASAP, even in places where there has not been an outbreak, precisely because we can preclude an outbreak if we do it. And that takes me to 15 minutes and 15 seconds. I appreciate the forbearance.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Here and we agree.
Mike. Supervisor Wasserman.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I just started my timer. Dr. Cody, thank you, and everybody else who've done so much every single day for the last 7 weeks. I agree with Supervisor Simitian about the assisted living, the nursing care, the number of people, the percentage that have died there because of their vulnerability. And I'm going to make a number of comments. I've got a couple of questions. I have some prepared comments because I had so many things going through my mind till late last night. But I do want to say thank you. Thank you for all that you have done to keep our numbers so low compared to other cities of similar size, to slow the spread, for being the first in the nation to take that shelter-in-place position. First, I have a quick question for you. If a person has heart disease or cancer and contracts COVID, and then they die, what do we call their cause of death?
Thank you for the question, Supervisor Wasserman. How the death is classified is usually sometimes up to the medical examiner if it's a coroner's case, and sometimes up to the attending physician. I can tell you that when our medical examiner looks at a case, they are trying to determine whether COVID was a cause of death, but the way we count deaths is consistent with the state. And it's that if someone dies with COVID, they don't necessarily have to die of COVID. So our deaths encompass everyone who dies with COVID, even if it wasn't the primary cause of death.
Okay, understood. Because from your dashboards, which are great, I've seen a very, very high percentage, I don't know what it is, 75, 80% of the people, what I call a comorbidity, which may be the wrong use of the term, but people who died, had COVID, and had another pre-existing condition. So I'll get into my prepared comments if I may, and one other question if I may. On this PowerPoint that you put up earlier and is replicated in Supervisor Ellenberg's referral as well, number 13, the first bullet, Doctor, says indicator number 1, the total number of cases in the community is flat or decreasing, and the number of hospitalized patients, et cetera, et cetera. And I totally understand the and the hospitalized patients. What I'm having trouble with, if you could take just a moment to explain, is the condition that we need the total number of cases in the community to be flat or decreasing. And the reason I don't see that likely to happen for quite a while is because we're actively trying to increase the number of people we test. And when you increase the number of people you test, then you're going to get more positives. So I don't see how indicator number 1, again, indicator number 1 has 2 conditions, total number of cases and number of hospitalizations. I agree with the hospitalizations part. I don't understand how we can possibly meet the total number of cases being flat or decreasing in the next few weeks as we ramp up our testing.
Yeah, thank you for the question, and you highlight something really, really, really important that makes this such a challenge. So yes, the more we look, the more we'll find. We know that. We would be really surprised if we didn't find it. But as we start looking and finding, we hope that we sort of jump up to a new normal, and then our trends will become meaningful again when we're tracking all the cases. But in the meantime, we'll probably be focusing more on hospitalizations because that is a figure that's stable over time. You know, most people who are sick enough to be hospitalized in our community get hospitalized, and we're able to count them. So I think that's one of the reasons why we have to have multiple indicators that we're looking at and interpreting and thinking about the context, including the context of massively scaling up testing.
Thank you. And I agree with indicators 2, 3, 4, and 5. And I'll say I agree with indicator 1B, which is the hospitalization. The reason I have the problem with 1A is several conversations already had were about, okay, we're doing 100 a day. We want to get to 2,000. We can get to 4,000. Supervisor Submitting was talking about 5,000, 10,000, 20,000 by the end of the month. If we do that, we'll never meet indicator 1A in the next 30 days. So that was my point there. I wrote down for myself, testing and tracing are desperately needed and definitely slow the spread, but don't cure the disease. And that we can't shelter in place forever, which also slows the spread, but it's neither a cure and it's not something we can do forever. And that's kind of my lead in to my prepared comments. And I'm taking on the elephant in the room, at least for me and many, 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 many constituents that I hear from. And that is, and first I want to say thank you very much for making masks required inside all businesses. I was at 2 businesses yesterday, both national chains. Neither one were doing that. And now that I know that is in the new order effective yesterday, I'm going to speak to the manager of both places to make sure they're aware of it and that they enforce that. I'm extremely concerned about the economy and small businesses in particular, about the loss of jobs and businesses closing, about the effect this will have on families mentally and physically, and ultimately about the effect this will have on government's ability to provide public health, safety, education, and infrastructure. The tracing plan that we're talking about, even if half the people were volunteers, I'm estimating is going to be about $50 million over the 12 months that it occurs. So the need for sales tax and property taxes not to decline, and income taxes to be generated by people working and earning a living, and sales tax, property tax, TOT tax, hotels, all of that. The government's going to need that revenue to fund these programs and to continue maintaining the public safety and health that we're expected to do. I understand sheltering in place slows the spread, and I thank Dr. Cody, like I said when I opened up, for being the first in the nation to start us off on that. And I think that's the #1 reason our number of deaths and our spread is as low as it is. I understand the need to test and trace and agree that will spread, while we hope for a cure. While I personally believe a cure will be found, none of us knows that one will be found or when. We do know if we don't let more people go back to work sooner than later, our economy will effectively go on life support. Small businesses are the skeleton of our economy that support our nation. And if we enter another recession like we were in just 10 years ago, government's ability to pay for public health and safety, infrastructure, schools will be dismal. And the federal government's printing of trillions of dollars will just lead to other problems down the road. For me, the facts are COVID is likely not to go away anytime soon. Heck, I hope not, but it may be around for a long, long time, like other communicable diseases such as Ebola, E. coli, HIV, hepatitis, malaria, measles, and tuberculosis. I hope all small businesses from barbershops to jewelry stores can be re-allowed to open as soon as possible. And again, I understand that's based on the medical profession and you, our public health officer, #1. I'm just putting this out there for your suggestion box, which I'm sure is beyond overflowing. And whatever requirements you put on small businesses, they will welcome, because that will give them the opportunity not to thrive, but to survive as we get through this. This has quickly become a balancing act to weigh medical and economic benefits and detriments. The reality is COVID is something we all have to live with right now and work our way through. And I pray it ends sometime soon. I look forward to your next order and know we're all better prepared. I know we all will be better prepared for the next virus that comes along, which seems to come around every 5 to 10 years. I think we've learned a lot from this. I think we're going to beat it. And I think we'll be better off afterwards because of it. And the question I'd like to close with on my time, and I'm sure I'm doing fine, yes, is 1.1 million people have recovered worldwide. And this ties into the question about having the antibodies. To your knowledge, doctor, or anybody listening, has anyone who has contracted COVID, confirmed positive, and recovered, gotten it again in the last 4 months?
Thank you for your comments and questions, Supervisor Wasserman. I wanted to just respond a little bit before I try to answer your question about recovered patients, and that is to say, the reason that we are going so hard on trying to amp up and scale up testing and case and contact investigation is so that we can begin to pivot. And so rather than do this blanket approach where we're basically, dropping fire retardant and having everyone shelter in place, where we can pivot to a more focused effort, but we need to feel confident that we're doing it safely, and that people are protected, and that when people go out, that they're not at high risk of getting COVID. So that is the work for the next few weeks that we're working really hard, because we do know that many in our community are suffering with the from the economy and the social isolation of being at home. So I hear you loud and clear, and I am worried too. So as far, I do know that there are patients who are recovered where there's some work around, donated plasma to be then given to other patients who are ill with COVID. I don't think I can tell you about patients within the last 4 months who have recovered and been infected. But if there's other physicians on the call who have an example and want to chime in, I invite them, but I'm not aware of any.
Fair enough, and thank you. And I'll just use another minute or so. I want to thank you for what you said, Doctor, about the acknowledging of all the people in our community. It's the sheltering in place, it's the not working, it's not being able to earn money to pay for rent. We have these stays of execution, if you will, by the federal government for income taxes, but they're due, they're not being waived. State income taxes are due, they're not being waived. Property taxes are due, not being waived. I gave my residents a rent breaks, commercial and residential, for 2 months, but can't afford to do that anymore. And many, many businesses, small and large, are filing bankruptcy already, and we're only into week 7. So as uncomfortable as it was for me, I needed to bring up that whole question about jobs, reopening the economy. And I am so glad to hear you say that you and the people you consult with are thinking about that so much and so aware of all the different stuff that's going on. I truly appreciate that, and I will convey that to all the people that reach out to me. And I look forward to taking whatever message you give us as a Board of Supervisors and helping to spread that word among our social media to get it out to people as well. I know people that heard the last emergency alert that we get on our phones, and they heard that the order in place has been extended 30 days. But they didn't hear at the same time you've allowed the construction industry in related fields and gardeners and nurseries and things like that to open up either fully or in a limited capacity. And the public, because of social media, because of media in general, that likes headlines that are more sensational, headlines that are more terrifying, seem to be more the norm. But there was good news in your order that started just yesterday. It wasn't all bad news, but 90% of the emails I get are all focused on the bad news. So I thank you for what you did and look forward to more good news from you. Thank you, Madam President.
You bet. What was your time left?
You know, I'm going to look on it right now. It's 13:55, so a minute and 5 seconds.
Madam President, might I add a few comments?
Only if you can do them in 30 seconds. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Dr. Smith.
Supervisor Wasserman, I'm glad you brought that up because obviously it's a tough place to be in where you're trying to decide, the balance between health and economy. But just 2 things I wanted to bring up that hopefully you can use as hopeful comments for those people who talk to you. One is that during the Spanish flu, there were some cities that pushed social distancing, particularly St. Louis, whereas others didn't pay any attention to it, particularly Philadelphia, which had a parade in the middle of the flu, couple of parades. And St. Louis actually really flattened the curve. And strangely enough, their economy came back faster than Philadelphia. So I know it's really hard to tell people wait for the future, but I guess the argument I would make is what one of my campaign advisors used to tell me: it's never an either or, it's always how do you accomplish both good goals. And we got 2 good goals, and how do you get both of them done?
Dr. Smith, I appreciate the comparison to 102 years ago. I would respectfully say that there may be some differences since then. I also know the plan that we're going to launch and I'm going to support could be 50 million, 100 million, 150 million, whatever you come back to say. And we need to run our hospitals and everything else in the meantime. And complete cities, the city of Gilroy's #1 revenue source is the outlets, and they're closed. And I'm gonna leave it at that.
Thank you,
I
Mike.
appreciate the fact all of you are looking at weighing both concerns and doing the very best you can. Thank you, Madam President.
So I just want to make a couple of observations, and then we'll go to our next panel. And I'm gonna, after we finish this item, I'm gonna talk a little bit about how we proceed for the rest of the day. First of all, I want to thank the staff. I want to also just acknowledge, I thought my colleagues had great questions. There are two requests I want to make, and one is that as we scale up the tracing and the research component of this body of work, that every time the board meets, I want to be able to understand where we are in the full staffing of the tracking and tracing model, and when we anticipate each step as we start to begin a more fulsome approach to tracking and tracing. And then second, we've had multiple requests from the mayors around making sure that we're updating a single chart that shows where you can get tested, what the hours are, who's available for that kind of testing. And I think, Dr. Smith, you raised such a good point in terms of what we're learning about how to schedule these tests. And I just want to emphasize that we have a number of partners now that are also conducting tests that we should be better understanding from each other, the show up rate and the why of it. And I think one of the challenges in particular with Milpitas is that we're testing such a small group of people there that it's hard to overshoot what we may have available. So I think being able to see all of that in real time is really critical. And then I don't want this for next week, but I do think at some time, it's going to be important in the next 14 days that the staff can come back to the board with the amount of tracking and tracing that you're going to need relative to all the indicators, with the exception of testing. And the reason is that I don't yet understand how we're ever going to be able to test enough, or how we'll have enough tests in California to open up even slowly the economy, absent, the robust tracking and tracing to me balances out what is going to be slower on the testing. And if I'm wrong about that, please say so now. If I'm not, I would be interested in what the model actually looks like, where you're going to have a comfort level of opening up the economy and opening up our households slowly. And I do, period. Any thoughts or comments on that? Dr. Smith? If not,
there.
No. Oh, go ahead, Dr. Cody.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm still not able to work the buttons. What I can tell you is you're exactly right. The challenge right now is matching capacity to need, and also really understanding what the barriers are. What are the barriers for getting people who need to be tested to a place where they can be tested? And it's going to look different in different places. As far as thinking about the volume of testing we have and the volume of testing we need, I think it's also important to understand that we've been very successful in driving down the spread of infection, and we know there are places where we have more intense transmission. And as all of you have pointed out, an area of particular concern is skilled nursing facilities. And there are other areas, so the extent that where we can identify where we have either a great risk of transmission or actual transmission, and do intensive testing there until we quiet things down. That's the way that we can prioritize going forward. If we don't have enough tests to test everyone in our population that we'd like to. So I'm an eternal optimist. I feel that we can that we can do this.
And I just to to be more specific, I think what I'm asking is, I know there are metrics that lean against each other, and I know that's also what you're balancing. And what I want to make sure of is that when the board reconvenes, that we have a better understanding of how you're assessing and weighing each component that we're discussing. So the PP is a good example of making sure that we're prepared in the event that we have a surge. The testing, if we're limited, and we're going to be limited in testing, because really 4,000 is an important goal, but that goal is nested, I think, in the goal of the 60,000 tests that the governor is really shooting for. But that's not testing a majority of our population, and we know we're going to have some people who are going to need to be tested multiple times based on the work they do. So really what I want to better understand from you is, if we're at maximum capacity for testing, I'm sorry, for tracking and tracing, and let's say that's 1,000 people for illustrative purposes, and we anticipate that we're going to be able to get to, say, 6,000, 7,000, or 8,000 tests through the end of this month, and then, June we're going to be at 10,000, 11,000, whatever that testing is going to be. Since we know it's not going to be 2 million, and that's how many people live here, what are the two metrics that we're trying to hit that will give us the flexibility to be responsive to the economic needs of the community as well? And I'm not suggesting today that we absolutely know the answer to that, Dr. Cody. I'm just saying that what would be helpful for me, and I think for the public too, is to understand what goals do we need to hit collectively, and just to set that aside for a minute, and how those goals rest on each other so that we can engage the entire community in helping us hit those goals.
Thanks for your question, and we'll do our best to come back with something to show how our indicators nest together.
And then the other thing, just on that same subject, is that I really appreciate that in the point you raise about, particular, like, skilled nursing facilities, but also particular geographies that may be more impacted than other geographies, and us better understanding that and how to dig into it. So as you think about the next phases of work relative to testing and tracing, it would be interesting to understand if we need to take much more rigorous geographic or set much more rigorous geographic goals and have a different kind of approach for those goals. Any thoughts about that?
I think there probably are areas where we have more intense transmission than other areas. And if we're doing widespread testing, we have a better chance of identifying those areas and then really leaning in with isolation and quarantine to stop chains of transmission. So I think that is one of the, having widespread testing. My hope is that will enable us to then be more focused in our efforts and ultimately more successful.
Thank you. And the last comment I wanted to make was that I really appreciate the referral that Ms. Ellenberg put forward. And I think that, just by your response, I don't think I've asked Susan if we need to take action on it, but what I wanted to make sure we were prioritizing were that we've had a lot of cities and a lot of nonprofits who've offered staff. I think part of how we're going to have to manage the cost is see whether or not we can partner. First of all, we're a 22,000 person entity, so I'm hoping we can get a bulk of the staff from us, from other public agencies that are going to continue to pay people so that we are financially being as responsible as we can, and our nonprofit partners, who I do think between the cities that know their communities and the nonprofit partners that reside in them are going to be very good helpers. And I'm mindful that we also have we've invested a ton of money in our work in the census, and it has helped me understand that we have an opportunity, we have a really interesting opportunity, and that interesting opportunity rests in our ability to leverage the resources the leverage resources and relationships we have. And I also just want to encourage us to, in addition to partnering with the cities, is that we're also taking a deep dive into the resources we already have in the county to do a much stronger public communication campaign around social distancing. Because even as we're slowly opening up, I'm seeing people not social distance, not understand the use of the mask. And I think that's going to require us to move not just from social media and the newspapers, but we're going to have to look at, well, maybe a little more than newspapers, but a lot more rigor as it relates to the dominant press and dominant TV channels and that kind of thing. So in any case, those are my thoughts. I offered to my colleagues an opportunity if anybody wanted to go back, and I see Susan's up. I'm going to start with Susan, go back the way we came. And also just to say to my colleagues, we still have many items ahead of us. So as I open it back up, I'm just mindful of that. We do not need to take a vote on this. This was a report. Susan?
I don't have any additional questions. I just want to confirm if we're not voting on receiving the report, then I'm not sure how to confirm that my suggestion is incorporated. It sounds like it's quite welcome. And if Dr. Cody is just willing to say on the record, yes, of course, we're including our CBO partners in this, then that's fine with me. And we don't need to vote on 13.
Dr. Cody?
The answer is yes.
Okay. All right, terrific. Thank you so much. Good enough for me.
Thank you. No more comments on this item? Dave? No? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go to the next item, and this is item 10. Oh, actually, am I right about that? Yes, item 10. Thank you. I don't know who I'm turning it over to.
Okay, Supervisor, this is Deputy County Executive Martha Wapensky. Item 10 is an update on public safety, social services, and emergency child care related to COVID-19. You can see on the agenda that there are a lot of different topics contained in this agenda item. So to keep the discussion organized for the board and the public, during this virtual teleconference, I'll be announcing each of the presenters as their turn comes up. Just so you know, we'll be starting with the updates from each one of the public safety and justice departments. And those presentations will cover adult and juvenile jail systems, release and supervision of inmates, and trends regarding violence, assaults, and abuse. Following public safety and justice departments, behavioral health will provide information on data and trends on the suicide prevention hotline. Following that, social services will provide information on applications for public services, supplemental nutrition assistance program, and child welfare. And finally, there'll be an update on emergency child care for essential workers. So I'm going to pause here to see if you have any comments before I ask District Attorney Rosen to kick off the presentation.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask my colleagues if we can get through public safety and justice. If there are any burning questions or comments, we'll go to you. But what I would like to do is take all of these items, if we can collectively, stick with our 15 to 20 minute rule. If we need a bigger window, we'll do that. But if you don't mind, we'll just run through it and then we'll let people prioritize their comments or questions. Is that all right with my colleagues? Is any objections to that? I don't see any windows opening, so I'm assuming I'm good. All right. Go ahead, Martha, or take it away, whoever's taking it away.
Good afternoon.
Go ahead, District Attorney Rosen.
Great, thank you very much. Good afternoon, supervisors. There are three primary aspects of the DA's office response to COVID-19 I'd like to cover: reducing the jail population, community engagement, and the crime statistics that we're seeing during this pandemic. So let's start with the crisis. Make sure we've got the right slide up. There we go. When the pandemic hit our county, we rushed to defend against this new threat to our community. One area of great concern was the jail. I knew, in fact, we all knew that if we did nothing, there was every likelihood that we would see a rampant outbreak of COVID in the jail. The jail is a particularly soft target. because by necessity, you have a lot of people, many with underlying health problems, confined in a small area. They are also, as a group, not great at following rules. We were worried that an outbreak could lead to deaths among the inmates and staff and overwhelm the medical facility and seriously compromise the running of the jail. So we had both a need to secure dangerous and violent criminals who threaten our community and also wanting to prevent a public health outbreak. So we had both a public safety and a public health dilemma. And if we only focused on one of these, then we could easily have the other problem. So accordingly, we tried to balance both public health and public safety. We sought expert scientific guidance concerning public health in the jail during the time of the pandemic. Dr. Chorney of Adult in Custody Medical Health told us that the only way he could keep the jail safe during a pandemic was to lower the population. So we'll look at the next slide. 3,300 was the population of the jail in March of this year before the outbreak. Now, due to many of my policies and general crime trends, this number of 3,300 was a historically low number of inmates in the jail. It wasn't that long ago that the jail population was over 4,500 in our county. But Dr. Charney wanted a lower target population. In other words, overpopulation is a relative term. What is safe in normal times is not safe in the jail during a pandemic. Dr. Chorney believed that to have an optimal chance of safeguarding the health of the jail and jail staff, he needed a jail population of around 2,650. So this presented our first challenge. It was both legal and practical. If we use traditional legal methods of having an individual hearing for each case, we would never get the jail population down in time. We were in a race against time, and I didn't want to wake up and hear about an outbreak at the jail while we were still setting cases for hearing in court. So we worked with our criminal justice partners, public defender, defense bar, county council, pretrial services, and the court to develop a way to collaboratively afford relief in the great number of cases where we all agreed that the person should be released with certain conditions and on the services they would need once released. Our second challenge, public safety is paramount. We could not address the public health problem by indiscriminately releasing inmates without regard to public safety. Therefore, we only sought the release of nonviolent felons while keeping dangerous felons in jail. We also focused on preventing new people from entering the jail if we could safely delay new entries. In general, I want you to know that we excluded serious or violent felons, domestic violence, DUIs, and sex crimes, among others. I'll give you some examples so you can see the scope of our activities. The process. We postponed surrender dates for individuals who were supposed to turn themselves in for nonviolent crimes until later in the year. This way, we kept people who were already out of custody from coming in. We suspended weekend work programs where new people would flock in and out of the jail every weekend. If a defendant was in custody and had pled guilty, but hadn't yet been sentenced, and if it wasn't a serious or violent felony or domestic violence, sex crime, etc., we would consider his release on what's called a cruise waiver, which essentially means that the person is released until the date of sentencing, with the possibility of being charged with a new crime if they fail to appear for sentencing. We also looked at nonviolent offenders who had only short amounts of time left on their sentences, and we considered them for early release on probation supervision. We asked our prosecutors to consider pending cases for possible resolution on the home detention project, which would have the advantage of both resolving the case and keeping a person out of custody and at home under probation's supervision. In addition, I expanded the scope of our narcotics public safety project to prevent recreational drug users from coming into the system, into the jail at this time. This tweak alone resulted in 500 fewer cases over this 6-week period. Our largest group were people in custody pretrial solely because they could not afford cash bail. We went through this group carefully and agreed to release with non-monetary conditions for this group of nonviolent offenders. What sort of supervision do these individuals released receive? The same as before. All defendants are supervised by either pretrial services or probation or the sheriff. Next slide. Then Dr. Chorney articulated that the target population needed to move down in the jail from first 3,300 down to 2,650, and then he said he needed 2,250 to try to guarantee safety in the jail. When I drafted these remarks to you, the jail population was actually, we'd gotten it down to around 2,150. As you can see, we exceeded the target of the doctor. We don't foresee the need for future expedited jail reductions due to COVID-19, although we remain ready to respond if necessary. I'm extraordinarily gratified and relieved to report there's not been an outbreak at the jail. There aren't any known cases of inmates with COVID in the jail. There have been 2 cases that were detected, and in both cases, the jail was able to detect this right away and take appropriate medical and public health steps to prevent the spread and provide treatment. The work of the correctional officers and medical staff has been extraordinary. On the whole, these efforts have been very successful. We've dropped the jail population to the lowest level in at least 25 years in this county. We've met the targets set by public health, and we've done this in a mindful way that keeps public safety at the forefront. I want to recognize our public safety partners who work collaboratively in this effort. Had we not put down our traditional adversarial tools, we could have never protected the lives of our community. There will be plenty of time for our adversarial roles later. I'm gratified that we could work together and make important, thoughtful decisions that were not panicked. Let's talk about the shelter-in-place order. As you know, a cornerstone of the county's response to this pandemic is the emergency shelter-in-place orders crafted by the Department of Public Health. There's no doubt that these orders have saved thousands of lives. The DA's office established a hotline for citizen complaints concerning businesses operating in violation of the order. The hotline gives callers information and directs them to an online form to place complaints. We provided both the hotline and the online form in 4 languages: Spanish, English, Chinese, and Vietnamese. In terms of enforcement, we have 6 seasoned prosecutors working full-time and 4 others working part-time to follow up on complaints we receive. We filter and triage the complaints coming in and try to route them to the appropriate law enforcement agency or regulatory body. The idea is to prevent law enforcement from drowning under a deluge of calls so that they can focus their resources appropriately. We call this triage flattening the law enforcement curve. The majority of the complaints do not involve illegal activity, so we can screen those out. For instance, a person might complain that a hardware store is open and not realize that hardware stores were exempted and could be open. We've received well in excess of 6,000 complaints so far over the last several weeks. Overwhelmingly, we have found a collaborative approach has worked to get businesses into compliance. I'm deeply impressed and gratified for the near universal cooperation we have found in our public during this time. Finally, let's talk about crime statistics. Our office and our partner law enforcement agencies have been studying crime during the shelter-in-place period, March 16th through April 24th, when we pulled these statistics, and comparing that to the same period a year ago to assess what has been happening with crime. So let's look at the numbers. Overall crime reported, it's down. The DA's office has received 42% fewer cases for review for filing during this period. Reported residential burglaries in San Jose have fallen 31%. Reported thefts in San Jose down 39%. Aggravated assaults in San Jose down 20%. Let's talk about sex crimes. Sex crimes submitted to our office down 34%. SART kits given to the crime lab submitted down 77%. Reported sexual assaults down 41%. There may be some factors that have contributed to the decrease in these crime reports. For instance, there is decreased enforcement for some crimes that require entry into residences. For example, child pornography cases generally involve a search of a residence and seizure of computers. We're doing less of that the last several weeks. Failure to register as a sex offender usually involves a check in a residence. San Jose PD has temporarily suspended the sex registration desk. Of course, there's been a decrease in parties and gatherings. Bars are closed. There's a decreased opportunity for sexually abused children to report to a mandated reporter because schools have been closed and team sports are canceled. And there's, of course, because of this lack of opportunity, to report to a trusted individual, particularly children. However, not all crime is down. There's been some notable exceptions. DUIs are up 40%. Commercial burglaries remain constant. So residential burglaries are down. More people are home. Commercial burglaries have remained the same. Many businesses have been closed, and those are targets of opportunity. We're looking at how changed conditions may be driving some of these statistics. Are fewer cars on the road, making it easier to catch DUI drivers? Are people taking advantage of the fact that businesses are closed to continue to steal from them? That's what we're looking at. Domestic violence. Reports of domestic violence ranging from domestic violence vandalism to assaults with weapons and serious injuries. That's up in the city of San Jose by almost 7%. Calls to 911 for family disturbances are up both at the Sheriff's Office and San Jose PD. And just last week, after an initial lull, calls for domestic violence victims for help to the DA's Office Victim Services Unit rose to levels that we were seeing before the public health emergency. We know that shelter in place is not safe if you're living with your abuser, and we know that this is the kind of crime, as underreported as it is still seeing these levels of reports because people are still being attacked by the people they thought and hoped that they could trust. Child abuse. Physical abuse and neglect of children has also seen a rise in referrals to the DA's Office Victim Services Unit, and a small rise from the same time last year in cases submitted to our office for filing of criminal charges. Children are vulnerable at home, and this abuse has not slowed. And finally, hate crimes. We've received more reports of harassment and other crimes related to people's hateful view that somehow this virus is caused by people of a certain national origin or background. That's why I made the public service announcement that I think the clerk is going to play now. It's 55 seconds.
Thank you, DA Rosen. Sheriff Smith.
Good afternoon.
Lori, I'm sorry, could you hold just a moment? There's the public service announcement is up, and then we'll go right to you.
Okay.
The sound is. So I guess.
This is not a Chinese virus.
This is not an Italian virus.
Viruses do not have ethnicities, religion, sexuality, or gender.
But our community does. And if you hurt or threaten someone because of those things, you'll have a lot more to worry about than COVID-19. When you attack a member of our community because of their ethnicity, the color of their skin, or where you think someone is from,
then you have attacked us all.
Thank you. Thank you, DA Rosen.
You're welcome.
Sheriff Smith.
Okay, thank you. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to present what it is that we've been doing at the Sheriff's Office. I do have people in the conference room here that can provide questions at the end if you have questions. Also, the next agenda item will have two members of our staff also presenting that on our COVID contact tracing. We at the Sheriff's Office, our response to COVID-19 has been really focused on public safety and the protection of our employees and those in custodies in our jail. Our response has emphasized, I don't have it up there. Our response has emphasized public safety and the safety and protection of victims, while also ensuring our facilities are prepared for COVID-19. Our duties during this time did not change. We actually have added additional responsibilities. We established, hang on a second, we're having problems with the, we established our Incident Command Center in coordination with the county's EOC and to manage our response to COVID-19 within our office. Our Incident Command Center includes not only the incident commander, but the assistant deputy incident commander and numerous sections, including operations, planning, logistics, and finance. Using ICS, we had actually a central location and set of personnel to support our daily operations. Our goal was to continue high level of public safety service. Our staff, and we understand that our staff has to be safe and healthy to be able to provide public safety services. Our second goal was to minimize exposure to all Sheriff's Office personnel, inmates, and the community. We manage and track critical supplies and other functions within the ICC. The jails require actually a more complex management strategy than those used in the larger community. We viewed our jails as a closed system and took immediate steps to eliminate the introduction of all non-essential personnel and volunteers. We have approximately 1,500 volunteers who provide services within the facilities, and those types of services have been eliminated because we wanted to maintain this closed environment. Strategies, I mentioned minimizing entry into and movement within the facilities. Movement was also very important. We wanted inmates who were in a certain area to actually remain in there. We made a concerted effort to reduce the population so we could provide for additional isolation space if we needed. And our particular emphasis was on the medically fragile and the elderly. I actually requested an evaluation from the county's Department of Public Health. And on April 10th, Dr. Rudman visited our facilities. She offered conversations with and talked to inmates and reviewed and observed all of our practices. On this slide, we have a link to Dr. Rudman's report. I do want to read a quote from in her report. It says, "The county jails are doing a better job of addressing COVID-19 related concerns than the vast majority of other custody settings to prevent the risk of infection for both staff and inmates." She did make some recommendations, and we are addressing and implementing some of those recommendations currently. On March 11th, early on in this process, members of the Sheriff's Office met with court administration, including Presiding Judge Ryan, Supervising Judge of the Criminal Court, Judge Gaffon, and that was to address and implement strategies. Some of the things that we arrived at on March 11th was that we would stay the time that commitments were to show up, whether they were to show up to serve a jail time or whether they were to show up to do a weekend or work program. All those were stayed 60 days. We looked very, very closely at people who were waiting mental health treatment and stepped up their period of time to be able to be released. We discussed with the court remands and reducing potentially the number of remands if it was appropriate. Also, alternative sentencing. We started an electronic monitoring program within the Sheriff's Office where they were confined to their home and monitored actually 24/7. We began video arraignment, and that was something that hasn't been expanded to all the facilities. but it's something that actually saved us transporting to court. We, sex registrants, we were able to prolong some of those reporting responsibilities. And we also, with the assistance of the court, were able to increase the period of time that we send inmates to state prison prior to them actually stopping any entry into state prisons. We also looked for all continuances of matters if the inmate in custody were to show symptoms of illness, we had an agreement with the court where we would write a document and they wouldn't be transported to court. And that was something that was started really early on. And I really want to thank the court for all of their cooperation in reviewing this. On Friday, when we did this slide, our population was down to 2158, and it hasn't been below 3,000 in over 22 years. One of the higher periods of time that we've seen our population was approximately 2007, when it was very close to 4,900 inmates. So since March 9th, we have our population is down. From March 9th, we're down 1,136 inmates from what our population was, but that really doesn't tell the whole story. Because we have bookings all of the time, since March 1st, the number of releases that we've had is 5,509. And so that's a significant number to show how active we are within the jail facility. We've done many things, temperature checks of everyone coming into the facilities, elimination of all non-essential employees. The only people who are coming into our jail right now are sheriff's office staff, pretrial staff, and medical staff. We have increased a number of cleaning supplies. We have masks, provided masks for all inmates and staff. We have mandated staff wearing of masks. We have flyers, signs, and video loops to the inmates, talking with them about social distancing, which is very sometimes difficult to enforce, and restricting inmate movement is another thing. We have implemented systems where attorneys, defense attorneys, are able to visit with their client via Skype. That was something that the public defender's office asked for early on. And I mentioned our electronic monitoring program. Not only is it monitored 24/7, but when we find a violation of the electronic monitoring, we're able to bring them immediately back into jail, and they are aware of that when they're placed on electronic monitoring. We did discontinue all visits for inmates. We have provided some free phone calls for inmates. As far as transportation, we are sending fewer inmates per vehicle and actually additional runs. Oops. And additional transportation runs. Okay, next. We also have worked with pretrial to do additional screening to make sure that we can get people released in a timely manner, and installed actual physical barriers, plexiglass in certain areas. And we're holding mail 24 to 48 hours. And on there we have our website that you can access a lot of the mitigation that we've done within the facilities. Okay. Next. We have established a virus response unit, and this was established really to protect our staff and provide decontamination sites for those who may have been exposed. We've purchased decontamination equipment, and this equipment is able to decontaminate using both UV and ozone type systems, and it can decontaminate rooms and vehicles. But our virus response unit really focuses on the deputy who believes they may have been exposed and provide them with a total decontamination. We have rented portable showers to be able to facilitate that. We've been contacted by agencies on the virus response team. We've been contacted by agencies from really throughout the nation, and we've provided them with copies of our policies. Many agencies have come and viewed our system. We've offered this service not only to all law enforcement within the county, actually surrounding counties, but also to fire and medical personnel. And it's been used by many different agencies, and we provide that service to them. Our team has also been, and we have some links on the slide, our team has also been prominently featured not only in the media, but in national police magazines for this virus response unit. They also provide services to our patrol division, where if it's a high-risk call that we go to where we believe there may be suspected virus, they respond and assist patrol deputies in proper donning of their PPEs and other kind of services that they may need. On March 9th, we had our first exposure. It was very early on, and we began our contact tracing unit. The next agenda item on the board will be two of our people from the contact tracing unit who will provide you some input on what we're doing. We have 2 members of the team that will be presenting on item 11. Basically, this unit proactively traces contact for all of our staff. And this is really for the protection of our staff and those who come into contact with our staff. And we've attached the links. We've also attached the links there that show some of the media that we've received from this contact tracing unit. Our team uses our investigative and uses our investigators and crime analysts who perform these analytical tasks. And you can see here, this is one of their link analysis charts that they've been using. In the jails, we've established a 14-day isolation for groups of inmates all at the same time as they enter our facility. This is for new inmates. And late last week, we implemented, in conjunction with Custody Health, a new process. So basically our 14-day isolation is we take a group of inmates, they stay together as a group until their 14 days is up, and then they move out into the general population. So last week, working with Custody Health, they implemented a policy of actually testing those inmates on day 12. And we had a recent positive, very recently, that was one of the inmates who had been isolated in this group of those that were isolated for 14 days, tested him on day 12. He was asymptomatic and turned out to be positive. The good thing about our process in having this 14-day isolation is we were able to limit his inmate-to-inmate contact to only 11. And the testing of all new inmates, I also believe that the testing of all new inmates on day 12 will actually significantly increase the number of positives that we have. In the past, since this began, we've had a total of 3 inmates who have tested positive. We now have this 4th one who is currently in custody. Okay. One thing that the Sheriff's Office has organized that was really wonderful to see is we organized both with all law enforcement agencies, local, county, and state level. We organized healthcare appreciation events, and we've done it at Valley Medical Center, O'Connor Hospital, St. Louis, and Stanford. We also have scheduled this week, other agencies are coordinating this and will participate. We'll be at Regional, El Camino, and Kaiser in Santa Clara. We've also received a lot of private donations of masks, face shields. We've received over 400 gallons of hand sanitizer that we are distributing. And one of our donors has provided funding for hotel rooms for our deputies who are in need of isolation. One of the deputies that took advantage of this was a deputy who had a young child at home and was able to isolate at this hotel, paid for by private funds donated to the sheriff's office, so he won't have to go home until his test results come back. And that's something that has been a great benefit to our staff. And again, our primary concern is taking care of our staff. Healthcare appreciation. This is a compilation of photos. The one on the left is from Stanford Hospital. And this is my favorite sign. It says, "Thank you for sharing the front line with us." And they were really, really wonderful events. We were asked to talk about enforcement trends, and we have seen an increase in family disturbance calls, but that's not surprising. I had one person say to me, it's like every day is a Saturday because all members are home with the kids during the day. And family disturbance calls can be anything from something very, very serious to my mom won't let me play Nintendo, and or Nintendo, if that's even a thing anymore. So it's any range, but we also have not seen any appreciable increase at all in domestic violence and sexual assault or child abuse. So we do not see a big increase in crimes. We've done enforcement, but mostly warnings on adhering to the social distancing guidelines. I think we've issued about 8 citations for that, but that's not many. Most people are very, very compliant. So I thank you very much for this opportunity, and we'll be happy to take questions at the end.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you, Sheriff. Chief Garnett.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. My name's Laura Garnett. I'm the Chief Probation Officer. Thank you for allowing me a few minutes to tell you how probation's working these days. Can we get the first slide up, please? There it is. Thank you. Second slide. Perfect. So our overall approach is obviously mitigation, as others have said. So I'm going to use a few words. You've got the PowerPoint, but basically it's mitigation for youth in custody, mitigation for staff working with those youth, mitigation for community safety. So I want to be really clear, probation is still working. We're still very active. We're still in the community. We're supervising clients in other ways that I won't go into in this presentation, but we are very, very active and very much still in the community. The list on the bottom is our primary areas of focus, and you can read those yourself. Let's go to the next slide, please. So I'm going to break it out with adult probation services, juvenile probation services, and sorry, let me see this, and the institutions, which I think most people are more concerned about and want to hear more about. So basically in adult is what we've done is helped reduce the county jail population. I think you've heard thoroughly about that. We've also assisted in that and are supervising many that are have been released. We've increased our supervision of domestic violence and sex offenders in many different ways. Again, I'm not going to go into detail about that, but those efforts are paying off, and we are making arrests, and we are making sure that folks are in treatment. All of our providers are providing online treatment, and we're addressing any barriers such as technology, inability to pay, those types of things. We're supporting pretrial services in any way that we can. Specifically right now, we're going to supervise all formal probationers who are also pending court on a new offense. We'll take that completely off of their plate and we'll work directly with the courts on those cases, trying to find something that we could take completely off. Next slide, please. Perfect. Okay, juvenile services. And for screening, we've asked law enforcement to only call before they bring a youth so that we can screen them by phone, hopefully avoid a booking. If they do bring the youth, our medical staff is meeting them in the Sally Port, screening the youth prior to entering the facility. Community supervision, similar to the adult, prioritizing youth that are high risk of recidivating and youth with high needs. Support services, we've been working closely with our community-based partners, really happy about that partnership on new and different ways to offer services during a time that our families need them the very most. Next slide, please. So for the institutions, again, we've reduced who's being admitted. We've reduced just the number of humans that walk into the institution. So we stopped visiting from families very, very early on. A super difficult decision to make. No other defense attorneys come in sometimes. Behavioral health comes in. Our staff come in at this point. Other than deliveries, that's it. We've clearly followed public health, custody health, and the CDC guidance. The partnership with custody health, and public health, I can't say enough about. They've just been amazing partners. And I'll touch on the next one on the next slide. Next slide, please. So for the health and safety of the institutions, we broke it out by employees and youth, but basically our employees at this point in time, and this hasn't been true the entire time, but at this point in time, we have full PPUs for all employees in juvenile hall and James Ranch. We have masks for all youth as well that are cloth masks that can be laundered. Medical is checking youth daily. We have temperature checks going into the institutions. We've modified work schedules. So again, we've done everything we can to mitigate the number of people in the building and the amount of time they're exposed to one another. We've opened up other units so that youth can be have even more social distancing and staff can have more social distancing. Our population today is 54 in juvenile hall and 41 in the ranch. Those are record low numbers. We're really happy that they're as low as they are. It's still almost 100 kids who haven't seen their families in 8 weeks. We are providing visits with families through tablets, cell phones, increased calls, all kinds of other things. So we've done that. Next slide, please. So that talks a little bit about the access of families. The other aspect that we're really happy to report is both Judge Lucero, Judge Alamagento, Public Defender O'Neill multiple times, and her staff multiple times have made both announced and unannounced visits. They've talked directly to the youth in custody, as have our executive teams, and our managers. I've been to both facilities personally. Super big shout out to our staff that are on the front lines every day. They're showing up at work smiling, working with the kids. The kids are reporting that they're not stressed, that they feel safe and cared for. We're doing some other things to make their life a little easier right now. And with that, I'll take any questions you may have, or at the end.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Director of Custody Health Services, Andrew James.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Thank you. I can have the slides up, please.
Andrew, you've got a slide presentation?
Yes, I do. I'll just go ahead and continue because I was.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So good afternoon, everybody. Andrew James, Interim Director of Custody Health. I'll be presenting on the measures that we have taken at Custody Health to keep our correctional facilities safe. Our goal is to prevent the spread of infection by implementing safety measures to keep.
Andrew, if I could ask you to get a little closer to the microphone, perhaps, or talk a little louder.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. There you go.
Thank you. So our goal is to prevent the spread of infection and to implement safety measures and to keep our employees and our youth safe. And also, next slide, please. Okay, so what measures have we put in to protect our employees? We have offered all employees the option of telecommuting if they can safely work from home, and these are all non-essential employees. We are providing staff screening, checking symptoms upon entry, and this includes temperature checks as well. And this is done at all adult and juvenile facilities. If anybody that has a temperature of greater than 100 Fahrenheit, that person is asked to go back home. All custody health services employees are required to wear surgical masks in patient care and non-patient care areas where social distancing is becomes a little bit challenging and you can't maintain a 6 feet distance. Staff has been encouraged to maintain social distancing in all patient and non-patient care areas. Staff has been instructed to maintain excellent hand hygiene by frequently hand washing and using hand sanitizers. We have also plenty of supply of personal protective equipment, PPEs, such as the N95 masks, shields, gowns, and gloves available in all patient care areas, such as booking, infirmary, M1, and clinics. Next slide, please. Okay, so the measures to protect inmates. Inmates are screened upon arrival and booking and isolated immediately if they have symptoms or confirmed contact with a COVID-19 patient. After the booking process is completed in an isolation cell, the inmate is then transferred to an isolation negative air pressure room for a 14-day quarantine. All other new inmates are housed in the risk management units, where they are monitored for symptoms daily for 14 days before they are released in the general population. And just this week, we started screening and doing a test between day 12 and day 15. We are screening all inmates before they're getting released into the general population. Inmates at any time who complain of symptoms are isolated in the infirmary or M1 unit. And all inmates have been given cloth masks and are strongly encouraged to wear when they're near other people. Social distancing and masks are required in all patient care areas. Next slide, please. So what are some of the measures we're doing, additional measures to reduce the spread? Well, right now, all food is served boxed. So there's very minimal contact. All non-essential visitation has been suspended. There are limited transfer of inmates between housing units, and all routine clinic appointments have been postponed. Groups have been suspended, and signs related to awareness of COVID-19 symptoms, social distancing, masking, hand washing have been placed in many areas of facilities. There's also tape marking right now to indicate 6 feet apart distancing, social distancing in all the high traffic areas. And custody health staff, janitorial staff, and the trustee staff are cleaning all high contact surfaces and equipment at least twice per shift and also between each use. Next slide, please. We've also taken measures to collaborate and learn with our partners. We are having daily huddles with the Health and Hospital Services Command Center at BMC. We are learning about some of the policies that they're implementing, some of the ideas to manage the risk of infection, testing, and other things. And we're also having daily huddle with our custody and probation staff partners to learn and to exchange ideas and also to implement policies on how we can keep our Next slide, please. And that pretty much concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to take questions in the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Andrew, with that, we're going to go ahead and move on to Public Defender Molly O'Neill.
Before Molly begins, I just want to remind people who are listening to stay on mute. I mean, if you're listening and not presenting. Thank you. Thanks, Martha. And Molly, you can come off mute because you're speaking.
we'll do that. I'm trying to share my screen. I didn't realize I had to be in charge of sharing my screen, and now I'm not sharing it very well.
COBCAS staff can take care of that for you. Just a moment to give us a chance to queue it up.
Thank you, that would be great. Perfect, thank you. Can you all see me?
We can see the slide and you, yes.
Okay, great, thank you. So good afternoon, members of the board. It's very nice to see everyone, and thank you for this opportunity to update you all on what's been happening at the public and alternate defenders offices during the shelter in place. In March, when the shelter in place was first imposed, we really had to scramble, as did everyone, but we have so many clients coming into our office every day that we had to close down our office, put signs up, figure out how to communicate with the court related to when next court dates were going to be. So we created flyers because we were told at first that clients' cases, no matter what, would be kicked out 6 weeks, and then it turned out to be 8 weeks. So we had to redo the flyers. Early on, as the sheriff mentioned, and thank you to her and her staff, Assistant Public Defender Sarah McCarthy began to try to figure out how, if the shelter in place were to continue, we could communicate with clients who were incarcerated because it was pretty clear we were not going to be able to be in the jail. So we had tablets configured. They had to be sent out of state, FedExed out of state. The privacy concerns are monumental, of course. So it was a heroic feat, but that got started early on in March. And then we also, of course, updated our website and have been appearing in court. And you can see in this first slide, several of our lawyers outside the Hall of Justice with their masks on. So we have been staffing 4 or 5 courtrooms the entire time since the shelter in place went into effect. Sort of in parallel with that, we realized as the crisis sort of unfolded that the jail population had to be reduced according to the declaration of the Custody Health Director, Dr. Chorney, in his declaration. So we worked, as people have mentioned, very closely with the DA, pretrial services, probation, the sheriff's staff, and the court to try to identify clients who could be safely released. And just to give some sort of context and texture to that, we had lawyers in the office nights and weekends up till 2 in the morning with CJ screens up and PFNs and docket numbers. And if the docket number was off, then we had to go back to court to get the order corrected. It was really, a nights and weekends effort. And as several other partners have mentioned, we started at 3,300 and we're down to 2,150, and crime is down. So that's a good thing. At the same time, as we were trying to reduce the jail population and figure out how to be in court and notify our clients, we already had a community outreach attorney who's pictured here in this second photo on the first slide, Ashante Mitchell, who was regularly in homeless encampments doing outreach to advertise record clearance services, as well as with his laptop to pull up old bench warrants and get people back in court. Because he was already out there, we realized pretty early on in March that many folks in the encampments had no idea what the virus was, or that there was a virus, or that there was a shelter in place. And obviously, we're really alarmed and concerned about this extremely vulnerable population. So as part and parcel of that outreach and that work, our entire post-conviction team, and Andy Gutierrez is there kneeling on the right, and Megan Piano is wearing the public defender shirt. Next slide, please. They convened and brainstormed, as you can see on the whiteboard there, try to figure out how best to help the population out. So Megan's husband, Jake Rhodes, put together a sheet, which I have at the end of my slide. It's a community resource guide that is included in these hygiene kits that were put together to take out to homeless encampments at first and later on to Elmwood. And Megan, all on her own, raised about $6,500 to put these supplies together. And we have been taking them out into the homeless encampments since March, since the shelter in place happened. In general, those kits include shampoo, deodorant, a comb, a toothbrush, socks, some food, alcohol wipes. When we have them, we include masks and talk to people when we're out there about the importance of wearing them and social distancing. Tissue packets, female items when we do see females at the encampments. Last Wednesday, the team was out, and I personally spoke to two females. They tend to kind of come out last. I've seen and talked to other members of the team that there's a reluctance to sort of show themselves, but in any event, they did ultimately come out last week. One woman was pregnant, hadn't seen a doctor yet, hadn't gotten any prenatal care, and so we then hooked her up this week with our social worker. She's now been seeing a doctor, and we're talking to her about getting her back to Salinas, where her family lives, so that she's not exposed in public and to all the other potential harms in a homeless encampment. I spoke to another woman who had been released from Elmwood at 10:30 at night the previous week. She generally resides at the Taylor Coleman encampment down the street, and she walked from Milpitas at 10:30 at night by herself all the way back to Taylor and Coleman. So while much of what I'm saying is work that I'm very proud of, we still do have some gaps, and one of those is related to release times from Elmwood. We are working with the Sheriff's Office to try to better identify release times so that we can both meet folks out there. And next slide, please. So that we can meet folks out there and help arrange with transportation and vouchers. So this slide shows us posting up with the folks from Reentry, as well as with community organizations outside of Elmwood. That's Jen Redding, Ashante Mitchell, Andy Gutierrez, and Jake Rhodes, handing out supplies, handing out hygiene kits, talking to people about whether they have a place to go or not. This has been, we were out a couple weekends in a row. We're taking morning shifts, Reentry's taking evening shifts. So I guess the moral, part of the moral to this story is that we have really tried to figure out, because it all happened so quickly, where we could help and have tried to do that. I do think that the release times is something we should really focus on. We have, I believe, gotten the vast majority of folks out, but we still have an issue with that, and actually we always have. So our next focus, and could you see if my next slide, I'm not sure it made it. No, it's on my, that's second encampment I visited last week out at 24th and Williams, and that's the team in the inset picture at Taylor and Coleman with the bags of hygiene kits. The camps themselves are very different, but people are always very happy to get information. So as I was saying, our next area of focus really is going to be on what reopening courtrooms looks like, how we safely start to do jury trials and more court hearings. And I thank you for this opportunity to show some pictures and talk about what we've been up to, and I'd be happy to answer questions at the end of the other presenters. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Molly. Next up is Independent Defense Counsel Sylvia Perez McDonald.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know it's been a long day, so I will be very brief. Again, I'm Sylvia Perez McDonald. I'm the director of the Independent Defense Counsel Office. And as many of you know, our office provides the administrative oversight over the panel of attorneys that we recommend to the court for appointment when Molly's office or David Epps' office is unavailable due to a conflict of interest. So in that capacity, I can say that I am very proud of the work that we've done during this crisis. Even while the shelter-in-place orders went into effect, our services continued to remain, and they remained uninterrupted. In addition to appointing counsel to critical proceedings that thankfully we were allowed to continue in the courts, including arraignments and preliminary hearings, we maintained our service by providing and assigning counsel to those proceedings in a timely way to avoid any unnecessary delay. In addition to that, during the terms of this, the period of this crisis, it became really important that we provided indispensable information to our panel attorneys to keep them informed of what was happening on a daily basis and sometimes on an hourly basis as the events unfolded. The courts closed and a lot of information needed to flow. We recognized that there was a significant danger of rumors, of misinformation to be spreading that would not only cause greater chaos, confusion, and fear, but that would erode the confidence of our clients in their attorneys and erode the confidence and trust that people place on county services like ours. So from that point on, we played a critical role in not only keeping our panel attorneys informed, which is about 69 of them, but also we became a critical gateway of information to over 500 attorneys that practice in our county that are from outside of other jurisdictions, and primarily Alameda, Santa Cruz, and San Mateo counties. So we were a link between the panel attorneys and over 500 attorneys that had clients in our facilities, in our custody, that needed to participate in these early release efforts that you've been hearing about. And the role that we played was this. We essentially, at many times, provided, we were the liaison between the DA's office that worked very effectively with us, with pretrial services, with the supervising judge, with the sheriff's office, particularly their administration, admin booking unit. And there were many times over the weekends and late nights that we actually provided very critical, pretty much hourly updates to those attorneys on how to effectuate the process, which was cumbersome and difficult because courtrooms were not open. And we had to use creativity and different methods to get those releases to occur. And we're happy to say that we were able to do that. The second thing we did to ensure that none of the IDEO clients that we had in our custody fell through the cracks, particularly with regard to the release efforts, was that we worked with the sheriff's office to create a direct line to me as the director in the event that any client in custody that was represented by an IDO'd attorney believed or felt that their release request was not being honored or taken care of. So thankfully, we were able to do that as well. In the juvenile setting, our attorneys also have been very active in effectuating the releases, again, with great partnership with the district attorney's office, probation, and the presiding judge in juvenile court. We, as a very specific example, had 7 youth in the ranch facilities. Of those 7, 6 were released thanks to the great advocacy and the collaboration that our attorneys have with the DA's office and the court. So I'm happy to answer any questions thereafter about anything else we were done during this time.
Thank you, Sylvia. With that, we'll move on to Pretrial Services Director Matt Fisk.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I will do my best to not repeat anything that's been said so well, better than I could. I would like to just express my gratitude and pride for being part of these efforts so far. I want to accentuate so far because we're still in the thick of it. Without exception, from my very devoted staff through the highest ranking people in each agency, I've seen the sheriff late at night in the trailer drawing maps, trying to figure out how to expedite releases safely. Molly O'Neill, her staff is there early and late at night, and the probation chief, Garnett, is doing whatever she can to support. many other examples. Very grateful for my staff. I just want to say that I've seen nothing but willingness and ways to figure out how we can do what we need to do. Basically, in a nutshell, I have to say that bail reform, specifically a law we've been preparing for and working toward for many years, SB 10, which we anticipated ramping up and staffing for around November, it's been thrust upon us. Basically, it's a presumptive release model, and it came upon us without warning and without additional resources. And so applying the least restrictive conditions necessary to assure safety, compliance, and appearance. This is how everybody has been working. And I'll tell you, each and every person, despite our adversarial roles, has really been focused on doing the right things in the right way. We're all rebuilding this airplane while we're flying it. And so I see it in three parts. We're focused on essential duties. This is how pretrial is right now. We had to swiftly pivot from the office home. So all 50 of my staff, but for 3 who we're going to call back very soon to work on a project, have been working as essential employees. We're under this new construct. It's a new set of rules, and every day we're having to operationalize new protocols. And frankly, my office, our office of pretrial services, is taking on hundreds and actually thousands of new clients. We're netting about 500 per month, and court is not really going to be held for the most part for another 120 days or so. It'll take a while to catch up with 4 to 6 months worth of work that's been, for the most part, continued. And that's a burden for all of us. So I'm really thinking about that. What it looks like for pretrial services is ideally you would have about 75 pretrial clients per officer, with a new model and some supporting tools, and that model being an incentivized model with the support of all the safety partners, safety and justice partners. It's viable to handle 100 clients per officer. That's what we're ultra focused on right now. I just want to emphasize that, and I'll go ahead and bring up a couple of slides and leave time for any questions and the rest of the group, that we are soon going to be handling 3,000 individuals with about 4,000 cases. And we'll probably carry that client load for a couple of years. These are my projections. So let's see if I can figure out how to share. This is what I mean when I say rebuilding the airplane while I'm flying it. Trying to find the full screen. There we go. Okay. So I always put a soothing image on the first slide so I'm not so stressed out to start. We do have a strategy. We're realigning our staff, hoping to not rely too much on overtime or extra help. Definitely collaborating with probation and other departments with like employees. Hopefully we can co-locate, possibly assign. Hopefully in place doesn't come into effect, but we are welcoming any assistance. And right now, what we can do, what we are doing with TSS's great help, is ultra simplifying our case management and getting some tools in place. Staff's actually working really well from home. In some ways, they're more effective than they have been at the office, because all we can do is communicate with people. And frankly, I think we're doing a better job of it. Of course, we can apply for grants. Here's what's happened. If you go back a few years, go back to 2014, the gray line is officers who actually supervise clients. We have 22 right now. It's relatively flat. The gold line represents staff. We have about 50 employees. We've had about a 19% staffing increase going back about 5 or 6 years. But you can see, and I won't go into percentages, that our client load has really grown. Right now, we have over 100 clients per employee, and it's growing. By the end of May, we'll have 3,000 cases. We'll have about 136 clients per person. It's growing very quickly. I won't read a chart to you that you can look at later. I'll just close with this. This chart goes back 5 years and goes forward 5 years. My best guess, best informed guess on just showing the history of what's happened. If you look at the gray scale areas, that's our jail population and how it's changed. I show 2015 and through 19, and then I highlight the current months. And then we look at, if you go from the bottom to the top, and you can just review this later, I'm happy to entertain any questions offline. It's the most restrictive to the least restrictive. So from the bottom, post-conviction, pre-jail, pre-sentence, no bail allowed for one reason or another, the person really can't get out. Then there are people with money bail, using very little money bail now. Used to be over 700 people per month. Now, I bet we don't see even 100 money bails per month. Voluntary home detention is growing because where viable, it's a great way for us to not re-victimize families, help a person who qualifies to be productive in the community and get credit for time served while they are electronically monitored. We're using 2 devices. I just want to emphasize this is something we really need to manage, and we need the resources to do it. We have nearly 600 people in the community on either an ankle bracelet that monitors alcohol use or GPS or both. Some people have a bracelet on each leg. And then we are moving toward a model where we can hopefully better distribute our cases by working on our job specs and having a high, medium, and low client load for each officer. And of course, collaborating with the PAR team and the court to have frequent calendars to be more effective in our case management. Hopefully, we'll see more and more people qualifying for ORs and going into diversion programs as the years come. I'm going to go ahead and close there. But of course, any questions you might like to ask, I'm happy to answer now or later.
Thank you very much, Matt. The final speaker for Public Safety and Justice section will be Director of Office of Reentry Services, Javier Aguirre, and then we'll take questions before we move on to behavioral health. Javier.
Good afternoon, board members and members of the public. I'm going to be sharing my screen here. Can you see the PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Okay. So in response to the March 16, 2020 shelter in place, the Reentry Resource Center had to modify its services at the Reentry Center in San Jose. Unfortunately, we also had to close the Reentry Center in Gilroy due to staffing limitations. At the Reentry Center in San Jose, we limited in-person triage with the exception of the medical mobile unit. They continue providing services to clients. In partnership with probation and parole, our office assisted with triaging identified individuals being released from state prison and from the jails. So what we did is we really assisted probation in terms of, and parole with our CBOs, creating care packets for the individuals. And in partnership with our 13 contracted providers, we identify ways to move from in-custody or in-person services to remote services. So for example, Health Right 360 is now providing cognitive behavioral therapy introductory classes in English and Spanish to pretrial and probation clients via Zoom. And then in response to the jail releases due to COVID-19, ORS collaborated with Office of Supportive Housing to form a strike team to initially assess clients in jail and then at the Reentry Center. And at the Reentry Center, we depend heavily on our peer mentors and community workers and the medical mobile unit staff to triage clients in the courtyard. And in this picture, it consists of Callie from Behavioral Health Faith-Based, Manny from Faith-Based department here at the Reentry Center, Victor from Office of Reentry Services, Barbara from Medical Mobile Unit, and a client there who received services. Not pictured in this this slide is Denise from Office of Supportive Housing and Dolores and Fruth from ORS. So they make up our triage group that is seeing clients at the reentry center in person and assisting them making phone calls specifically to the housing hotline. So in addition, Office of Reentry Services, in collaboration with many partners with the Public Defender, is staffing a resource table. So we're at Elmwood, trying to be there 7 days per week, 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. and 7:30 p.m. to 10:30 p.m. And here's just a list of next steps that we're trying to identify as we phase in additional services at the reentry center. We're also looking at improving the resource table and trying to find some more services regarding transportation and direct service linkages. And most importantly, continue working with our contracted providers to identify additional paths for providing services. So I just learned today that Goodwill Industries is now going to have some of our clients that were there for the construction apprenticeship. And now with construction sites being open, about 6 of our clients will then go back to these construction sites. So that's very, very great news. So I want to end and thanking all of the reentry center staff, all of our contractors on site for continuing working with clients at the center and remotely. And then lastly, in the board packet, there is a dashboard that has all the information about all the services that we triage since March 16th of the shelter in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Javier. So the panel is going to pause for questions before we go on to behavioral health.
I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to ask my colleagues if it's okay if we just go through all of the presentations. If there's anybody who'd like to stop and ask questions now. And what I would say, and I apologize to the presenters, if Susan, did you want to ask questions now, or were you able to wait till we finished all of them?
I can wait. I'm just thinking from a staff perspective, maybe some of the PSJC people are leaving, and do we want them to stay around for the next meeting? I just have 2 questions, and I'm happy to ask them whenever you decide.
Okay, so if we would like to do questions now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to limit the question time from my colleagues to 10 minutes on this section so we can finish the rest of the presentations. And then I just will warn the folks who are giving presentations next that my hope is that the presentations can be about 5 minutes so that there's time and for the board to ask questions. So I'm going to start, Susan, with you, and then I'll move on to any of my other colleagues.
Thank you. I have just a question for the district attorney. There you are. Jeff, I want to share first that my staff has heard really positive responses from the LEAs regarding the work of your office, particularly the community prosecutors, in keeping them apprised of evolving public health orders and what enforcement should look like. And you talked a little bit about that as well. And while it seems clear that the vast majority of our LEAs are on board, I was a little bit concerned to read in an NBC article that one of our police chiefs made a statement specifically that he's not going to enforce shelter and social distancing orders and won't break up crowds. And with so many holidays coming and the weather getting warmer, and now that we're opening up more public spaces and parks, can you talk a little bit about what the actual enforcement plan is around that, how we make sure that every single one of our LEAs is fully on board and that the messaging is consistent?
I think that while I haven't read the NBC article, I did talk to the San Jose police chief earlier today. And so I think I imagine what you're referring to is Cinco de Mayo and the chief's comments about that. Yes. The
comment not related to any particular event, but just a general concern about a willingness to enforce the shelter-in-place order.
Yes, I think when it comes to large crowds gathering, there is depending on what that purpose is, there is a concern, I think, that's shared probably by many of the law enforcement agencies of what to do in that situation. it's one thing when you're talking about breaking up, 20 or 30 people that are playing, volleyball or soccer at the park. It's another thing when you're talking about hundreds of people that are gathering for Cinco de Mayo or for other kinds of holidays. And I think that the police chiefs are trying to balance public safety. And I think that they're, when it comes to large crowds of people, their reluctance to send in tons of officers to break that up is their concern for trying to prioritize public safety at this point. So I think that's where they're coming from.
Okay.
I've only spoken to Chief Garcia specifically about the Cinco de Mayo celebrations coming up, but I think that's the concern. I mean, with as we've talked about, when it comes to businesses and when it comes to residents, we've had large success for involuntary compliance for several weeks. At some point, that may become more difficult, and I think all of the police chiefs and myself, frankly, are trying to balance the right approach in terms of how heavy-handed to be, because we're relying on our community to follow the rules, and if large segments of our community are not, that's a problem, and that's not something that the police are going to be able to solve on their own. That's something that public health, elected officials need to engage on. So, this is one of those where we're trying to walk, I don't want to say it's a narrow path, but we're trying to walk a path of balancing the right level of enforcement.
Right, thank you. And I appreciate that and would be glad to echo any messaging that your office or public health are putting out. Mother's Day probably doesn't get so raucous. Memorial Day is a big, traditionally a big crowd weekend. However you would like us to support and promote this continued message in partnership with our law enforcement, keeping in mind their safety, as well as the health and safety of the public would be really much appreciated.
Agreed.
My only other point that I wanted to raise, you talked a little bit about the gender violence-based cases, child sexual abuse, and I know that in the DFCS report that we haven't heard yet, there's a lot more information about the child abuse hotline dashboards. But what I would like to ask for just at this place in the meeting is for administration to provide an off-agenda report on an off-agenda on a baseline report of gender-based violence cases, including child sexual abuse, domestic violence, sexual assault, and SART exams processed pre-COVID-19 versus the reported cases and exams processed since the shelter-in-place order has been implemented. And in that report, I'd like to see the disaggregation of data to show the age range of victims and survivors who have received a safe or sane exam. And this would include information from the DA's office as well as from the health and hospital system. And that is both in response to your report and in anticipation of what we're going to hear from DFCS.
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense. And we're happy to help with county administration in creating that report. We already have the data that we've got, and there's other data that the county collects, and we're happy to participate in that.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Are there any other comments or questions from my colleagues on the public safety component? Supervisor Cortese?
Happy Mother's Day, and try not to get too raucous this year.
Don't count on it. Dave?
So we're basically going back through all these panels. I only have two questions, but I just—
Yes, go ahead.
All right, the first question is for the sheriff. I appreciated the reference to the video arraignments. Obviously, others in this panel, the panels are involved with that as well. I'm wondering about she mentioned the cost savings, and I'm wondering about the actual cost savings. We're talking a few weeks ago as to video arraignments potential to help with COVID and the contagion piece of it. We also talked a little bit about how there's a big investment in the cost of transport every year. And I'm just wondering, how significant is that? And is that something we can get some more detailed information on, if not right now, between now and the next board meeting?
So we have been talking about video arraignments for quite some time and have been working with all justice partners on this. When COVID-19 started, we knew that we had to step up the implementation of this. So it wasn't fully ready to be rolled out on a major basis. But what we did is we kind of put together a quick fix for it and have used it in certain areas in the jail, but it certainly is not widespread yet. But we have been able to test it and use technology. So we've been able to implement some of it. And I really think that there will be a cost savings when it can be fully implemented, because we won't have to transport, especially people who are housed at the Elmwood complex to the other courts. So we think it'll be cost savings in the future. What we're using it for now is in the certain housing areas to be able to use video arraignment. That way we can use our existing transportation personnel to transport fewer people in a vehicle and do more runs. So it hasn't saved any cost now, but once it's fully implemented, it really will.
Yeah, and if I could just follow up, what I'm looking for, just to frame it a little bit better, Sheriff, for the future is what potential is there? And let me put in parentheses here that I'm not trying to find savings, take them away from your department or from justice and put them into social services or something. What I'm looking for is there a way, now that this finally has legs, it's an idea that's, as you allude, has been around for years. I think Rod Dierdon and Dan McCorkindale were supervisors when this was first discussed. So that said, is there an opportunity, much like we're talking about with telecommuting in an earlier referral today that Supervisor Chavez brought, that as we eventually come out of sheltering in place, that some of these things that have worked, if they're working, like video arraignments, could become a permanent way to reallocate resources around justice, instead of having, polluting diesel buses moving people back and forth at a high expense. Is there other work that can be done with those resources around the justice system that you would endorse, maybe the DA would endorse, and others would endorse, including the judges themselves, because I know historically they've had some trepidation about video arraignments, but I also know that they're resource challenged. And so I just want to make sure we hold on to some of these things that are working going forward. And obviously you're at the forefront of it. I don't know anyone who could be any better at telling us, what's working and what's not working in terms of transport than you. So you're obviously the key person on this. So I just wanted to encourage maybe at some point you to pull some of the folks that we've heard from today together, maybe in a smaller ad hoc group, and just talk about what would this look like going forward, and how might we negotiate coming back to the Board of Supervisors with a way to to sort of repurpose resources in a way that's fair.
Yes, I think that's a great way to look at it, and it's something that we will do. And I thank you for your comments.
Thank you. Thank you for your efforts. Let me just, I'm going to not ask my second question, President Chavez, and just thank everyone for the very comprehensive reports and the obvious effort that's gone into them, getting us up to speed. It's very, very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisors Wasserman or Simidian?
Thank you. I'll just, oops, where am I? There we are. I'll just say thank you. I'll just say thank you very, very much. A huge amount of work went into all of that. I really appreciate that, and hope you all stay well. Thank you.
Supervisor Simidian?
Thank you. No questions at this time. I'll add my thanks as well, however.
Thank you. Between the DA, the sheriff, the public defender, the chief of probation, ADO, pretrial services and reentry, and I apologize if I left anybody out of that soup. I just wanted to say a very, very sincere thank you. And to my colleagues, the reason that I wanted this presentation this week was that the amount of work that's gone into both securing the safety of the jail, juvenile hall, and the ranch, and the collaboration between our teams, that seems like it seems easier than it really is. And I know you know this from talking to our colleagues across the country, there really is no place like home, in the sense that I think the DA put it well when he said, sort of setting aside that our normal adversarial differences to really dig in and do the work for the community. I also just wanted to acknowledge that we are making a very significant change in our policy and in the way we're addressing it. I think Mr. Fisk raised it well when he talked about the fact that we'd all been looking and working towards some sort of bail reform. This is the bare bones test of it right now. We are all experiencing it. And because of that, I wanted to make sure, one, that all my colleagues were very aware of it, and two, that as we are learning from these really bright, exceptional people, that I think one of the most important outcomes of the work that's being done around COVID-19 is what we're learning both about human behavior, the process that we're using, but also these collaborations that are a little out of the ordinary. What I'm really going to be asking, Martha, under your leadership, and Lori under yours and the DA's, is and all of and I have to say this, chiefs and everybody, because you're all kind of in charge of everything. But what I really want to make sure of is that in the next few weeks that we have an opportunity to reconvene you on one very simple question, which is, what do we keep doing and what do we stop doing? And I know those are easier said than done, but I feel like I couldn't be talking to a better brain trust of folks to help us imagine what the future looks like. And I expect that this will be one area where we may not have agreement across the board, and that's okay. I think this is really an opportunity for us to say what we've learned the most of. So any thoughts or concerns about that request? No? Okay. And then the only other thing I wanted to add to this, Susan? Okay, I see Susan jumping around over there. All right, on that request, Susan?
Yeah, just a question about, you want all of those reports to come back here again, as opposed to for PSJC, because
if you want it to go first is fine, but we really, I think, here's where I think, Susan, this is one of those issues that, and I can defer to you and to Mike on this, but I think because the risk is significant, and that's part of the reason that I wanted this discussion to be here, that I think that the discussion about what we've learned needs to be shared with the entire board, because the policy frameworks that are, the policies that we've been working on, honestly, for years and years and years, are actually kind of fast forwarding. If you'd prefer, Susan, they go to committee and you have a committee meeting coming up, great. I'm happy to have them go there first. If not, they can come here to the full board.
Okay, I'm happy to talk about that more. I'm just really thinking about staff time and not, essentially sandwiching a whole PSJC meeting within a board meeting. But your points are good. Can we think about how maybe to consolidate the reporting so we're not hearing it?
Yeah, I'm actually not trying to get them to do an off agenda or an on agenda report.
Oh, I understand.
I'm really leaving it. You guys are already meeting. They're already meeting. They're already doing this work. So I'm really just asking if they can share with us in one venue what's working, what's not working. Yeah. But I don't, Susan, I think it's great. I just don't know what all the committee schedules are, and it is a lot of staff time. But these are fundamental changes to the way we're doing. So do you have?
I'm happy to pursue that offline or with Martha and figure out the best way to make sure everybody gets all of the information we need. Thanks.
And then the only other thing I wanted to raise is that the issue that Susan raised about what we're seeing in terms of reporting. This is another area where I think we're going to learn a lot, and some of it's going to be tragic that I think we feel like we know, and that's that we have a lot of children who are in danger and a lot of individuals in danger in their households. But I also want to better understand, and I'm not asking for a report or anything like that. I'll probably just, pick your brains individually, but I am really interested in understanding after this is over, having conversations with folks who didn't reach out to us to better understand the why of that. Did we actually see a decrease in violence in homes? Were people more afraid? Was there more domination in a household, so it was more difficult to do? Are we really looking at 911 maybe not being the best tool? Is it really texting? Is it something else? I mean, I think those are questions that we're gonna have to dive into, not today, but I'm just putting that on your radar, that I'm gonna be interested in getting your thoughts on that. Not a report, not an off agenda. I will bug you all individually. All right. Thanks very much. Mike, did you want to add something?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I appreciate your saying when this is all over. I am a cup half full optimist guy, as anybody who knows me, but this might be exactly how things are 90 days from now. We don't know what we don't know. This has never happened before. A cure could come out right away and we immunize 8 billion people. I don't know, but I would strongly suggest, with our schedules and our physical ability to be places and all that's put on all of our staff members, that we do everything I can. And I think, Madam President and Supervisor Ellenberg, I know you were saying it. Madam President, I believe you were saying it. We don't want to bring anything to committee that then comes to the board, because then you've got supervisors hearing it at the committee and staff members reporting, and then supervisors hearing it at the board meeting and staff members reporting. This is not the time. We need to eliminate all duplication of any kind. And so anything that we task down to a committee, I think should be handled at the committee, if the board wishes to empower 2 supervisors to do that.
You know what? Let me withdraw my request. I did not mean to make this complicated. So I'm going to withdraw both requests, and it really was not intended to be complicated. I understand the point you're raising, Mike.
Okay, I'm good.
Trying to make more work. I was really trying to see what we're learning. Thank you all very much. This was a tremendous amount of work, and I deeply appreciate the presentations. Thank you. So Martha, you're going to get us to the next group?
Yes, so with that, Behavioral Health Services Director Tony Tolis on the suicide data. Tony?
Treo, who will be the acting director as I step back this week. And the person that will be discussing our suicide prevention at President Chavez's request is Megal Leon, who is our program manager, has been before the board before, done very well. And we'll go through a couple of slides on both our suicide prevention line as well as our crisis text line during COVID-19. So I turn it right over to Megal.
Thank you, Tony.
Can you hear me? I think I'm going to share my screen. Okay, we have 2 slides, one on the suicide and crisis hotline call volume and one on crisis text line volume. So this one is on the suicide and crisis hotline calls. The chart shows the weekly volume of calls from January on the left to April 2020. The blue bars that you see and the blue trend line are calls that were made directly to the suicide and crisis hotline using the local number. And then the orange bars in the trend line are calls that were transferred to the hotline, the local hotline from the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline, because they have a partnership to do so. So you can see here that the total weekly call data before and during the pandemic showed no significant change in call volume. So March and April are on the right-hand side of the slide and the chart. There was a slight increase in calls that went directly to the suicide and crisis local hotline. And then there was a very slight decrease in calls that were transferred to SACS from the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. And that was kind of the time period of April 5th through the 25th. In terms of the calls that are coming in, many callers are expressing high levels of anxiety due to a lot of uncertainties. There's a lot of concerns being shared during the calls related to the rapid spread of COVID-19, around job loss and financial loss, relationship issues, when will shelter in place be lifted, and when will things be, quote, normal again? And just for context, most Bay Area crisis call centers did not experience any increase in call volume. And in fact, Contra Costa, their center experienced a decrease in call volume. And then nationally, about half of the suicide and crisis call centers have seen increases and the other half have not. In terms of the county's crisis text line, on the other hand, that has seen an increase in volume in terms of the text conversations. So the county's crisis text line launched in December 2018. And since then, our monthly text conversations have averaged between 20 and 40 text conversations per month. You can see here on this chart, 29 text conversations in December 2019, 36 in January of this year, and 22 in February. And then in March, we had 171 text conversations that took place. And there were peaks during that month on Friday, March 13th, Monday, March 16th, when shelter in place was announced, and Sunday, March 29th. The only comparable month in terms of the county's crisis text line for this call volume was August 2019. That's when the shooting at the Gilroy Garlic Festival took place, and the crisis text line handled 173 text conversations that month. You can see in April, I have a bit of an updated number. So through the whole month of April, 76 conversations took place. So the volume is still significantly higher than we would typically get, but not at the levels of March or August of last year. The top issues being discussed over the text line are on the right over there. Anxiety and stress being mentioned in about 43% of the conversations, followed by relationship, depression and sadness, and then school being a topic in 28% of the conversations. Crisis text line nationally also is providing a lot of data insights. They have seen a 40% increase in volume from COVID-19, and they've seen some trends, including general increase in texters 35 years and older, mostly talking about job loss and financial issues. Increase in texters who report being Asian, who are 3 times more likely to report racism or discrimination. 46% of the Hispanic texters reporting financial issues, and Black or African American texters being almost twice as likely to report loss of a loved one. So that is the report, and I'm happy to take questions now or later.
Thank you very much. If we could go to our next presenter, and then we'll answer questions after this section or ask questions. Thank you.
Excuse me. The next presenter is Director of Social Services Agency, Bob Minicochi. Bob?
Manicotti.
You're gonna have to teach us all how to say your name. Go ahead.
Well, it's one of those weird things. I think, sort of got lost in translation in the Ellis Island extravaganza, but I think to pronounce it correctly, it's Kochi, but for whatever reason, the family has always said Coochie. So we say Minicucci, even though I think we're pronouncing it wrong. So
you are, but Coochie's cuter.
Yeah. There's no explanation really as to how we got there, but let me just see if I can share this. All right. So sharing my screen. These are just the dashboards, the static dashboards that we provide to you weekly and include in the agenda package. Progress update on the dashboards, that'll be live data. We're shooting for the end of the week, and I think we're close. We may miss it by a day or two, but the word from TSS is that they're making good progress, and you should have those shortly, if not Friday, maybe Monday, Tuesday, something like that. Starting with in this dashboard here, I just wanted to go over quickly. There's a lot of information on here, but just hit the highlights of what's happening in the Department of Employment and Benefits Services. There's a lot of interest in the caseload information, what's happening with applications. So I'll start with CalFresh. And in that program, we have continued to see a steady, from the steady increase we saw from the middle of March, that increase has been consistent through each week, kind of going forward all through April. And that volume is roughly in the 2,000 to 3,000 cases per week. Our old running rate and our new running rate, the difference is about 120% increase of our weekly applications. And what I would say about the processing piece, we were pre-shelter in place, we were processing on about a 21-day turnaround. Since that time, CalFresh, we're processing on a 7-day turnaround. And on the expedited cases this past week, we even improved by a day. We're doing expedited cases in a 2-day turnaround. On the Medi-Cal side, we mentioned previously that it's been pretty steady. We've seen a small increase on the Medi-Cal applications. It's about a 16% increase in terms of the week-to-week applications from pre-shelter in place. Our processing timeframes were 22 days pre-shelter in place, and we're down to 5 days currently. On the CalWork side, we've seen about an 88% increase in our weekly application volume. And again, processing timeframes are 13 days pre-shelter in place and currently running seven days. In our previous report, we had talked about general assistance and how that had fallen off initially. But I think the good news is through adapting our outreach process and doing a lot of outreach, we're back up to a very high level of applications. So we're actually seeing on a weekly basis from pre-shelter in place to current, we're about 165% increase in the volume of applications we're seeing. And the turnaround there is pre-shelter in place is about 5 days, and we're processing at about a three-day pace right now. Moving on to adult and aging services. In general, not too much to report on the IHSS program. It's steady in terms of the caseload and things like that. And then the public guardian side, same thing. We've just seen steady work there. And senior nutrition, as we mentioned before, there's a lot of work happening around increasing meal delivery. So through the neighborhood meal delivery program, there's a 192% increase since March, and the work that's happening there. And specifically within the senior nutrition program itself, home delivery is up 51%. Congregate meals, in terms of the workload that they're doing, is up about 27%. Also on the adult protective services side, the call volume there in terms of reporting is down about 20% through the end of this month. So still an area that we're concerned about and working through strategies with our various CBOs who work with this population around our outreach efforts there. Finally, in terms of our volume information, with DFCS, we've seen a decrease of 47% in our call volume, a decrease of about 55% in referrals, and also a decrease in terms of petitions. As we mentioned previously, we're looking at a couple different efforts to increase our awareness of this issue, and that's with working with our education partners to help on the education side of education providers, of helping them understand what they can do in their new role as distance instructors, of how they can do engagement work with kids to screen for signs of neglect and abuse. And we also have recently completed some public service announcements, which will be on the county's website, as well as we're working to try to get them placed in local media. What I will say, excuse me, what I will say about the call volume in DFCS is that we definitely feel and have concern, as we mentioned before, around neglect issues for kids, and the ability for us to be able to have in place interventions for for kids who are subject to neglect. And this really, I think, kind of walks that fine line of what we always say is really poverty abuse. And I think this really comes down to what we see in a lot of reportings is concerns from folks that kids may not have changes of clothes, may appear hungry, things like that. And it's really getting down to the issues of poverty and how we can address that and do engagement around those issues. From the standpoint of the petitions that we filed around the more severe abuse that's happening, I would say we're still running at a rate that's consistent with our pre-shelter in place numbers. In January, our numbers were around 51 total. February was a low month of 30. March was consistent with that, around 36, and April to date is around 37 in terms of petitions being filed. So we are concerned around the well-being of kids and certainly for the safety, but we have a little bit of faith in the sense that we're still getting to the most severe safety cases, but there's still, I think, a lot of work that needs to be done there. Previously, we talked also about a state program. It's called the Great Plates Delivered Program. We were awaiting guidance on that. It came out on Friday and Monday. And I'll just share this case. This was in relation to increasing the availability of food and food programs through tapping underutilized restaurant capacity. Guidance came out, and what it suggests is that a county or city entity be the lead entity. And through the work that we've been doing here in the county, through the EOC, the city of San Jose has taken the lead on the meals delivery program, and the EOC has designated the city as the lead for this Great Plates program. So there's a variety of requirements under the program, including nutrition, that they have to be nutritious meals. And that's typically a role that we support and help. So we'll definitely be active in the program, but the city will be taking the lead on that. There's a variety of information that we'll be happy to share with folks as to the rates, the reimbursement rates and the program conditions. Generally, it's for folks 65 and older, unless you have some specific conditions that can then open up eligibility up to a population of the 60 to 64 population. But the purpose of the program was, twofold: to provide meals, but also to support local restaurants, ag workers, and food producers to try to get those industries moving. And it's what they were providing under this program is a rate of $66 a day for 3 meals a day. And so there's more information unfolding, but we do have our initial guidance, so the planning and letters of interest can start moving. Last thing I just wanted to share is work that we're also engaged in from the standpoint of anticipating our recovery efforts as we move on from our response efforts. And recently, we had just worked with our other county directors and our support advocacy in Sacramento to convey to the governor and the legislature some of our concerns moving forward and some of the program areas that we have some concerns. So there's 3 key areas. One is just to be able to enhance the COVID-19 related interventions and workload prioritization. But what we're concerned around with that is that we know, due to the fact that we have had a lot of workload relief items, so things like recertifications have been put on hold. What we know is we have a big workload bubble now. Our workload is going to, is increasing dramatically, and we're going to be carrying that caseload going forward. But at the same time, there's going to be a great deal of pent-up demand for face-to-face contact for issues that folks feel they need that contact, but also just to address the backlog of all the recertification work and other pieces of work that have been waived. So we're certainly concerned about that. We're also vocalizing our support for federal advocacy around the critical nutrition benefits and having continued support in those areas. We also just wanted to make sure that we were prioritizing what we've learned through this of where there's still gaps in the safety net, and encourage the state, to the extent that it has stepped up and provided support like the Great Plates program, but other supports for undocumented recipients, citizens, things like that, that we definitely need to see those things continue to move forward for some time. We're also just concerned about areas where there's program flexibility. So in CalWorks in particular, and also just with programs like IHSS and Adult Protective Services, the state has a fair amount of latitude in defining the program definitions, where in CalFresh, it's a federally defined program, not a lot of flexibility there. So we're urging the state to exercise its flexibility in areas like the CalWorks time limits, in a time where there's this economic impact. It'd be great to see some relief around time limits, things of that nature. The last area that we are urging some attention to is just areas that affect our funding. So to the extent that our programs are funded through a lot of realignment funds, through sales tax issues, to the extent that there are cash flow issues around tax payment deferrals, things like that, we want to urge the state to help to continue to make us whole in those funding areas, so that we continue to get through this period as revenues will hopefully begin to catch up to some of the deferrals and things of that nature. We also just encourage things of the nature of where financial participation has increased from the federal government, to perhaps share in some of that, so the counties could get a share versus the state taking all of that. Just areas where we can all share and trying to keep our programs whole and moving forward through these times. And that concludes my report.
All right. If there are no questions, we'll go ahead and move on to Child Care for Essential Workers by Deputy County Executive Leslie Kroll.
Hey, Leslie.
Trying to get this full screen going here. Okay, there we go. Good afternoon. I will be quick because I know you have a lot still on the plate. There's been a lot of activity this week, and essentially the county program is working very well. We have 114 contracted slots per day, but mostly now we actually have more than that reserved. The issue is the no-show rate. I already heard the county executive speak to the no-show rate at the testing in Milpitas. We aren't doing percentage-wise as badly as that, but we have about a 15 to 20% no-show rate on any given day. Huh. As I noted in the written report that's attached here, the expenditure for this level of care through June 5th, which is when our contracts expire, we'll need to renew those depending on what's happening with the public health directives, total about $800,000 in expenditures for about a 10.5-week program. And then on the county side, you call Healthier Kids Foundation. We give Healthier Kids Foundation a list of all the essential workers. They call the parent to confirm, and it's working very smoothly. They get follow-up. You can call their screeners. We'll call them if they don't show up. We'll ask them to formally cancel if they can. If you aren't a county employee, it can be a little more confusing. If your employer is paying for it, like us, it might be a little more straightforward, such as the city of San Jose and Kaiser. But the other essential workers have to know these vouchers exist. And even though the governor has the additional funding, there are really only 100 payment vouchers out of the $50 million of funding from the state. And 4Cs had given away 53 of those from an official standpoint. We have anecdotal evidence that they may have given away more than that because they've told people on the phone that they don't have any vouchers available. Now, one of the issues is that our main point of communication is the Santa Clara County Office of Education website, which is extremely comprehensive and very helpful. We've had a lot of parents call them, but our county official referral agency has essentially gone virtually out of business as the State Department of Education has decided not to renew any of their contracts as of July 1st, and we found this out yesterday. So they've essentially referred everybody via their website to this different organization called Choices for Children. And so parents may not be able to get a lot of help in terms of finding this vouchered childcare. And the Santa Clara County Office of Education is working hard with the state of California to figure out how to fix this problem. So this is an example of the page where it says, go elsewhere to find your childcare. And there's the Choices for Children page, which is what you see after you click on the 4Cs link. And here's the County Office of Education. This website's actually working very, very well. They are having a press conference tomorrow to talk about all the new aspects of this that they're unveiling. And I have listed those in the report. And so they're going to add Spanish translations. They're going to publicize the interactive childcare map. They're going to add additional information about the alternative payment voucher program. What we're worried about is that parents and providers just won't be able to get information clearly because Choices for Children wasn't prepared to assume the work that 4Cs has let go of at this point in time. So we're sort of hoping that we can stabilize things even before July 1st, but right now it's very iffy. There's an example of the map, and here is the example of the latest data we got from 4Cs on Monday, and yet now they told the Santa Clara County Office of Education that they don't have any other data, and the state hasn't been able to provide data to the County Office of Education yet either. So this might be the last data we see for a while, and yet even in the last week, quite a few slots have been used as a result of this because I had 2,500 as of April 23rd. So the little purple dot and so forth is the state site. What if you go to the mychildcare.ca.gov, you get that little map and it'll show you the provider and so forth. And here are some sources of funding. We have the state funding. We have First Five is funding supplies. We have these other spaces through various subsidized programs at the state level, but that's not necessarily for essential workers. We have our own general fund. We have the CARES Act. We have FEMA. And then really it's a matter of cobbling it together from multiple sources at this point in time. For the summer, the conventional wisdom is that the schools have so much uncertainty going on for themselves that they are not particularly eager to open up for a summer program. I think we're going to end up partnering with some regional assistance with County Office of Education and this Region 5 group. There might be places like the Youth Science Institute might be able to do some programming, but we're not sure yet. So we're just going to work on it like the Dickens and work with the City of San Jose and their Parks and Recreation Department because they have additional funding that the smaller cities don't have, and see what we can come up with. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, so Martha, are we done with this section? The whole thing? Didn't leave anything out?
Yes, we're done.
Great, okay. So what I wanted to do is I'm gonna start with Dave and work our way back. I'm gonna ask folks if we can limit ourselves to just a couple of questions a person, and mostly so we can finish the rest of the agenda. I do want to thank all the presenters. This was very, very timely information. I appreciate it very much. So Dave, we'll start with you.
And I'm good. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan? Do you have questions? Yeah, good.
Sorry, I'm working on it here. No, I don't have questions now, as I indicated before, that there's just so much going on right here, but I just want to express appreciation per usual for Leslie Crowell and her team, and really supportive of swift action here in getting the state to ensure that emergency subsidies are accounted for and that we have a strong transition in place by July 1st. So thank you so much for this work.
Thank you. Joe?
If Mr. Metacoche is still on the line, could I engage him, please?
I am here.
Thanks so much. I believe it's the Great Plates program that you referenced that is designed to serve homebound seniors meals. Yes, do I have my basic terminology right?
That's correct. That's the new state program.
And I heard you reference San Jose taking the lead, yes?
That's correct.
And I just wanted to understand, is that taking the lead in all 15 of the cities as well as the unincorporated county, or no?
Yes, so that's the role that they have played currently under the EOC activities, and they will continue to do that for the near term.
Okay. Near term, rough estimate is how long?
I don't know. I mean, our staff are working on the kind of warm handoff part of that, but we haven't heard anything from them that there's any urgency for them to hand it back to us. So I don't think it's in the immediate near term.
All right. Madam President, I think I'll let it go at that and give Mr. Metacoche fair warning. My office will probably be following up with him on this subject. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Mike?
No, ma'am.
All right. So I just wanted to say thank you to everybody. I really appreciate the report. A couple things that I wanted to just ask. One is that I understand that we have IHSS workers who aren't able to make all of their hours, perhaps because of their own challenges with COVID, family members, or their clients. And what I would like to have the staff do is give us, this is an opportunity for an off-agenda report, unless Dr. Smith knows the answer to this now. I'm hoping that we're not terminating anybody's health insurance that of that group of workers that that provide that support. And I don't know, Jeff, do you know the answer to that, Dr. Smith? I'm sorry, I'm looking at all these boxes and I don't see your name, which is why I'm looking for you.
I'm here.
Oh, sorry, there you are.
I'm pretty certain we are not, but I will double check and give you a off agenda note to be sure.
Great, and if you'd copy my colleagues, just so everybody, I'm sure, calls. The other thing, thank you, on the CalWorks time limit, I'd be interested if, Bob, if you could let us know what limit, I mean, what the limit is now and what it should be from your perspective.
Sure. So the limit is jumped around a little bit. You know, there's a 48-month and a 24-month limit. Those were imposed during the recession, and there've been work to try to move those back. But what we're concerned about is for folks who have already exhausted their 48-month limit, this just isn't a good time to do that. So if we can at least go back to what the federal government allows, which was up to the 60-month piece.
Okay, I want to ask that because I know that Susan's very active in CSAC and that we should be making the same requests across the board. And so I just wanted to catch your attention. And also, I think with the federal task force that Dave and Supervisors Committee and, oh, that
Your
Dave.
sound is chopping in and out.
Sorry about that. Thank you for telling me that. What I was saying is that I'd like, because you are on CSAC, that 60-month strategy, if we could just get the exact language, Bob, that you would like us to be advocating for. And then on the federal side, I'm very interested in us taking a look at the SNAP program. If there is any new legislation, I'd like Dave and Joe to know what kinds of changes, if any, we want to make to SNAP in the near term, just in terms of making it easier to access, more people to access it. And maybe, I know we've gone up in terms of the amount of money available, but I think food's going to stay a long-term issue. I think no matter, even when people go back to work, it's going to be a while before people have their nest eggs together. And I think that's really critical.
Madam President?
Yes, sir.
I found out the answer to your question about IHSS and insurance. The answer is no, nobody's being discontinued.
Great, thank you so much. And then my last request, and this wasn't a presentation today, but I just wanted to make an observation, and that is that I've gone to our county parks at the direction of our public health officer to stay less grouchy. And the one thing I want to recommend is that we look at how we can re-engage the trail watchers and or staff that's at home, just because the volumes at the park are pretty high, and we don't, it appears that we're a little understaffed. So that's just a request, and Dr. Smith, for your consideration over the next week or so. So
okay.
Thank you. With that, thank you, everybody. We will now move on to our next item.
Madam President, forgive the interruption. You do have public speakers on this item.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did not see that. Thank you so much for catching that. I apologize. May we go to the public speakers? Thank you. And we have two for my colleagues.
The next speaker is Scott Largent. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Sorry about that. More technical. Can we reset the time? Is there a way of doing that? I don't know why this thing's acting up. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. All right. There we go. Clock has started. Thank you, everybody, for being able to listen to me. It has been more and more difficult to participate in these meetings now. I understand it's 5:24 with limited Wi-Fi. Most of us are being 86'd out of the hallway right now to go into areas that do not get Wi-Fi to again fight for ourselves out on the streets. You know, this behavioral health end of things right now, Department 60 and 61 in Judge Manley is not seeing patients that are outpatient right now. These people aren't getting adequate care or services, and we pretty much are just leaving them out there. Chief Garcia has told his troops to stand down and not enforce anything as far as the mentally ill and homeless right now that are again tearing our town apart. I'm not sure why that's the case. I am frustrated. And right now the sheriff is being contacted right now to throw us out of a building, which I believe that's a violation of the Brown Act. So I think you guys need to start accommodating us to be able to participate.
Next speaker is Robert Aguirre. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Robert Aguirre here. I would like to talk about the unhoused people that are not getting the attention they need. I've been going out to encampments and distributing these backpack kits that have gloves, masks, and hand sanitizer, and a few other items. But given the number of people that are out there, there's very few people that are actually getting approached by anybody from the county. The group of volunteers, the one that mostly they're out there doing all this work. The people that I talked to said that the medical van has quit coming out, and people have quit doing any outreach, and they don't know what's happening. A lot of them don't have any cell phone. They can't communicate with anyone else. And so we bring this information to them, but we're not getting the support, as much support as we need from the county for this. We need much more hand sanitizer. We need, all the different things we hand out. We need more of that because we're doing the job that the county should be doing. And we're also not being issued thermometers. It would be great if we had,
Our final speaker is a representative from First 5 Early Learning. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Hello, this is Wendy Mahini-Gurahu. I'm the Deputy Chief of Early Learning at First 5. I first want to thank the county and the Board of Supervisors who have been championing and thinking about our early learning space. Childcare is not only just for children, it's actually an economic recovery planning process that has a twofold benefit. It benefits the childcare provider who's a worker, the children in care who are health and safety point of view, and people who need to go to work. I really want to thank Leslie and her leadership and our partnership with COE, County Office of Ed, Healthier Kids Foundation, San Jose Library, for all of the tremendous work, and you for having the courage to stand up and support your workers and our families. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and thank you to Colin for catching that. What I would like to do is move on to item 11. This is a report from the sheriff, and I'll just say to my colleagues, we have 11 and 12, and then I just want to remind you, we have a very brief closed session, and so I'm going to ask everybody who's presenting to be brief, even though I apologize we made you wait the whole day, but I'm very excited about this item, and so if I could turn it over, item 11, to the sheriff.
Great. Thank you very much. I'd like to introduce two members of our COVID investigation unit, Lieutenant Michelle Asben and Angel Ekdow, who is assigned to special operations. They're part of our COVID investigation team. Lieutenant Asben.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Yeah. Okay.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Again, my name is Lieutenant Michelle Asman, and I oversee the Sheriff's Office COVID-19 Investigations Unit, also known as CIU. Today, we'll be presenting an update on COVID-19 for the Sheriff's Office. Our slideshow will cover our CIU team, an update on statistics as of 5/1/20, a timeline of our COVID-19 investigations, and data gathered from our investigations. The Sheriff's Office CIU team started on March 26th. The unit is comprised of a 17-member unit split into 4 teams. We operate 18 hours a day, 7 days a week. The objective of the unit is to track the movement of a COVID-19 person within our facility and to identify others that may have been exposed. Our investigations may include a combination of person interviews and research utilizing CCTV footage in the jails, timekeeping records, staff rosters and schedule, jail information system, activity logs, body-worn camera footage, and working in partnership with Adult Custody Health Services. Our investigations focus on contact exposures, which is considered a higher risk type of exposure. This chart represents our department's exposure flow chart. We are utilizing the CDC guidelines for exposure, which is being within 6 feet of a person with COVID-19 for 60+ minutes and or having contact with bodily fluids from a person with COVID-19. The CIU team documents encounters and classifies exposure risks as either potential or contact, with contacts considered as a higher risk of exposure. And now I'll turn it over to Angel Ekdow.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Angel Ekdow, and I'm an analyst with the Sheriff's Office COVID Investigations Unit. I'm going to be giving a brief update on the activity regarding CIU, the investigations, and some of the data regarding testings and exposures since the inception of CIU. With regards to testing and exposures, as of May 1st, we had 94 employees who had been tested for COVID-19. Of those, about 75% were sworn and about 25% were civilian staff. We do have several that are pending results to be returned. Additionally, we track the testing authority and who's conducting those for our employees. And then lastly on this slide, what you'll see is the breakdown of the exposures tracked through the investigations conducted by CIU. You'll see the contact exposures and the lower risk potential exposures. And this is comprehensive to include anyone who was in a facility or sheriff's office premises that may have had contact with a COVID-19 subject. With regards to our employees, as of May 1st, we had 13 employees that test positive for COVID-19. Of those, 10 of them were sworn staff and 3 of them were civilian staff. 9 of those employees have since been cleared for duty. 0 currently are under hospitalization. With regards to isolation, as of May 1st, we had 9 that were under isolation and had not yet been cleared for duty. Of those, 2 had a suspected work-related exposure and 7 had a source of exposure that was unknown. Additionally, we had 1 employee that was under isolation but cleared for duty with a return to work date as long as there was no symptoms that developed. With regards to inmates, as of May 1st, we had 71 inmates that were tested for COVID-19, 3 of which were positive. That number has since been updated. We had 1 inmate who tested positive. We received the results today, so that number as of today would be up to 4. So currently we have 1 inmate who is positive for COVID-19. Next, we're going to go into a quick timeline to show the overall activity in terms of what we've seen over the last 7 weeks. The top portion of this timeline indicates when we received dispositions regarding positive results for both Sheriff's Office employees and inmates. The bottom portion of this slide indicates activity within the Sheriff's Office with regards to other county employees who were identified as being COVID-19 positive, and then also a timeline with regards to when our positive employees started to feel sick and any interactions that were discovered prior to their disposition where they encountered each other, which oftentimes was discovered during the investigations of CIU. Additionally, you'll see a couple of points of inception for the Sheriff's Office ICC of March 16th, and then the inception of the COVID-19 Investigations Unit of March 26th, which was about 4 days after our first inmate tested positive. Next, what we'll be showing is a representation of the data collected by our COVID-19 Investigations Unit, and we will be illustrating the connections between those who had a potential or contact exposure to a COVID-19 positive subject. So what we do in this instance is we've utilized existing Sheriff's Office tools to conduct this analysis. So the teams will conduct an investigation, and we will use the data from that investigation and do a deeper look into the data to see if there's anything else that it can tell us. What you see in this chart is a compilation of investigations that were conducted by CIU and other investigations that predated CIU done by the Sheriff's Office. The blue dots represent a COVID-19 positive individual, whether they were an employee or an inmate. The dots surrounding that person will reflect an exposure. And then depending on the color of the bubble will indicate whether that person is tested negative, if there was pending test results, if a notification was made. The different colored lines will indicate the type of exposure that may have occurred, whether it was a contact exposure, which was the higher risk, or the lower risk potential exposure. Additionally, the red lines will indicate an encounter between COVID-19 positive individuals. This next slide is and annotated with some of the information that's important for CIU when conducting investigations and trying to determine the timeline for trace tracking. So in some instances with regards to the employees, we look at when their onset of symptoms date was, the last day worked, and then also when we receive the results of their positive. With regards to inmates, we take a look at the booking date, when they were released, and also the date we received the results. This next slide factors out the potential, most of the potential contacts, unless there was an action taken with that subject, meaning a notification was made, testing was conducted. And so in some instances where this is beneficial is that we can highlight where the connections are between individuals who may have had exposure, again, to multiple COVID-19 positive individuals. And we utilize this information for two ways. One is to identify and notify them of the contact exposure, and then also to identify if there are areas where we as an agency can improve the environment to make it safer for everybody as a whole, for staff and for the jail population. Thank you. So with that, we'll turn it back over to the board.
Thank you. This is amazing work. I mean, really amazing work. And it's the first time I've seen just internally what contact tracing looks like in a jail facility, but you've got all those, you've got a lot of employees and all of that. So well done and very organized. And I'm really glad you're on our team. That literally. I'm going to go and see if any colleagues have any questions. And I'm going to start with Susan because her screen is up. But if anybody else has any comments or questions, I'll ask you to join me now. Susan, did you have any comments?
I do. First, I would just echo how impressive this is. Really, the protocols that have been put in place and the data that's being tracked is really terrific. I have some questions that, again, given the time here, I think I'll send and just ask one of them. I'm curious to know about who's consulting with your office on this unit to help develop and review the plans, how the effort will be sustained and iterated over time, whether this is also covering the juvenile facilities, and how it interacts with EOC. So I think I'll send the questions and ask for the answers in an off-agenda report. But what I do want to ask right now, specifically with regard to the slide on COVID-19 positive inmates, what happens to inmates who are under isolation because they're positive cases or quarantined as potential cases and are ordered to be released from the jail? Once they're released, are they monitored by this unit or by public health out of the EOC? And how do we assure that the inmates are transitioned to isolation once they are released?
I believe that one person who had tested positive was released, and I believe that person was transported to Valley Medical Center. But what we would not do is take a positive COVID person and release them onto the streets without providing intermediary care. I believe the others actually regained their health while they were in custody.
Thank you. And again, I'll send the rest. I think that you're doing really tremendous work, and I want to make sure that everyone across the system, and particularly in the EOC, has the opportunity to learn from what you're doing and that we can build on this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any of my colleagues have any other comments or questions?
No, ma'am.
All right, seeing none, I'm going to say a very big thank you to you. Well done. And you've managed what hasn't happened across the country, right? So you stand apart in terms of what's happening in other jails. So thank you for that, for your good work.
Madam President, if I can add, what this really has done is this team has identified people who had potentially more than one exposure, and proactively we've sent people home before they had a chance to interact with others, and then they've tested positive. So what they've done has also really, really helped us prevent future infections too.
Amazing. Thank you. We're going to move on to item 12, and this is a resolution to protect healthcare workers. This
Madam
is
President, I'm so sorry for the interruption. You have public speakers on the previous item.
You're right. You're right. Thank you.
Next speaker is Linda Lenoir. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Linda?
Sorry.
Okay.
Okay. Can I reset?
Yes, please.
Thank you so much. This goes back to a couple of the previous speakers. When they were mentioning new intakes at juvenile hall, they were mentioning conducting a physical assessment. And my question is whether they were also conducting a mental health assessment, which I think is critically important at this time. So I just wanted to put that out there. I was also wondering or making a comment about the decrease in the child abuse calls that were coming in. My take on that is that if a child is at home and the abuser is there in the environment, that definitely there can be a decrease in the number of calls. And I know that a number of teachers and wellness coordinators who are making calls to students at home are probably handling many of those. And then I know that Megalian and Behavioral Health is working very closely with County Office of Education.
Our next speaker is Robert Aguirre. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Hi, Robert Aguirre again. Again, I'd like to bring up the situation with people that are coming out of the jails that are not receiving these kits. I know they're giving out over at Elmwood, but there's a lot of people that are being released from the main jail that aren't receiving these kits or not receiving any other kind of support. Again, I don't know if my comment got cut off before, but I think we need to have people that are going out to encampments, that are talking to people that are coming out from the jails, thermometers, infrared thermometers, so that we can check people. I understand if they're coming out of the jails, they probably got tested before they left, hopefully, but there's a lot of people out there that are at risk of being infected or infecting other people. We want to have these types of tools to not only protect ourselves, but to protect the other people that are in encampments. So whatever the county can do to help the people that are out there helping the people would be greatly appreciated.
Our final speaker is Scott Largent. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Hi, actually, good evening, everyone. Scott Largent. Kind of pinging off of what Robert Aguirre was saying, and I'm not trying to get off topic. I know we have a lot of items that are, I'm a little confused which one we're on, just to be honest. But when people are getting out of the Santa Clara County Jail right now, it's still the same thing of what we dealt with before COVID-19. They're lost. They really don't know what to do. You guys all know I've been staying down here. I kind of fell into the homeless dig again. It just so happened to be that way. I watch this 24 hours a day right now. You have talent sitting in front of you as far as activists. Robert Aguirre was a business owner. I was a business owner in a previous life. You have a lot of other really talented people. Bring them into the mix right now and allow them to truly help. We put so much time and passion and energy into this. We know the answers, and I just don't know why you don't embrace that. Maybe that just needs to go right to Jeff Smith.
Thank you. With that, and I really appreciate, David, you catching me. With that, I'm moving to item 12. Item 12 is an item brought to you by myself and Supervisor Cortese, and we have whereas a resolution attached to it. Dave, did you want to make any comments on this?
No, Supervisor Chavez, I think it's fairly self-explanatory. We are.
Do you want to make a motion?
Yeah, I'd just like to move the item. The resolution's pretty clear. Thank you.
And I'll second it. Are there any questions or comments from our staff? Seeing none, may I get
No,
a,
I'm just available to answer questions.
thank you. May I get a roll call vote?
And any speakers, ma'am?
No.
Great.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
We're on, Susan, we're on.
I think you just said me. Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian?
Simidian, aye.
Supervisor Cortese?
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman?
Yes.
And President Chavez?
Yes. Thank you very much. We're now going to move on to item 17, and this is a report of the county executive. Not that he could have anything else. I'm so sorry.
Okay, thank you. Oops. Thank you, Madam President. Two things that I wanted to let the board know about. One is, well, the board already knows that we're having a mini budget hearing on the 26th of this month, and we're preparing for it. We'll give you a preview basically of what the recommended budget will be when we deliver it in June. Obviously, as the board knows, the recommended budget is really going to be a continuation budget at this point, because we're going to need to wait until we have a more clear idea of all these different revenue sources that are potential from COVID, and have a much better idea of the damage that our basic budget is going to incur from all of the changes that are going on. At this point, the deficit is looking like it's going to approach 300 million in the ongoing budget, and still staying around 140 million in the one-time. So it's going to be challenging, but we'll have a balanced budget proposal for you that will come to you in June, and we'll get a better idea of it and have you get a better idea of it in the March or the meeting on the 26th. The other thing that I wanted to let the board know, which I think the board already knows about, but just a number of board members wanted me to give an update on the ballot initiative that was tendered to the city of San Jose. I think as you read about in the paper and as we notified you in off agenda items, this initiative was initially judged to not have qualified for a full signature count. Then the proponents, as it's their right, decided to go back and re-examine the signatures, and they were able to find enough errors to theoretically qualify for a full signature count. However, there's no item or no allowance in the ordinance for a change in the mind of the registrar at that point. So we're now in litigation, which I won't try to describe, but I can let James describe the litigation. But the end point, if the litigation is successful for the proponents, that would mean there would be a full count done. If it's not successful, then the issue would terminate. So James, maybe you can give more update on the language or the litigation.
James, are you there?
Yeah, I don't have anything further to add.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Smith, anything else?
And that's all I have to say.
All right, board members, any questions of Dr. Smith? Seeing none, I believe, Colin, we move on. Susan, did you wish to speak? Nope. Colin, I believe we move on to item number 18.
That's correct.
Thank you. And back to the sheriff. Sheriff Smith. Sheriff Smith, can you hear us?
Sorry.
There you go.
Yes, sorry about that. Yes.
No problem. Go right ahead.
On number 18, in another room, we have Assistant Sheriff Binder, who is available and will make a presentation.
Well, you're already unmuted. Okay. Are we on?
Yes, you are on. Take it away.
Hey, thank you, Supervisor. Actually, we have Captain Paget here from our custody division. He's going to give a brief introduction, and then Director Juan Gallardo, myself, and Martin from the Sheriff's Office are available to help answer any questions. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. I hope everyone and their families are doing well. On April 7th, this item was on calendar seeking board approval for the purchase of body scanners. At that time, in accordance with the county's technology and community safety ordinance, we also presented to the board the Sheriff's Office body scanner surveillance use policy and the anticipated impact report. Both Supervisor Simitian and Supervisor Wasserman had great questions related to these scanners, and we were asked to come back today with answers to their questions. Supervisor Simitian expressed concerns related to the images produced by the scanners. His concerns were that the images, what they revealed, what they looked like, and why TSA had stopped using this technology. Our responses are included in the packet submitted, but to verbally answer your questions, I'll go over what we thought the differences were. The initial technology used by TSA was called backscatter X-ray. The technology produced an image very revealing in regards to an individual's body shape to include private, sensitive areas. That early technology produced images that were closer to a nude body versus a medical X-ray. Another bad characteristic of those early images were the ability to identify the face of the individual scanned. TSA ultimately stopped using this technology. Currently, the TSA uses technology called millimeter wave. Their newer technology produces an image better than the backscatter, but is still different than the current technology that the Sheriff's Office is requesting today, which utilizes low-dose transmission X-ray. We have provided examples of what each type of image produced looks like by the various technologies. As you will be able to see, the type being requested today is extremely protective of privacy concerns that may be raised. Caught up? Low-dose transmission X-ray technology is the technology OD Security uses to produce a scan. The images produced are very similar in view to a medical X-ray. These images do not present the same privacy concerns due to the image not displaying a recognizable facial image, as well as an overall image that does not resemble the nude body. This technology is also one having the ability to reveal contraband both internally and externally. This technology is widely used throughout the country. Approximately 225 law enforcement agencies, over 35 states have adopted this technology. The second question asked was by both Supervisor Simitian and Supervisor Wasserman, was regarding the concerns over who will be scanned. The policy expressed verbiage clearly defined within the Sheriff's Office surveillance use policy defining who will be scanned. Attached to the ledge file is an updated surveillance use policy clearly stating who will be scanned. The prior version allowed for use only on inmates. The updated policy clearly states that is not allowed to be used on anybody out of custody. To be specific, on page 2, section B, under authorized uses, it states that the technology shall only be used on individuals in custody. Additionally, on page 3, section C, it states that body scanners are prohibited from individuals not in custody. Thank you. I hope I have provided answers to all your questions, and we are available to answer any additional.
Thank you for your very specific responses. Do we have any members of the public wishing to speak on this item?
There are no speakers.
Thank you. Any committee members that wish to speak on this item?
Supervisor?
I think that was Supervisor Simitian. There you are.
It is. The screen is still up, so I think that's why.
If we could please take down, there you go. Now I can see everybody. Thank you. Go ahead, Supervisor Simitian. Welcome back, Madam President.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. Thank you for the response. Puts us in a much better position today than it did, I think, when the item was before us previously. I'm curious to know why it has taken 3 years to move forward acquiring the scanners if they're deemed to be a significant improvement given the fact that the report indicates that funding was approved 3 years ago in the budget.
Yes, the supervisor, during the solicitation process, we encountered a protest, and that happened, I believe, a year and a half ago. And while we went through that process, we needed to proceed with an additional solicitation, and that's why.
Okay. And I'm curious to know if there was a reason why, when this item came to us previously, there wasn't an explicit statement in the use policy that it would be limited to inmates.
I'll address that. Thank you, Supervisor. Our initial draft of the surveillance policy under Section 2, authorized and prohibited uses, specifically stated, if you look at the, several of the uses, each use contained on inmates. So it was our intention that it only be used on inmates. When the question came up at the last board meeting regarding this item, we thought, just to remove any and all doubt, we'll also not only put that it's only authorized for inmates, but we'll put another statement saying it is not authorized for other inmates. Technically, it's still the same policy. We just got additional language highlighting the same thing, because our initial policy said it could be used for inmates for these uses, and then at the end it says it can't be used for other uses. So it was still limited to inmate use, but we just wanted to really to make it even more clear in our updated policy.
Thank you for that. I'm looking at packet page 47, and for those who don't have a packet page, this is page 305, which is the use policy that's being proposed. And under B, paragraph B, it says full body security screeners shall not be used to harass, intimidate, or discriminate against any individual or group, and shall not be used for personal or non-security or non-law enforcement purposes. Presumably, the phrase shall not be used to harass means that staff will have a clear understanding that comments regarding inmates' anatomy would be inappropriate, out of line, and unprofessional. Is that a fair expectation?
Absolutely, sir. And if we were to get wind of staff using any type of language or comments like that, we would certainly initiate the administrative investigative process, along with once findings are made, any disciplinary action that would be appropriate.
Thank you for that. And you will recall, I think, from the last meeting that that was apparently a fairly commonplace occurrence, unfortunate though it was, with TSA. And I just want to make sure that it's not replicated at our county. And essentially, I'm asking the question, frankly, to put you on notice that I think it would be cause for intervention by the board. Fair enough?
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you. That takes me to item 4, data access, where it indicates that among the folks who have access to pieces of information is the sheriff's office supervisors responsible for care and safety of the facility. Does the word supervisors there have a particular meaning? Because otherwise, a sheriff's office supervisors responsible for care and safety of the facility sounds to me like almost anybody.
Well, we have supervisors that are assigned to the custody division that this would be related to, and then we have other supervisors working in patrol, for example, or in our detective bureau that if would not necessarily have the need, so they would not have access.
Let me ask the question in a slightly different way, which is, how do you define a supervisor?
Well, I mean, generally, I mean, our supervisors are sergeants, sergeants and above. So really our goal is that this equipment is going to be within the jail facilities, and only those units working with the equipment are going to be the ones having access to it, unless there's, you know, a criminal investigation where maybe some contraband is smuggled, in which case then it would go to our detective bureau, and they would have access as well to follow up and investigate. but certainly that there's not going to be access to any supervisor within the sheriff's office. It's really, we're talking about a custody setting here.
I'm going to ask that the minutes reflect that narrow and specific use of the term or the phrase supervisors responsible for care and safety of the facility. I'm also going to ask if Mr. Williams or Mr. Coelho are available to us if they think that's clear enough at this point.
Yeah, I think that that's probably fine to have that reflected in the minutes as the legislative history understanding of the definition of that phrase.
Thank you. I understood it to be sergeant level and up, and only those who had specific responsibility for the care and safety of the facility, not who had duties in other areas. Essentially, what I'm trying to ensure is that these not be the basis for gawking and or other inappropriate use. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. That answers my questions.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Supervisor Wasserman.
Yes, ma'am. If there are no comments, I'd be happy to make a motion.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second? Supervisor Simitian, I'm looking at, oh, we have Supervisor Ellenberg. No other, don't have a second on this?
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. May I ask, and I don't have any speakers. Let me just look to make sure. Oh, I have one, I'm sorry.
Sorry about that. The next speaker is Ted. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Can you hear me, supervisors?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. This is Ted Scarlett. I have concerns with this, and I believe that additional rules of use should be written. For example, you are talking about radiation. This is basically a medical device, and there should be how many times this can be used on somebody, over what duration, and especially if it's used, say, maybe twice in a row and nothing is found on an inmate, that it shouldn't continually be used. Radiation is radiation, and there is no safe level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments from my colleagues on this item? Seeing none, may I ask for a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Simitian.
Simitian, aye.
Supervisor Cortese.
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman.
Aye, and for the record, the motion was for approval.
And President Chavez.
Yes, thank you. And that passes unanimously. Thank you for that and all the good work that went into it, both from the staff and from Supervisor Simitian and Wasserman. Item 19, this is a former San Jose City Hall site.
Good evening. This is David Berry, Chief of Facilities Planning Services, Facilities and Fleet. Joining me today are Consuelo Hernandez, Acting Deputy Director, Office of Supportive Housing, and Lizanne Reynolds, Deputy County Counsel. Last November, the administration informed the board that it would be doing a study to determine whether it was feasible to reuse the former San Jose City Hall. Since then, staff has been working diligently with the county's consultants to analyze possible reuse options, which included various housing and office scenarios. The full report is attached to the ledge file. The results of the analysis were that under any of the scenarios evaluated, reusing the former City Hall facility would be far more costly and result in substantially fewer housing units or office space than new construction. Therefore, staff is proposing that an environmental analysis of removing the facility be prepared and brought back to the board for consideration in the fall. We are available to answer any questions about the report that you may have.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for my colleagues? I'll start with Supervisor Cortese. See if there are any questions.
What ultimately is the recommendation today?
The action that's being recommended is to receive a report relating to the assessment that was done by staff, and then to direct administration to prepare an environmental analysis of removing the facility for the Board of Supervisors' future consideration.
Okay, thank you. But the options, so I'm to take it that the options that are laid out in the ledge file are options to build the environmental impact report around. Is that what I understand?
Good question. Dave? Mr. Barry?
Yes, actually, I'm gonna let Lizanne Reynolds take that. Go ahead, Lizanne.
Yes, those would serve as the basis for the alternatives analysis in the subsequent EIR that will be prepared. We may add, we may flesh those out some more, but it's the starting point.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from my colleagues? I see not Susan. Mike?
Thank you. I'll make a motion to direct.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any more discussion on the motion? I am a little concerned about the options, and I am also concerned. I recognize that CEQA will allow us to determine whether or not there's some part of the curve that should be saved or some historical assessment. But right now I'm not prepared to support an analysis with the options before us. And that's just maybe my own, having looked at this for so many years. So I recognize this may be more sentimental than anything else, but that's where I am. Any other comments or questions? Can we get a roll call vote, please? And we have one speaker, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Next speaker is Scott Largent. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Thank you, Scott Largent. I believe it's a historical building. I could be wrong now. I don't know what the exact master plan of what was going to be done to the old City Hall location there. As far as asbestos and getting on top of that, I just thought they could have refabbed that thing pretty quick and maybe turned it into a temporary drug rehab. We need something to get off the ground pretty quick. And if we decide to keep it, if it's going to be part of all the new plan here, it just seems like we could jump on that pretty soon. I see all the equipment out there, leveling that parking lot out there, trying to get more stuff in order for housing for families and for people coming in and out of the correction system. I just see buildings and opportunities that just sit vacant. And just a word of advice, maybe we could clean the front of that place up on that other side, plant some flowers, maybe a victory garden, something to the effect of that, make it look a little nicer over there. It is kind of a dump.
Thank you very much for that public comment. And we're moving back to the board. And seeing no other comments, I'm going to ask for the roll call, please.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian?
Simidian, aye.
Supervisor Cortese?
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman?
Yes.
And President Chavez?
No. And that passes on a 4-1 vote. Thank you, everyone. And thanks for the staff work on this. We're now moving to item 40, and this is our ad hoc subcommittee resolution. These are for items that have been pulled off the consent calendar, and I will turn to Supervisor Ellenberg.
Thank you so much. I'm looking for some clarification here. I voted in support of Supervisor Chavez's referral to create this ad hoc committee, and want to take this opportunity. I don't know that anyone wants a discussion right now, but either to discuss or at least to mention how we as a full board want to work collectively to provide oversight of the response efforts and the many aspects of that across the county organizations. I'm sorry, I'm tired too. We want to work collectively to provide oversight of the response efforts and the many aspects across the county organization and among our stakeholders and constituents, and noting, the multiple meetings, committees, special meetings on COVID-19 issues. I want to just have an understanding of how all of this fits together. And between last meeting and this, HHC met and Supervisor Simidian proposed a special additional meeting of the HHC on testing And my concern is that information that is shared in one committee or another may not get to the full board. And I want to know that we are all ultimately getting the same information specifically related to COVID because we're all responsible for making decisions. So I'm looking for some clarification on how, as a board, we distinguish our meetings or committees that focus on receiving updates as distinct from discussing issues, as distinct from engaging outside voices in our dialogues. And I do think that we have strong mechanisms for updates and approval of items. I don't yet think we have a robust mechanism for engaging with external stakeholders like schools, faith communities, and businesses on how all of the components of our community response fit together, and to have dialogue around some of the modified operations and changes we need to make. Can you just help me understand then how this committee and the other special meetings will help us enhance engagement and oversight while not either duplicating efforts or leaving one supervisor or another out of the loop on some specific information?
So I'm going to give you my perspective on this, but it's just my perspective. One is that, as you saw today, I feel like we left no one out of anything. We just had, from 1:10 till now, or actually 1:10 till about 20 minutes ago, we did nothing but discuss COVID and the COVID impacts. So my expectation is going to be that all of our committees continue to do the very robust work they do. I have a little bit of a disagreement with Supervisor Wasserman in that sometimes you do dig really deep into committee and then you bring things to the board. And, I think the example that we just had about the full body security scanners was something that, Supervisor Simidian worked in committee to develop a policy with me, and then as they've come forward, we've still dissected these ideas. As it relates to this committee in particular, one of the opportunities I think is for us to make sure that as we get questions from both the public and actually from meetings that we're in, and this has been a challenge because we're both trying to not violate the Brown Act, which is, it's very difficult not to do because there are only 5 of us. But to be able to dive deeper into issues and to even do prep for meetings like this, that what I see the ad hoc committee doing is just taking an opportunity in between meetings to dive into issues that may be bubbling up. And this is very unusual in that we have a board meeting next Tuesday, but as you know, we have a board meeting every other Tuesday. We're trying not to tax the staff with more meetings. And as I shared with all of you, Supervisor Cortese and I have both shortened and eliminated some of our FGOC Children's Family Seniors Committee in order to allow people to do work, which you saw the benefit of today. So I think that it's not perfect, but we're working on it. Now, that being said, the other piece of the referral that we brought forward was to engage IEM in beginning to have a very strong outreach process. The first thing they're going to do is bring forward put out into the world a survey that takes a look at the business community, the labor community, nonprofits, I can't remember the other groups, faith communities and community grass tops leaders, to do a very broad assessment of what people's concerns are and what their issues are. Then they're doing a deeper dive into at least 60 one-on-one interviews, and all of that information will come back to the full board in the form of very focused discussions. I'm learning a lot about that today, because doing this online is a little different than when you're able to do these meetings in person, but very focused discussions on very specific topics that come out of their research and their interviews. So that will all come to the full board.
So thank you. I realize all we're doing today is approving the committee, but I'm going to just put in a plug again. I understand the work that's contemplated. The piece that I still feel is missing, and maybe this will become part of the ad hoc, is that immediate real-time back and forth. Going out to get the information is certainly important for us to be able to amass and understand trends or commonalities, but we still don't have a good mechanism. And I think I commented earlier today, sometimes the inadequacy of the EOC responses or the FAQ responses to businesses, nonprofits, religious institutions who have specific questions. We still don't have anywhere for those questions to be heard and answered in real time. So if a piece of that committee might take on that as well, I think that would be plugging a hole. Doing the research, I think, is great because that doesn't take our staff time away, but it's a longer term proposition. It's not hitting some of the real immediacy that I'm hearing, and I imagine all of our offices.
I will say yes to that. We'll figure out how to do that. That's
Alrighty
really
then.
Thank you.
All right, I appreciate that. Thank you for talking that through with me a little bit more.
You bet. So we have 2 public speakers. If we have no other comments, I'm going to ask that we go to the public speakers, and then we will go back to the board for an action.
The next speaker is Mike. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
I'm terribly sorry. This is Mike Sattergren with the Preservation Action Council. It was the last issue that I'd raised my hand on.
Okay, sorry about that.
The next speaker is Robert Aguirre. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak once the timer begins.
Come on. Hi, Robert Aguirre again. What I'd like to speak to is the fact that we have had a number of ad hoc committees, including a homeless ad hoc committee. And I've tried like crazy to get onto that committee to represent the people that are unhoused. And I believe that every committee that is formed, every ad hoc committee and every other subcommittee should have representation from the unhoused community, because so often their concerns are not really being considered in the decision making, and it's always an afterthought. And then later on, we start trying to figure out like, oh, what did we do wrong? Why didn't we take care of this problem? Why is it such a big problem? And we need to address that problem right away. And the only way to do that is to have representation. And so I would like to ask that there's a seat at every table, including this one, that we have unhoused people or people that were formerly unhoused be able to be part of that group. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Could we get a roll call vote?
Supervisor Ellenberg. Supervisor Simidian.
Simidian, aye.
Supervisor Cortese.
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman.
Aye.
And President Chavez.
Yes, thank you very much. Our last item is item 53. This is the DePaul emergency renovations.
Thanks. I asked for this item to be pulled primarily for it to be sunshined with the Board of Supervisors, as it has not been presented to HHC or to the BOS with respect to how the project ties into the overall COVID response and surge capacity planning. And in fact, I'll say I was surprised to see it on consent after flagging concerns at the last meeting on transparency on large emergency procurements for COVID-19. I agree with the importance of this project in general for inpatient or subacute acuity capacity for COVID, but I would like either Dr. Smith or Jeff Draper or Paul Lawrence to please provide a very brief, for the public, brief overview of the specific services that are being planned for the building and the timeline for completion.
Okay, I can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. I can give you a brief summary. As the board is aware, the DePaul property is a building that we purchased from Verity that was originally used as a hospital and was closed a little bit over 11 years ago. In that process of closing it, they didn't quite take care of the building, so it has or had many problems with the structure and mold and water damage. When the COVID crisis began, it was clear that we were going to need some medical respite capacity and some long-term medical care capacity without being a hospital. And so this was a project initiated by me in order to meet the needs of the COVID response, realizing we're going to be in this for the next couple, 3 years. And what was done initially was the roof was repaired, and the water damage was repaired, and the mold was removed, and it's now in a inhabitable position. And the envisioned use would be for respite, low acuity medical care. Now, another part of the project that has been previously discussed with the board is the fact that we're also rehabilitating the emergency room to become the new urgent care area. And that's a different component of this project. That'll be an ongoing use.
And the time frame for completion?
We're hoping that I'm sorry, go ahead.
It'll be a few weeks before we can have the interior actually renovated so that it can be occupied. And I just want to make clarification, the roof is not completely repaired. What we've done is made the parapet wall watertight, not the entire roof. The roof is still to be replaced.
Thanks, Jeff. Let me ask a few other questions. As the project budget is being increased from the $6.5 million previously authorized prior to COVID, now to $25 million, what's the source from which those additional funds are being drawn?
We're planning on it being coming from the COVID FEMA response.
Meaning that we'll be able to recover these costs?
That's what we're going to claim, yes.
Good. And if we do not, if those aren't recoverable, where's this funding coming from?
If it's not recoverable, we'll find out about it 5 years from now, at which point we will probably either do a lease revenue bond or general fund.
Okay, that's a little scary. This item and the related item that we approved last week referenced that the board would receive a report from administration on emergency procurements. On April 21st, it was noticed that we would receive it at today's meeting, but we haven't. Can you give me an update of when this information will be available?
We'll get it to you by, do you want it on the agenda?
Unless you can get it sooner.
We can give you either an off agenda before next Tuesday or an on agenda on Tuesday.
Just to make a recommendation, I think it's fine to get the information beforehand, but it really should be discussed at the board. So I think having a discussion item at the board would be valuable.
Thank you.
I could clarify that there actually is an opportunity for a discussion item at the board because we have to do a FEMA modification to the existing contract that we have. And I think an off agenda beforehand would be helpful for that full discussion.
Great, thank you. And just one final comment. And again, I want to emphasize that I agree with the importance of this project for inpatient or subacute capacity related to COVID. I'd also like to see an expedited review of the medical respite facility improvements on the VMC campus. I see from the referral matrix for this meeting, the report on progress is set as a date uncertain. Can we expedite a timeline for this facility to be provided by the June 2nd board meeting.
I'll do my best, Supervisor Ellenberg, to try to make sure that that happens. Jeff Draper.
Thanks, Jeff. And if you know in advance that that June 2nd is not going to work, please then share an update as to how much more time is needed and why the time is needed, because certainly we want to make sure that we are fully utilizing all possible respite inventory.
Will do.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, I'm sorry, Dave.
Yeah, no, just quickly, if sounds like Supervisor Ellenberg's done on this item before we move it and conclude the meeting. On the transparency issue, I just wanted to ask council for something in the way of a request for information, which probably entails a little bit of legal opinion. Very, very often, as all of us, I'm sure, are aware and have noticed, on various items related to COVID, the issue of transparency comes up. And what I'd like to do is ask for a clear delineation from council. Perhaps that's something that could be worked up in the EOC that comes back to us. Again, presumably that would be a privileged, ironically, it would be a privileged document, I assume, even though it's about transparency. But I'm trying to figure out where it starts and where the public health officer has control over information in what we call transparency, and where that control ends, where that authority ends. For example, I've asked several times for data to be listed as, just as one supervisor, I didn't ask the board to vote on this, but listed by census tract. And the response I get is the public health official doesn't want to do that. But who's in charge of transparency here? The Board of Supervisors didn't cede all of its policy powers to the public health officer, especially when it comes to government transparency. So I want to respect where those lines are, but I just have to say I don't honestly know where they are, and it gets confusing for me. I think that's a slightly different issue than what Supervisor Ellenberg was just talking about with this particular project. But as I said, it's becoming more and more common that that concern surfaces amongst myself and my colleagues. So, Mr. Williams, if you could get us some help from your team on putting that together. I would have to assume by now there's been some study of that issue already in your office. Otherwise, I'd be, I would be sensitive about asking for the work. But I think it's something that we should all know. And if you already know, get it out to us. And if you don't, we probably should know. Thank you.
We are working on 2 memos regarding those issues for the board.
Thank
you. Thank you. Are there any other comments on this item? Seeing none, may I get a motion?
Approve.
We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion to approve from Supervisor Wasserman, a second from Supervisor Cortese. I have no speakers on this item. I'd like to ask for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian?
Simidian, aye.
Supervisor Cortese?
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman?
Aye.
And President Chavez?
Yes, thank you. We are now going to adjourn to closed session. You all have a call-in number specifically for closed session, and then we will return back for open session for a report out.
Thank you. And we'll hear from James Williams first.
Yeah, I have my announcement before we go to closed session.
Before closed session? Okay.
Yeah. The board will meet in closed session to discuss items 1 through 2 as listed on the agenda for the May 5th, 2020 closed session meeting. Item 2 is a discussion with the county's real property negotiator, Don Rocha, Director of Parks and Recreation Department, to discuss the price in terms of payment related to the possible acquisition of a property interest in property known as M3 Ranch, an approximately 50,050-acre property which spans portions of 4 counties, Santa Clara, Alameda, Stanislaus, and San Joaquin, including about 20,000 acres in Santa Clara County. The APNs for the property are numerous and listed on the agenda. I will not read them out loud. The negotiator for the county is Don Rocha, Director of the Parks and Recreation Department. The other negotiating party is N3 Cattle Company, LLC. Does any board member of the county executive have a conflict of interest with any item listed on today's closed session agenda for which you need to recuse yourself? If so, please indicate at this time before we move into closed session.
James, I'll go ahead and say I do with AT&T on item number 1. which I have recused myself each time this has appeared.
Thank you.
And it's due to my financial position in AT&T and the conflict.
Thank you.
Does anybody else have a conflict they wish to report? Okay, if not, we will adjourn. And fellow board members, normally I would be chairing, but because of my AT&T conflict, I would ask James that you or one of your members give me a call on my cell phone when I can rejoin.
We will.
At that time, I will dial in.
We will do so. And just a reminder, we do have to come back for the announcement after closed session.
Absolutely. Thank you.
We leave the Zoom meeting open until we come back.
Yes, just make sure you go on mute.
Yep.
Yes, I just want to make sure the clerk's office is back.
We're here, sir.
Office is here.
All right, everybody's there. Then, without objection, yes, I took that from you, Supervisor Midian.
I have one sentence to
Yep.
say.
Go ahead about what you need to disclose.
There were no reportable actions taken at the May 5th, 2020 closed session meeting. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much. And unless there is an objection, this meeting is closed. Everybody have a good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Bye-bye.
This is the ordinance record list report for the Board of Supervisors meeting of Tuesday, May 5th, 2020. Item number 29, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.20.115, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.20 relating to compensation of employees, adjusting salaries for classifications represented by Service Employees International Union Local 521, excluding those classifications tied to other bargaining units, providing for various salary realignments. Item number 30, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.20.114, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.20 relating to compensation of employees, increasing the salary of the Principal Development Services Inspector classification by 3.04%. Item number 39, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.20.117, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.20 relating to compensation of employees, adding 1 unclassified application administrator position, 2 unclassified business system analyst positions, 1 unclassified data analyst or associate data analyst position, 1 unclassified IT process analyst position, 1 unclassified network engineer or associate network engineer position, 1 unclassified senior change release coordinator position, and 1 unclassified test engineer or associate test engineer position in the Technology Services and Solutions Department. Position shall expire at 11:59 p.m. on November 14th, 2021. This concludes the ordinance record list report for the Board of Supervisors meeting of Tuesday, May 5th, 2020.